Well, good morning on a happy Wednesday. Of course, my name is Gormizer, and I'd like to welcome you to what is going to be a long day filled with content back to back. And of course, the kickoff for the weekend. That is going to be amazing. We have the SMITE World Championship kicking off on Friday, going through Sunday. But of course, today is all about the reveals, the fun, the content, all sorts of things like that. We have a community clash tournament that's going to be happening. A little bit later, we're going to be looking at things like the Season 9 update for SMITE, as well as the ever so important, I think, for me at least, Slash Map show match, which I really want to watch. But of course, before all of that, what you're going to be most excited for, you have your Golden Bolts nominations, but your Design a God panel, your cosplay contest, one of my favorite parts of every single year. But, you know, the creme de la creme, Hi-Rez presents what everybody is looking for here. 3 p.m., you're going to want to make sure you do not miss that for all of the reveals and great things that you're going to get to see throughout this wonderful year. We've just kicked it off, it's like the 5th day of the year now? So realistically, this is going to be a great forecast of what you can expect from us. If you're looking for this weekend, though, tomorrow we'll have the Worlds Rewind. You're going to be watching Season 3 up to Season 7 World Finals. If you're looking for a way to get hype for the SMITE World Championship, I absolutely recommend tuning in throughout lots of Thursday. Admittedly, it is a long block. I will not blame you if you have to get up for a little bit there. Of course, all of those Worlds contents, all those Worlds finals are going to be fun to watch. You'll have this Clash tournament happening throughout the weekend as well, but added onto that, the Content Creator Cup, where you're going to get to see a lot of your favorite streamers, YouTubers, whatever you have out there playing against each other. All of that leading into the SWC and seeing who at the end of Sunday is going to be able to lift Thor's hammer and give us a great show. It's looking like it's going to be a great weekend, but of course today, the Hi-Rez Showcase Day, is the day that is going to be jam-packed with reveals. It's going to be showcasing new updates, you know, SMITE, whether it's item changes, things that Hi-Rez are doing, all of that fun stuff and more. I know I'm personally really excited for it, so I can't imagine how you're feeling ready with anticipation. So without further ado, let's just go ahead and get to it. We've got the Community Clash Tournament coming up next.
But I've had enough, it's time to say goodbye. Here's a question. Whoa, how fast was that serve? Are you taking an ECG here? And why are you checking your blood oxygen level? Oh, there's your answer.
Welcome, everybody, to Hi-Rez Showcase 2022. My name is BlazyBot, and I'm going to be bringing you into the Community Clash tournament here alongside my co-host, Basically, who's joining me from the Hi-Rez studio itself.
Hello, hello. You may remember me from some collegiate championships, some replays, some observing work, but I'm here now in front of you, very happy to be with you, Blazy, because we got some great games ahead of us to start the day.
Absolutely, I'm super excited. Clash, it's just not something that we see in the competitive sphere. Just like last year, we sent out a whole community-wide invitation for players from all across both regions to come and participate in this open tournament. Last year it was Joust. This year, as like a send-off to Clash, we're going to be seeing some competitive play on this map. Now, there are some unique aspects to Clash that we don't get to see anywhere else. So what are you excited to see from these two teams here?
Well, Clash itself was kind of invented as a way to transition players from Arena to Conquest, getting a laning style going. Clash does have the 2 lanes and the big center pit. Similar to Arena, it gives them spots to fight, it gives them lanes to play, and a little bit of jungle game. So I'm really excited because there are 5 players per team, similar to Conquest. How these matchups are going to go in a lane. Is it going to be 3 people in one lane, 2 in the other? How the rotations are going to work, because there's not a lot of distance between those 2 lanes. So there's going to be some great fighting events happening. There's going to be a lot of mobility between players, and comps themselves are going to be a lot different than Conquest than what we typically see.
Yeah, is there like a certain layout of classes that we're expecting? Like, are we expecting the typical 1-1-1-1 with like everyone on a different role? Are we expecting maybe 2 hunters, 2 mages?
Typically, we see a lot of tanky picks. Just go out, set up a front line that's very strong, 2 guardians, 2 warriors maybe. Outside of that, we have a big back line that can just hit from far is typically what you look for. But I mean, there's anything can go in Clash.
Well, we don't have to wait too long to check it out because we're ready for game number 1 here between Joust Mains for Worlds and the pesky Pelicans. And already we're seeing, exactly as you said, 3 frontliners coming out from the pesky Pelicans in the form of Nike, Guan Yu, and Ganesh here. And on the Joust Mains, actually the same kind of layout, except 2 Guardians this time around, Kabrakan and Yamoja, with Achilles thrown in there for extra flavor.
Yeah, and something to note in Clash, you do start level 3. I think this fighting is going to start very early on here in this mid. You can see groping from both teams, and this is the EU side of things. So while they're typically known for kind of that relaxed play style, this could get very feisty very quickly.
Absolutely. Already a little bit of an engagement here around that early red buff, but pesky Pelicans choosing to just lay off it for now. They let Joust Mains pick that one up, and so far it's looking like we're seeing... well, actually, no sort of formation, as looks like Panwich and Kha'Zix are looking to move on over to the left-hand side, but actually just lurking between these 2 lanes.
Yeah, you'll see this very frequently, and what really separates this game mode from Conquest is that natural gold spooling. You gain typical gold after a while. Naturally, in this game mode, you'll gain 6 per second, but also experience. That's not something you get, passive experience typically, but in here you get 4 per minute per second. Rather. So a lot of these fights are going to be kind of just back in, back off. I think level 5 is really where we're going to see something break out. But outside of that, it's going to be hover, just get experience when you can, and off of these waves as much as possible.
Already 2 members of the pesky Pelicans, Crash that 3, have hit level 5. So if we're going to start seeing some fireworks, now might be it. Kha'Zix potentially posturing. There's the leap in from Fails, and already down falls Lorenz, pushed back into the Dharmic Pillars. First blood for the pesky Pelicans.
Very great engage there from Fails, one of the almost notable players here in this EU scene. He jumps in, gets the pushback onto Cozy X's Ganesha ult, which just sets him up for more destruction. That was just a pure pick out of place, out of position, and out of experience. Lorenzo wasn't level 5. He didn't have beats. He had blink, so there was no real escape for him there. He couldn't turn anything back around. And you can see pesky Pelicans barely lost any HP on their side for that.
And they have this Guan Yu around as well, right? Like, even if they do take a large amount of damage during these engagements, Panvich is just going to be able to heal them back up. On top of that, Streak Up now has this E-set ultimate, and that's... I mean, if you fight inside an E-set ultimate, it almost doesn't matter if you take damage, right? You're going to heal it all back up instantly.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the support almost be played out in the SPL, but just look at this damage an actual mage build can do when you're throwing out those spirit balls, the ultimate will still give those protections, but that burst is really what you're looking for when you build as a mage. It's going to provide more healing than you typically see on the support E-sets. It'll do a lot more damage is really the main focal point, and you can see these builds are slowly starting to deviate from what we see in Conquest already. Sure, they have the starters, but you see on Streak Up, he's going straight into Pen, probably a Divine Ruin to stop any Outpatch Emoji healing. It's going to be doing massive amounts of damage to any protections that are built early here from the Joust mates.
Personalized, maybe getting caught out here on the right-hand side, but Streak Up and Fails, deciding not to do anything with it just yet. A nice full-range Spirit Bomb there, just to show that Streak Up's still got it. And that's something that we could definitely touch on here, basically, is just the notability of the players here. Obviously, the Pesky Pelicans, just a basically full lineup of ex-pros and SCC regulars, whereas Joustmane's relatively unknown. We've seen a little bit from Lorenzo and another in the SCC, SOC area, but the rest of these players, pretty big question marks for me.
Yeah, I mean, this is a community tournament is the big thing, though. You know, you get your friends, you get your buddies, whatever rank they may be. I mean, obviously, the Pesky Pelicans here do have a bit more experience, at least in the competitive scene, but this isn't Conquest. This is Flash. But what I think is really going to be exposed here is kind of how often you play with each other on your team, right? It's not necessarily how high of a level you play. It's, you know, if me and you right now decided to queue up Clash, we would not be able to win this tournament, sadly, because we don't play enough together, Blazy. Please send me a friend invite. We should play together.
Well, I'm down for that, but also, you know, the ping diff, you know, like we would be playing on NA servers or EU servers. Like, what's the arrangement here?
Do a bit of both. We need to practice to win both sides of the tournament, obviously.
Gotcha. We'll compete on both.
Easily enough. That's what we need to do, win both sides. Just forget about work, you know, quit your job to play Clash for the tournament.
Well, I mean, you gotta do it quickly because Clash isn't gonna be here for too much longer. So if this tournament inspires you to play a little bit of Clash, or maybe stick around until later on in the day, and you'll be able to see what we got planned for this game mode going up into the future. Meanwhile, Pesky Pelicans doing a really good job here at kind of oppressing the Joust mains. They've been invading on this left-hand side blue basically every opportunity that they can get, and they've just been so aggressive everywhere.
Yeah, it's very in your face, but not in your face enough to, you know, warrant a fight. It's, you know, that don't flinch when I put my fist right next to you, because I'm not going to hit you, but I'm going to make you flinch every time they step up. Here's what the Pesky Pelicans are looking for. They need one really good engage, because the first tower that falls here in this Clash map is going to really set a spiral. You have a clear target. Look at the distance between that tier 1 and that Phoenix. Unlike Conquest, which has the tier 2s, it is very long between one tower and another.
Fails caught out here in the jungle, but ultimate is available to him, forces the dash away from Achilles, and there goes the circle of protection, up and down, but now 3 members of the Pesky Pelicans caught really down the river without much of a paddle, all lower than half HP. Fails looking for the back, trying to jump out now, but a beautiful double stun from Umoja's going to find the kill onto Kozak, thanks to Personalize. Now Fails into trouble, but he's going to find the turnaround onto Yuku Hack. Down he falls, and Fails still in the backline, taking a lot of damage. The Joustmates are in their own territory, but they're still losing this fight. Another is able to find one return, but that's a 2 for 2. And considering Pesky Pelicans were completely out of position there, it's shocking Joustmates can't capitalize more.
You know, the Joustmates did do a pretty good job at coming back into that fight, and what they really utilized there was that opening inside of the jungle in the Clash map, which allowed, I believe it was the Medusa to sneak around, get that kill on the back end of a fight when she was very low. She had already backed off to a tower, but she comes back around to re-engage on the squishy backline of the Pelicans, get a kill, and get back out. But we're taking the fight down here to the Pesky Pelicans jungle.
Well, Lorenzo tries to start up the Tremors, but he's going to get silenced out by Streak Up. A little far up without the rest of his team is the Cabrakan. Now, Mr. 2 is going to take a spill here as well, but the Pesky Pelicans all falling relatively low. There's the corpses from Plush, but the damage isn't going to quite be there now. Speaking of damage, Streak Up looking to measure up to the Plush, and, well, it's not much of a competition.
Yeah, just pop them like a balloon. Sometimes you don't have enough in your E-set kit to just get that kill, so why not drop your ult insta-pop? It does a few hundred damage just off the base, so that's how Streak Up got that kill. And very good positioning, I think, from Streak Up is really what's setting this team up for success on the pesky Pelicans. Sure, Fails is doing a great job of jumping in and getting these kills, but the backline is very important in these game modes. Streak Up dropping those silences, getting those huge long-distance spirit balls through traffic. Literally, there was like Atlanta-based traffic there in that early game fight with the pesky Pelicans jungle. He just snapped it through a Cabrakan wall through 3 other people. Just hits those casually, you know. No big deal for Streak Up here. And that's really going to do well because when you have a mage that can engage, just look at the damage you can get going.
Straight up and down from Panvich here on the Guan Yu, but luckily the Riptides are going to save Mr. 2 for now, but might not be able to say the same thing about Lorenzo's currently in some trouble. Dominic Pillars are going to go down, and the slows are going to be good. This poor Cabrakan is getting bullied. A huge 3-man stun from the other another to try and peel his friend out of the danger, but it's not going to matter for much. Pesky Pelicans are able to pick that one up, and there's the first structure of the game. The left tier 1 falls down, and now, well, Joust mains, they're looking 5k down at 8 minutes here, and it's a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, definitely, but that passive gold that does come into play is going to help, but you can't get passive HP.
No.
Mr. 2 takes a fall. While Uku Hag does drop the outwash ult, it's not enough to get him out of trouble. Tier 1 fell, we see Mr. 2 fall, and now we're seeing another Tier 1 on the right-hand side fall.
Another, if you will. It's gone down.
Oh, another tower has fallen here for the Joust mains. As you let me pick that back up, Pesky Pelicans backing and going to spend a lot of their another gold. They're going to get a lot of another items going up here in their builds, which is going to mean a lot more success, or another set of success, if you will.
How far are we going to take this bit, huh?
I'm stopping right there. I'll be honest. I'm done. I don't want to continue. There are personalized names here for us to do more bits off of, and I think I don't want to do another one.
I see. Well, we kind of failed. No? Okay, we're gonna stop that right there. Personalized in some trouble here. Bit of a fake out there with the ultimate to turn him around, and able to sneak his way out of that situation. But the pesky Pelicans still turning up the heat here. Joust mains, they gotta find an opening somewhere to turn this around.
Yeah, what the pesky Pelicans have been really good at, I think, Fails engaging with these Nike jumps, these Nike ultimates to kind of set the field up. Cozy X on the back end can drop the Ganesha Dharmic pillars to kind of separate the second end of a fight after movement abilities have been used, which is leading to a huge amount of success in kills. You can see it clearly in 10 minutes, 9-2 is very good in any game mode, Clash especially. And Joust mains don't really have engage. They need something big from their Yamoja for any fight to really go their way, and this could be an opportunity here.
Well, the Riptides are forcing Fails into a bad position, but he's going to be fine for now. Nike's super safe, still has the shield available to him as well. No real chance that he's going to fall down in this situation. Pesky Pelicans still just looking around, trying to find extra farm across the map, and Apophis is just a couple minutes away from spawning here, as the enhanced red buff has just spawned.
Yeah, so the enhanced red buff, kind of similar to Conquest, but it does hit a bit harder than you expect. It's kind of to move the game along a bit quicker. Typically, this is pretty early at 10 minutes to have both tier 1s down. If you're the pesky Pelicans, they do want to probably get more items going before they hit Phoenix line. Maybe wait for the Apophis. They do have the enhanced red buff on their side, and they'll potentially be getting the enhanced blue buff and keep it going from there off their side camps. But realistically, you want to stay grouped as 5, kind of split this experience as much as possible. Maybe group as 4, send one person to get some more solo farm. They just want to level up, get some more items going, and realistically just be unbeatable in this next fight.
So do you think Joust mains have a decent defense here, right? Like, because realistically, Mr. 2, if he can hit a big Yamoja wall and trap some members of Pelicans into the Phoenix, I think they could put up a decent fight.
Yeah, looking at the end of the game, you need maybe 2 Mr. 2 in total Yamoja ults to kind of set a winning pace back in your favor if you're the Joust mains, and another is falling very quickly.
Yeah, he's already gone, and Mr. 2 isn't going to get a chance to put up those water walls because he's going to take a spill as well. Apache able to find 2 stuns there, but it's not really going to have too much of an impact. Feeling still good. That's a Phantom pop. And while it was a huge ultimate there from Lorenzo, the damage isn't in the cards. And now Pelicans charging down onto the south side. Phoenix, there's the pop from the circle of protection. And the bird already, or I guess the gargoyle in this situation is already just below half HP. Pelicans should be able to take this one back off, reset, and look for that right side gargoyle. Because it's not like a Phoenix, right? That's like a Sphinx gargoyle kind of thing.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what side you're looking at. For the Chaos side that the Joustmains are defending, it is gargoyles. I think you can see it now. It's little sphinxes going up for the Pelicans. You know, a little bit of flavor. You may see something similar coming out later in that slash map little preview we have going on for you guys. But realistically, you know, you got to get to it, you got to kill it, and you got to get it done. Pesky Pelicans made one pretty easy. They're looking for the second, I think, here, but they're going to need to take a fight outside of that gargoyle before they get anything of note.
Joustmains have to make sure they don't get picked here, and Cossacks is going to walk in just to create a little bit of pressure for the Pelicans, but not looking to commit, as you said, waiting to try and find one of them out of position like they have the last couple times. Not going to be another this time, though, because he's going to head straight back to base. Doesn't want to be that driving force for the team. Nice little riptide there to force Streak up into an uncomfy position, but he's going to be more than fine. No one on Joustmains wants to step up.
Yeah, they really need to pull the trigger here, the Joustmains. Get someone going, get something in this emoji cage, and get that damage out quickly.
Well, there's the Phantom pop to avoid out the water wall. Circle of protection already popped and dropped. And that's going to be a lot of commitment there from the Joustmains. 4 ultimates down, whereas Pelicans, they only commit circle of protection there.
Yeah, that was a great bait if that's what the Pelicans were looking for, or maybe the Joustmains took my words too seriously when I said pull the trigger. They instantly just dropped everything. Well, a bit unfortunate timing. They were able to escape. The actives here on the left side is something we never really looked at for the Pelicans. They have the Ankh, they have the Phantom, they have 2 Phantoms rather, that was able to get them out of safety, just like Ukushak wishes he had right now. The Ganesha ult sets him up if he lived any longer, but the E-set stun on top of the Hachiman ult was just way too much damage for a poor little Alpage.
I felt that in my spinal column. That was disgusting. Nearly full range from Streak Up, and just 2 ultimates dropped on top of him. Poor guy, but now it's a 4v5 situation. A huge double blink stun from Panvich, and the rest of the Joustmains now falling pretty low. Half health already on Mr. 2, and that's going to be the first spill of the fight. Ukuhak is going to be back up in 10 seconds, but look at where the Guan Yu is right now. Scratch that, sorry. I was focusing on the wrong person, but it might not matter.
Oh my gosh!
It's not gonna matter. It's already gone. The Titan's already dead. Joustmains, they're gone before they can even choose to react. And the Pelicans walk away with what might be the cleanest Clash game I have ever seen.
Yeah, that was just very quick. Once they knew they had the opening into the Titan room, they just went in and did it. It's very much weaker than that you see in Conquest, but once they knew it was time to go, they went. And that's really what you saw the entire game. Once they saw an opening, they went for it. They went the entire way, full team commit and full team decommit when they needed to. That's really what saw the Pesky Pelicans lead to success, and they're moving on for it.
Absolutely, yeah. Restraint and discipline, I think, are the 2 things that you can really see from this squad. They weren't stepping up when they didn't need to. They weren't overcommitting to any of these situations. It's exactly as you said. They got the thing that they came for, they left, they reset, they went for a different thing. And it's the lack of that on Joustmains for Worlds that is going to cost them that slot. But we'll see more from the Pesky Pelicans later on in the SW Showcase. SW Showcase? SMITE World Showcase.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing right now.
Getting there.
And speaking of what we're doing right now, we've got some Golden Bolts nominations coming right up.
trying to get over you. And I ain't crying, 'cause I ain't thinking, 'cause I ain't working, 'cause I've been drinking. Pass me the bottle, 'cause I ain't nearly halfway through, trying to get over you.
Just a dream. The next day you called me up. You told me I'm your little buttercup. You came over and you fell into my arms. Well, I know what I feel. Please tell me your love is real. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, I can't get enough. You make me happy, I feel so fine. Oh, how I wish that you were mine. I can't get enough. Hopeless lover. I woke up all soaked in sweat, with chills running down my neck. I'm going crazy from just the thought of you. A long blonde hair and your beautiful smile. Your sense of humor makes it all worthwhile. Don't make me wait, it's not a funny game. You know just what I feel. Please tell me your love is real. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, I can't get enough.
Here's a question. Whoa! How fast was that serve? Are you taking an ECG here? And why are you checking your blood oxygen level? Oh, there's your answer.
Hopeless lover. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, and I can't get enough. Can't get enough. I can't get enough. I can't get enough. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue,
Oye, siempre ha sido el gran amor. Chaya. Cienfuegos, adiós, me voy para La Habana. Ah. Cienfuegos, adiós, porque me da la gana. Es la verdad, oye. Cienfuegos, adiós, me voy para La Habana. Adiós, goodbye. Cienfuegos, adiós, porque me da la gana. Bueno, mira, escucha. Tenemos una historia tú y yo. Me conoces desde que era niño. Hey, y siempre ha sido el gran amor. Y no sabía nada más fino. Pero ahora tengo que cambiar mi vida. Y por eso yo te tengo que dejar. Y en serio no he buscado otra salida, porque yo quiero ir a La Habana a cantar. Eso yo quiero, me voy, oye. Cienfuegos, adiós, me voy para La Habana. Cienfuegos, adiós, porque me da la gana. Cienfuegos, adiós, me voy para La Habana. ¡Ja! Eso es. Cienfuegos, adiós, porque me da la gana. Bueno, mira de nuevo. ¡Ja! Y siempre te voy a extrañar. Claro que sí, porque por muchos años era mi vida real. Oye, y cuando regreso yo te voy a dar, te lo juro, un regalito bien bonito de la capital. Pero ahora tengo que cambiar mi vida, y por eso yo te tengo que dejar. Y en serio no he buscado otra salida, porque yo quiero ir a La Habana a cantar. Sí, es la verdad, por eso escucha ahora. Cienfuegos, adiós, me voy para La Habana. Ay, me voy para La Habana. Cienfuegos, adiós, porque me da la gana. Goodbye, my friend. Cienfuegos, adiós, me voy para La Habana. Adiós, Cienfuegos. Adiós, porque me da la gana. Ay, me voy para la capital. Tony. De nuevo, Tony. Ja. Cienfuegos, hasta luego. Ay, hasta luego, Cienfuegos. Cienfuegos, hasta luego. Ay, me voy para La Habana. Cienfuegos, hasta luego. Hasta luego, Cienfuegos. Cienfuegos, ay, bye. Malecón. Hasta luego ya. Hasta luego. Sí, me voy para La Habana. Hasta luego. Ay, me voy a cantar. Hasta luego. Esa La Habana es la verdad. La Habana vieja me extraño. Hasta luego. Eso es la verdad. Hasta luego. Ay. Hasta luego. Bueno, mira, pero ahora tengo que cambiar mi vida, y por eso yo te tengo que dejar. Y en serio no he buscado otra salida, porque ahora estoy en La Habana para cantar.
Laying on my bedroom floor, staring up at the ceiling. You got me paralyzed. No, not a single medication could kill all this pain I'm feeling. I'm barely getting by. So I get a little drunk and I text you, baby, wondering if you're home, 'cause I need someone right now.
Here's a question. Whoa! How fast was that serve? Are you taking an ECG here? And why are you checking your blood oxygen level? Oh, there's your answer.
Waiting for you to call me, 'cause you never call me back. Nah, guess you don't feel the same way I've been feeling about you, babe. But I don't want for you to leave. So I get a little drunk and I text you, baby, wondering if you're home, 'cause I need someone right now. And I'm a little numb from the love you gave me. I've been sleeping alone, can't get you off my mind. Just let me hold you tight until we fade away. Fade away. Oh, why? Just let me love you like we'll never fade away. Fade away. Oh, just let me hold you. Just let me hold you. So I get a little drunk and I text you, baby, wondering if you're home, 'cause I need someone right now. Just let me hold you tight until we fade away. Fade away. Oh, why? Just let me love you like we'll never fade away. Fade away. Oh, just let me hold you. Just let me hold you. Just let me hold you.
welcome everyone to the Golden Bolts. Of course, today we're going to be going over the nominees. This is to celebrate all of your video creators, your streamers, the community members out there that provide so much for us throughout the entire year, whether it's entertainment, fan art, all sorts of things. Of course, we are going to award them as voted on by you to make sure that they know how appreciated they truly are. Of course, we've got several categories to go through and a lot of fantastic creators out there. So I'm going to go ahead and at the start of the show recommend that you check out every single person and every video, anything that shows up throughout the nominees. But again, there will only be one winner. Of course, that will be revealed on Sunday. So if you're watching the showcase as of right now, we're going to hit all the nominees. Make sure that you're watching again on Sunday to see who is going to be the winner of each and every category. But we'll go ahead and start naming off some of these nominees and that you will recognize throughout all of this. First up is the Video Creator of the Year. Now, your 4 nominees are going to be Betty, SMITE Esports, Brutal, Maglini Time, Rexy, and Sam Dadude. All fantastic video creators. I recommend you check them out. And of course, we'll find out the winner for this category on Sunday. But every single one of the videos that I've seen from all of these guys have been very fantastic, so I recommend it absolutely to go check out every single one of them. Especially, and this is, look, maybe a little bit of bias, but if you like esports, I will say that Betty, who does SMITE Esports videos, does a lot of really good esports videos. But of course, I think you should check out every single person. We'll also move forward and not just look at it, that's going to be a little more centralized. We have a whole global community here. And so we also have the International Video Creator of the Year. And the 4 nominees that you're going to be seeing are Cardinal, Whiskey Worm, Fair, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that properly, and Whale Whisker. Now, I will say this, of these names, again, a lot of fantastic videos that have come out. Whiskey Worm stands out to me. If you watched not too long ago, there was like the 8 or 10 or however many years of Smite that just went through all of the gods. That one was fantastic. But of course, we'll announce the winner for that one as well on Sunday for your International Video Creator of the Year. And again, keeping the video section all clumped together, we've got one more category for your videos, which is just straight up the video of the year. That is going to be, of course, the next award that would be given out. And the nominees that you will see are, as I scroll down to make sure I get it all right, SMITE Glitch King of Uruk, Hey There Jungler by Rexy, of course, Brutal Maglini Time. You'll recognize actually some of these names from the past categories. SMITE, a tribute to John Finch, which I'm going to go ahead and tell you, that one's a long one. Absolutely worth the watch, though. And then Whale Pacifistas 3 by Fair. All of these fantastic videos. And again, I want to say congratulations to everybody at this point just for getting onto this screen. I think you should check out all 4 of them. And of course, everything that we've seen up to this point. But there can only be one winner. Once again, it's going to be announced on Sunday. But now we can go ahead and move away from just the video content creation. Now we got to look at some of the live content creation, right? Our streamers and the people out there who are providing entertainment for you all the time. Streamer of the Year is going to be the first Golden Bolt that we give out here. Your nominees are going to be Incon, Weekend, Nika, and Hazer. Now, you should recognize 2 of these names. Well, let's say one of these names is in the SPL now. 2 of these names have been in the SPL of the past. And if you don't know Hazer, I've got bad news for you. He's supposed to be here the rest of this week. You should definitely check out all 4 of these streams. They're all fantastic. Incon's more in the mornings, Weekend towards the night, Nika as well in the night. And Hazer's just kind of whenever. I mean, you should just follow Hazer to figure that one out. I don't actually know his schedule fully. I only seem to catch him during SPL. Either way, all fantastic streamers. Will reveal, of course, who the winner is on Sunday. Now we've got to expand it once again. Global community, we got to talk about that. So we, of course, have the International Streamer of the Year as well. Warchi, I'm going to potentially butcher your name, and I apologize in advance, but I believe this is Shido Man, Fair, and then Domesu down there at the bottom. Of course, if you've watched anything in the past, I know Warchi has played competitively as well. Used to play on a team called the Poppies. A lot of fantastic streamers out there. Of course, the international streamers open up things for multiple languages as well as giving you just all sorts of time zones to watch. Smite's always going, always on, and always ready. So congratulations for making it to the nominees. We'll see who wins that category once again on Sunday. And of course, if you're a streamer, you're going to have funny things happen to you throughout the year. And that's why we've got the clip of the year as well, a Golden Bolt to be given out for whoever had, whether it was the coolest clip, funniest clip, most entertaining, whatever you want to call it, clip of the year. Here are your 4 nominees. Well, that's One Use for Doors from Incon. You've got a legit blind Rom Snipe from Rexy. Then you've got Panatom by Shinto. And then the Benny Hill music goes here by Weekend. All fantastic clips. I recommend you go check out those. Again, clips actually maybe even more palatable than the videos of the year because they are guaranteed to be short, 30 seconds. Take 2 minutes when we're done here to go ahead and watch that and watch those. And then make sure you tune in on Sunday once again to make sure you know who is going to be the person who takes the Golden Bolt home for that one. But of course, it's not just streamers, it's not just video makers. We've got a whole ton of people out there in the community that we want to make sure that we spread the spotlight to and make sure that they know how appreciated they are as well. And so immediately, Community Member of the Year. This one's a big one. So we'll go ahead and take a look at your nominees. Now you've got Biakai, someone a former champion, Kitten of Doom, also a former, not champion, what are they called? Olympian. There we go. Wow. I've already misnomered that. Whatever. Blues Ultra, who we use the graphics for every single week. And of course, Trelly Relly, who has been a fantastic streamer and caster there for the SCC. A lot of names you should recognize on this one. And it's going to be a very difficult win for whoever is able to come out on top. Some fantastic community members that we have right there. Of course, I think you should follow them mainly all on Twitter, and then you'll tend to see everything that they do. But again, fantastic community members. We'll find out on Sunday who's able to take home the Golden Bolt. Now, we also have a ton of artists out there in the community. If you follow the SMITE subreddit, you're going to see a lot of it. If you're on Twitter, you're probably going to see a lot of it. And so, of course, we want to make sure that we award the Fan Artist of the Year. Again, as voted on by you, your nominees are going to be these four. Hexaline, Rob Draws. I'm going to say K-Paro. Again, sorry in advance if I happen to mispronounce your name. And then Nelson down there in the bottom right. Again, great fan artists. You should check out all of their work and make sure that you follow up on everything that they do. But there can only be one winner. We'll find that out on Sunday. Now, there's a lot of fun things that happen throughout this community, and we've seen a ton of big names so far. A lot of names that I personally think you should recognize already. If you don't, you should rectify that. But then we also want to shine some light on people who are rising up, right? People who might not be quite as fully in that limelight just yet, but deserve it nonetheless. So we're going to look at our rising star for the year here. And the Golden Bolt nominees are going to be these four. You've got Blizzleberry, Emikyo, Just Vince, and Schwa. Now, again, a lot of names that you should recognize. I know I recognize at least 2 of these off this list. I'm going to personally make sure I go check out the other 2, because if they're rising stars, they're there for a reason, and definitely people who you should check out nonetheless. And we'll find out who exactly is, I guess, the number 1, the risingest of the rising stars, on Sunday with the rest of the awards. And now the fun part of this, at least my personal favorite part of this, maybe, again, teensy bit of bias in that one, when we get to the esports section, right? We get to talk about things like your Pro Player of the Year, your Rookie of the Year, and of course the Play of the Year. Those are going to be the 3 categories we go through. First up, we have the nominees for Pro Player of the Year. Now, there's a lot. Look, we've got 40 players plus all the coaches. A lot of people that could be named here. Only 4 can make it. You've got FinoK, you've got Paul, you've got Hardcore, and you've got Shinto. Now, I will say I'm noticing some bias, guys. This is voted on by you. We've got 2 solo laners, and we got 2 mid laners. Where's the love? So come on, give me some supports. Now, either way, congratulations to all 4 of these guys for getting nominated. We love every single one of those players, and of course, we'll find out on Sunday who is the number 1, as voted on by you, Pro Player of the Year, and gets the Golden Bolt a little bit later on. That's on Sunday. We also happen to have quite a fair amount of rookies throughout this year, which is kind of surprising that we had enough to manage to get 4 for the nominees, honestly. We can go ahead and take a look at all the nominees for Rookie of the Year. You've got Haddix, Layers, Boronic, and Genetics. If you've watched a lot of these people play, you will genuinely wonder how they are rookies. They stepped up this year and have managed to match some of the longest veterans, maybe even surpass some of those players of past that we have seen. I'm excited to see what they are able to provide for us. A few of them are going to be playing. Check that. All of them are going to be playing this weekend. Every single one of them is going to show up this weekend. So you can watch them all in the World Championship. We got 4 rookies in the World Championship. That's insane. And of course, a few of them have a shot at becoming world champions in their rookie year. That's insane. We'll find out who Rookie of the Year is on Sunday. And whether or not you voted for the right one, we'll find out almost immediately afterward if any of these rookies then immediately win a World Championship. I think they could probably start fighting for the Golden Bolt. But we'll find that all out on Sunday. And of course, the last category of the Golden Bolts, And the last category of the esports section is the esports play of the year. Now, if you've been watching all year, there have been some absolutely insane plays. I mean, I think Dave's voice at this point is broken because of how many base defenses that he has had. But again, only 4 plays could make it to this nomination portion. And you've got to look through a couple of quadra kills at the top. Big Man Tings, a Tiamat quadra kill, if I remember correctly, saves the game with this one. It is a virtual loss, turns everything around with that quadra kill. Same thing can be said for D'Artez's Zhang Hui quadra kill. Zhang Hui, if you haven't been watching the SBL lately, has made his comeback. It's been a while, and if you haven't been watching, that one should surprise you because he has not been around. Genetics, some support love, back-to-back Ymir walls that are absolutely insane to watch. And of course, sprinkling a little bit more love over there into the duo lane. Vote, a turnaround kill with Uller. All of these were fantastic, fun to watch, and amazing plays that really showcase what I think the top of the SBL and what their like ceiling level, that play level, can truly turn into. So I absolutely recommend you go watch all of those. And of course, make sure you tune in on Sunday when we happen to be showing this. So you'll notice right now it's around that noon time where, later on we're going to have the Design of God panel, cosplay contest, Hi-Rez Presents, the big one that you should be tuning in for, as well as, the Season 9 update show plus the Slash map. That's all today. But if you're like, man, that was a ton of cool nominees, who wins? Well, you're going to have to wait. Sunday, 2:15 approximately, is going to be the Golden Bolts Award Show. Prior to that, we're going to have, the Clash Tournament for the Community, the Content Creator Cup, as well as a Season 9 Conquest map show match. So there's going to be a lot of content on Sunday leading up into this. Then you're going to get to find out every single winner for these Golden Bolts. And then immediately that goes into the grand finals for the World Championship. So it's just going to be such an action-packed Sunday. Make sure that you are tuning in to figure out not only who gets the awards, but all the other fun stuff that you're going to be able to see. It's going to be a fantastic, fantastic time seeing who wins this. But again, I recommend that you go follow, watch the videos, see the clips, etc., etc. Every name that showed up today absolutely deserves it and deserves the recognition. Of course, we'll find out who the winners are on top of that on Sunday. But every single one of them have put in a lot of hard work this year, and we appreciate you, and we're happy to see you throughout all of this. Once again, we'll recommend that you go check them out, and once again, I'm going to recommend you stay tuned to the channel. If there's a little bit of time, you use that to go watch these things, but ultimately, we've got an action-packed day for you coming up, so make sure you stay tuned throughout the rest of the day for all of the fantastic content coming up, and we'll see you soon.
I'm a spend, I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm a shark, you 7 days a week, I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night. I'm a spend, I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm a shark, you 7 days a week, I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night.
My life's dope, I wear fancy clothes, I'm a hell of work, I got hell of shows. As I learn to dope, I'ma bring the show. Anywhere I go, living life to the maximum. All day and night, all day and night, all day and night. Living life to the maximum. All day and night, all day and night, all day and night. I'll be up all night. Let me be your king, yes I can be your captain. Live a life of dreams and live a life of passion. I'ma lift you up before I throw you out, cause you can live your life sitting down. I'm a king, I'm a boss, I'ma spend, let it cost. Let me live my life with blitz in the fast lane. I'ma be on top of the world, watch it happen.
I'm a best man, I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm a shark, you 7 days a week, I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night.
All day and night, all day and night, all day and night. Living life to the maximum. All day and night, all day and night, all day and night. I'll be up all night. Living life to the maximum. Put it up on my tab, listen up, here I am. Money talks, I got plans, spend it hard, spend it fast. What you need, I got cash, make a wish, I'll make plans. I'm a pig in a suit, I don't give if I'm rude. Let me live my life with blitz in the fast lane. I'ma be on top of the world, watch it happen. My life's dope, I wear fancy clothes. I'm a hell of work, I got hell of flows. As I learn to dope, I'ma bring the show. Anywhere I go, living life to the maximum. All day and night.
So here's the pitch, okay? We've all seen Miss Swiss. It's that outtake show, and it was running in, and I saw chat spamming when I told Jordan to focus. So we're gonna run with that. Strike while the iron is hot. Jordan, sitting at his desk at the video team section. I don't know what they do. I don't care what they do. But for the premise of this video, cannot be focused. Watching anime butts on one screen. I don't care what he's doing. Just can't be working, all right? And then he hears Miss Swift. Big TV right behind him. Miss Swift's playing. Here's the line. Says, Jordan, focus, okay? And then his eyes go wide. He turns around, turns off the TV. He's trying to get rid of me. He knows he's not focused, but he knows he needs to be. But goes back to his desk, goes back to doing whatever he's doing. But he has to focus. So I'm at his window. Boom, slam on the window. I'm like the Babadook, okay? He doesn't know where I'm coming from. I slam the window, piece of paper, says focus. He does a little bit. He focuses a little bit. He doesn't turn off the anime butts. No. He flips his hat around, Ash Ketchum style. I don't know. And then he goes back to doing anything he wants, but not focusing. That's not enough for me. That's not enough for Hi-Rez. It's not enough for what we stand for. So I appear behind the wall behind him, okay? Boom, Mifflin, up there. I tell him to tighten up. He needs to focus. He does a little bit more. He focuses a little bit, but not enough, okay? And then it's not enough for me. It's not enough for me, okay? We have to go even further beyond that, all right? He does eventually close the screen, but that's not enough. I'm still appearing. I'm appearing everywhere. I'm in the bathroom. I'm in his cereal. I'm in his snacks. I'm telling him to focus, and eventually he switches desks. I'm under his desk, okay? I'm telling him to focus there, and that's where it happens. He sits in a maxonomic chair. His eyes dilate, and he finally finds his focus.
Okay. Approved.
I sold it? I sold it! Yes! I'm gonna sell so many chairs.
Jordan, what the was that? We just lived a fever dream. I have no idea what just happened, and we approved it.
What kind of anime butts we talking? What kind of anime butts we talking?
You broke me.
I'll let you go, just need some time. At your own pace, you need to find your way. I know now you'll never change your mind for something that matters to me. You do not know what I have in mind. I packed our bags, we'll be on our way. The night was long as I waited without a sign. As I know what matters to you. But what do you want? What's your biggest need? Every hour we spend together, then suddenly the chances are small, just like the lottery. It's been 72 weeks in this town. I still believe I'll see you again. No matter what, I got off the ground for something that matters to me. But what do you want? What's your biggest need? Every hour we spend together, then suddenly the chances are small, just like the lottery. I just hope we could stay together. We wait and see.
just like the lottery. I heard you say you found the story all tucked away in the back of the room. Been lost for years, far away from the glory, in the midst of our day-to-day routine, in the corner of our minds. We're not in blue, we're not in mourning to raise the truth. It takes more than will. Among the things I like to do, craving is one for two, and the light of the day that passes on will somehow be gone.
right. Here we are.
Hello.
Welcome, everybody, to the Hi-Rez Showcase Design a God panel. Now, what we're going to do today is something very fun that we do every year, where us, the designers, and we're joined by John, who is a artist. We're going to work together with you, the community, SMITE players, to design a hypothetical, theoretical god here. So we'll do some quick introductions before we get started, and then we'll go over the God process, and then we'll launch right into brainstorming ideas, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm AJ, or Hi-Rez Ajax. I'm the design director on SMITE. Been working on the game for over 6 years now. Started off as a God designer and now leading the whole design department, and really happy to be here. So go ahead, Pon Pon.
Yep. So I'm a god designer on SMITE. I most recently got to work on Atlas and Kleena, as well as I do a lot of balance work as well. I'm on the design team for SMITE, so you'll see me around posting on Twitter all the time.
Yep, what's going on, everyone? I'm Clumsy, game designer on SMITE as well, mostly focused on god design. I work alongside Pon Pon and AJ on the design team, mostly working on gods. Recently, Charybdis, Morgan Le Fay, and you might see some of my latest work coming up sometime this week.
Hello, hello. I'm John Nymeister. I'm a splash artist and art director working on SMITE. I work on splash stuff as well as the UI department, and I will be attempting to sketch out this god as it materializes into reality.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, John. So we have a special bonus to this year's Design a God panel that we have not done in previous years, where we're going to have John, our artist, working live on this god as we discuss it. He'll be taking his own inspirations on what he's researched about the god to get started, but he'll also be listening to our conversation as we pitch the abilities and the tones and the themes of the god, and he'll do his best to work them in as we discuss, and we'll get to watch kind of a live update to seeing how he's doing as we work on the kit. So you'll see the kind of the art come from 0 to complete character as the kit goes from no kit to a kit, I guess you could say.
We'll get something done.
Yeah. So okay, a little bit
Always
about the process today. We're doing this remotely, which we used to do it in person. So we've made some adjustments, and we're gonna be fumbling through a thing or two, maybe. So bear with us. We're gonna be looking for community chat. So mostly the way you'll want to participate is by just talking in the stream chat. We might throw some polls up there if we can figure that out. Pon, if you want to throw a test poll in there, maybe just to ask if people are excited or not, or something like that, or ask them what their favorite game mode is, or something. We're gonna get that going. So we might do some polls on a few things, and then we'll incorporate your suggestions into current poll. Are we all hype? Oh, pizza. 100% of votes for pizza.
Pizza. Let's go.
You make a fun troll answer like that, you're gonna get. Oh, it's okay. This is doing numbers. Pon Pon.
Yep, we got polls working. So yeah, we can ask questions at any point. So if we come to a crossroads, we can easily resolve that with chat.
Awesome. Okay,
that'll go great.
We're designing a pizza god now.
If we already have Pizza Belanque, so maybe we'll have to find something new. Okay, so about this process. This is a panel that is intended to give you all a small idea of what it's like to design a god, what our process is like. In reality, we spend many weeks, months, lots of iterations going through these steps, doing our research, presenting them to the design team, discussing the kit back and forth with our art and engineering teams to figure out if it's going to be visually successful, it's going to be programmatically successful. Going back through the process, but this gives you a turbo version of that system. It's very much like what we do, except instead of doing it over months, we're going to be doing it in just an hour and a half. We're going to go through a few scripted steps that we will walk you through, and we'll be asking for brainstorm suggestions related to those specific steps. In the previous years, we have discussed Epona, the Celtic horse goddess. We've discussed Amo Ekane, a Japanese mental mage, as well as Garuda, a Hindu bird deity. So those are ones we've done in the past. Those were all different examples that we've taken from community and designed together. Here is your brief overview of what the step-by-step process is. Decide on the god. Usually a much more complex process. And actually, usually we would do 2-god vote, but today we have just decided on the god ahead of time. We wanted to give John time to prepare his art and as well as give the designers a little bit more time. So we do have the god already decided. Smite cart chant. Blazer Bard, that is not related to this topic at all. I would prefer if we kept it on topic.
Where did you guys get that from?
We did the driving god with the horse goddess last year. We could have even worked in some smite cart references then. So we have the god decided. After this brief overview, we will show you which god we plan to talk about today. The other quick disclaimer before we get started is that these gods are purely hypothetical. Just because we're talking about the god today does not mean we intend to make them. In fact, sometimes it even means we don't really intend to make them, but you never know. These abilities that we're talking about today are not intended to go onto any upcoming god design. They are intended to be on this just hypothetical exercise. It's possible that they might end up inspiring future kits. Like, for example, the Garuda kit actually inspired us on the team when we were designing Horus by quite a bit. So there was some parallels there, but there was also many changes. So whatever we decide today does not mean it's going to go in the game, the god or the individual abilities. But hey, if we find something we really like, we might end up using it in the future. Pawn Clumsy, anything else you'd like to add about the god process before we jump into revealing the character and talking about the key themes?
No, I think you explained it well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what crazy, amazing ideas we're going to see from chat today.
Okay. So if production could scroll down for me just a little bit, we're going to reveal the goddess name that we're going to be talking about today. And that is going to be Sekhmet, the Egyptian lioness. She is a goddess of war and a lot of interesting, unique things actually like that. So generally from our discussion early on, we figured she would be an aggressive melee physical goddess. So that could make her an assassin or a warrior. She's described as the protector of pharaohs, the daughter of Ra. She has very unique abilities even outside of her, physical combat abilities. She has been described as to breathe fire. She can start plagues, and possibly even these plagues are personified as if she can create other plague gods or plague deities or plague beings. And she can also ward off disease. And she does all of this while being part lion, part human. So a very cool god, one that's been discussed a lot. Anything to add about her that we thought was interesting in our research?
I think the other cool thing was she's kind of like viewed as like the she kind of leads the pharaohs and protects them in times of warfare, and she's also kind of like the personification of like raw strength. So like she kind of comes in to specifically like fight and kind of lead that charge. So that's just a cool kind of personality note.
Yeah, I like how she has a bit of the war god, like tactical and like philosophical, but then she's also very, very hands-on. As Clumsy was mentioning, there's some crazy titles and translations from her name.
Yeah.
The one
Mistress
who is
of
powerful
Dread.
or mighty. What was that one?
Mistress of Dread or Lady of Slaughter. She Who Mauls. Some really cool titles there.
Yeah, that is badass. So the first question we have for the chat here today, and let's go ahead and throw this one to a poll, Pon. Should we discuss Sekhmet as an assassin or a warrior? Just based, I know you haven't heard that much about her, but she could really work in either. And it's possible that as we go through the kit and as we bring the themes and the abilities together, we might, pivot as a team. But I think it's good to kind of decide as a start. I'm seeing lots of warrior. I'm seeing surprisingly more warrior in the chat. I expected to see more assassin, honestly.
In a way, it probably lends itself better for segment to be warrior, not to determine what chat to do, because we always want to be careful of what similar gods we have. Obviously, segment and Bastet share a little bit of theme. Bastet being an assassin, it could lend segment better to being a different role too.
Yeah, but I mean, just reading about her, she's so aggressive. Like, the Lady of Slaughter, one who mauls. Like, we generally have a little bit more utility in Smite, and I just want to make this character like as insanely aggressive as possible. So, like, personally, I was kind of hoping for assassin, but it seems the poll is
Warrior
heavily
with an
skewing towards
execute, got
warrior.
We could
Warrior
also
with an
do
execute.
more like an Achilles or a Gilgamesh, where like they're really like the dive in. They do kind of damages their utility. So I think that
And we all know that warriors end up in the jungle anyways, right? So
Yeah,
True.
well, that's true too. So as we're seeing Warrior winning the poll, that does, and the comments that Pawn and Clumsy they were making are very on point for identifying the key themes. So, what key themes, what unique visual aspects from her lore are most important. We're getting the Hi-Rez troll factor is high today.
You say as you join in the chat yourself.
Well,
Yeah,
they put that button right on the screen. You expect me not to click it?
You have to hit it.
You have to. Anyway, this is definitely going to be an aggressive warrior. Like, I don't think there's any question about that. She does have warding off disease or potentially even being able to heal, which is often comes with war gods across various mythologies, right? They can inflict damage and wounds, but then they can also treat wounds, right? That's just a common thing you have to do in war, especially in ancient times. So, but I think we're almost certainly, as far as key themes, we're going to start pivoting her towards a more aggressive character, and staying within the warrior class. Unique visual aspects that we've talked about, it's, I think, mostly the lioness human combination, right? That is just always the Egyptian twist, right? So we'll have that very clear. I think, as far like Clumsy mentioned earlier, kind of comparing her to Bastet is a good example. I think we would expect her to be larger, bulkier, stronger, more muscular than Bastet. Probably more heavily armored or more heavily geared with weaponry. John, have you had any ideas towards armor or weaponry for this goddess?
Just like mood board building. So I did like a little bit of research on her lore and like gathered some traditional images of her, as well as like some other artists' interpretations of how she's kind of looked through the years. I did want to hold off on like making any decisions on the armor until we kind of knew like the direction we were going. So that'll be a fun little challenge if we're like going more heavily armored versus Bastet.
Okay.
And it's definitely important to keep those two like visually separate from each other.
Would it be okay for us to transfer production over to viewing John's art assets at this point?
Yep.
If we can take a look at that mood board, I think now's the right time to talk about that with the community. They decided her as a warrior, so I think that kind of pushes her towards specifically being more armored than Bastet. I think that's kind of a key indicator.
Yeah, so a big part of kind of the general mood board, just like some classical images, some modern interpretations. I've got some images of Isis and Bastet from Smite, just to be sure that it doesn't tread too close. So there's a lot of cool
this is
like
great.
visual themes here for armor and hairstyles, and yeah, I'm excited to see where we can take her. Especially
let's
tying
talk
in like
just a
the
little
snake
bit.
and the lion themes.
Oh yeah, those themes will be key. Before we go too far into the abilities, we'll start a little bit more just on like what we call the general appearance, right? So we've got the class, the role, which let's go ahead and assume as a warrior, we would want her to be able to perform well in the solo lane, potentially flexing into the jungle, but more intense on the solo lane. We voted towards warrior, so we want her to be a little bit heavier. Lots of discussions in the chat, John, about buffing her up a little bit more, bulking her up a little bit.
I can do that. For sure.
making her stronger, which I think is
Getting,
quite fitting.
an Egyptian Terra in the mix.
Yeah. I think the lioness head is something that's locked in.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, I was toying
okay,
with the
so I've
idea
seen-
of like helmet versus like an actual lion head. I think both could be cool. We'll see if we have time to try both.
That's interesting. I think most of our Egyptian gods, we'd want to see that animalistic. We'd want to see actually fur and teeth, but it would make sense to
Yeah.
have some heavy armor that could complement it as well. Like Set and Horus both have that. Like Set, I don't actually see that much of his head, but obviously it's clear that
Mhm.
he doesn't have a human head, and you can see it heavily
Right.
armored along his snout and temples and head. Weaponry. Let's talk weaponry a little bit. Like, there was a lot of different stuff in your mood board. It looks like in the most traditional, like, hieroglyphic imagery, she was holding like a staff.
Yeah, she seems to have her staff and her ankh as the main ones, but I've seen her with like sickles and axes, and so I don't know if there's like a concrete defined version of what kind of weapon she wields.
Should we
There's,
ask? Should we do a poll for weapon?
Yeah, I think we could do a poll. What options do we want?
That's
because
a
I
good
wanted to
question.
throw
I
one into the
honestly don't
ring.
know. Yeah, let's hear it.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Do you remember the scene from The Mummy where they have like a fight and they have like a whole bunch of weaponry all around the room, and like one of the weapons is that kind of staff, but at the top end of it is that like large flat blade. So you have it's kind of like a staff axe almost. I know there's
Yeah,
a term
it's
for it, but I can't
essentially an
remember.
Egyptian halberd.
Yeah,
I guess you could say is it wields more as to use more traditional video game archetypes. It would be something like a halberd.
I'm also
I
seeing.
see lots of calls for sickles or khopesh.
Dual Khopesh.
Yeah, probably Khopesh. So, how do we feel about having staff weaponry, Khopesh, axe, halberd as the choices?
Yeah, that sounds good.
I
What
don't
did
think we
Gilgamesh have
go
as
with
his
katanas.
No katanas. That's a bit of a
Gilgamesh was
incorrect
scimitar.
lore.
What about
What's a scimitar, right?
katanas?
Katanas, nice.
That's the great skin. That'll be the first skin, John.
I like the bunking
Right,
staff.
let's get the poll going. I will get that started.
So as we put the weapon poll up, the next phase we'll move on to is the key abilities. And so, I know there are people in the chat getting just they want to throw out abilities. So I'm sorry. We had to do the setup. It's very important to go through the phases, keep ourselves organized, but now we're ready. So if you typed in an ability earlier, please do not hesitate to type it again. Go ahead, send it to us again. Send it 2, 3, 4 times, however many times you need to see it. You need to send it. If you think it's a good idea, please keep pasting it. That's okay. We might miss it the first time, so we want to see it. So when we start brainstorming abilities, we often start with ultimates and passives. This is not like a mandatory rule. This is just a common way to start. And that is because we're going to be kind of trying to get the more greater kit definition in place as well. And a lot of times those two types of abilities can really help kind of decide not just a single ability, but a whole kit direction. So we want you all to try to think of passives and ultimates first. I'm already seeing a lot of things coming through the chat. Clumsy, you catching anything good?
Yeah, I mean, we have some of the classics like, whether she should be a stance switcher, but there's not usually... I didn't see many details based on that, or whether we want to give her rage, kind of like a Cullen. This is definitely going by pretty fast.
Stance switcher,
So
to
it
me,
looks
doesn't
like-
make much sense for this character. What was that, Pawn? Oh, the poll is completed?
Oh, it looks like Khopesh won.
Yeah.
Khopesh, okay.
And I will have the proper
Khopesh
spelling
is an
next time
ancient
for it.
Egyptian sword. This is a really cool shaped
Sickle-shaped sword.
weapon, of course. Very iconic.
Yes, I think the next question
It
is,
should be like one large
should that
one?
be a single wield or dual wield?
Right, exactly. Or would you want her like
feel
the
like-
Kopesh in one hand and the Ankh in another?
I feel like one hand, but I guess it could be cool to do dual. John, any thoughts on dual wielding versus one hand wielding?
I can see if she's like a really ferocious warrior, dual wielding could give you some really cool animation potential, and also kind of
We don't
separating
have very
her from
many
Bastet.
warriors that dual wield. Although, ironically, Osiris, which is coming to be a key similarity, right? We want to make sure we watch out to make her different from Osiris. So, he's got essentially a Kopesh and a flail as his two weapons, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those would be his two weapons.
Well,
so
we'll leave that.
we
We'll leave that flexible for now.
Okay. Seems good.
Let's keep an eye on some of these passive abilities. So we talked about stance change. Let's go ahead and write it down. I don't think we'll do it, but we also heard rage. I like the idea for another rage warrior. I think that's pretty cool.
That could be pretty cool.
What else are you seeing here, Clumsy?
I saw an idea about an attack stem where after you proc it, every like several basic attacks, she just kind of does an automatic fire cone in front of her. So it's just like as you're stemmed, you're just doing like ability cones, just kind of passively over time. That's not something that we kind of have at the moment.
So you would have to hit enough basic attacks, and then you get like a mystical mail type of thing, but in a certain direction only.
But just in a cone in front of you, yeah, exactly. A directional.
Yeah, so it'd be
pulse
like
she just does automatically.
On like 5 successful hits, until you miss, you do fire cones in front of you, right? Or it'd be more.
Yeah, it'd either be, or it could just be like every 3 attacks, you just do a quick pulse of a cone attack. She just automatically does a quick breathe fire, and then you continue. So that way you can get multiple of these. And it doesn't have to just be back to back, because it probably needs to animate that breathe fire, and wouldn't want it to happen too often.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to go. We're seeing
have
a
a
lot
lot
of
of
like cleansing and warding stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like
that's
warding
exactly
off
what I was looking
disease.
at. A lot of Ankh cleansing.
I saw one person
Isn't
that
she
just
also
said,
like the
destroy shields, destroy shields, destroy shields, destroy shields.
Isn't she also like a bringer
there's
of plagues?
So this could be like
Could that be an ultimate?
Or...
Like a swarm of snakes.
Just
or
like
something?
Yeah.
Does it mention what types of plagues? She was believed to have caused plagues.
Let's see.
Because when I think of plagues, I think of the ancient Egyptian, more biblical tale where there's the multiple plagues that visit the Egyptian people, which is probably not the right inspiration to draw from, like the plague of locusts, the plague of frogs, like
right.
Although that could be an interesting like ability to give her, where she has multiple plagues. Oh, I just scored a drop.
Yeah, so this would be a good place to this would be a good place to kind of just note the so for example, like we're just quickly referencing a Wikipedia page for some of this stuff just to get a quick glance at certain things, but those have references, and that actual reference links to a book, so you might go out and actually seek that book to see like, oh, what was actually in that book, so we can get better references and understanding of what exactly like kind of plagues she would wield or what she summoned.
This article from NBC News is called "Sex and Booze in Egyptian Rites."
Yep, you also get some interesting reference like that.
Yeah. The annual religious rites of sex and drugs and the ancient Egyptian equivalent of rock and roll. And there's some mentions of segment in this article. Oh, John, that is coming together beautifully already.
Thank you.
Let's see. Goddess of War. We need a different element of war than Ares and the others. A roar, a lioness roar. I've seen a lot of discussions about that. I don't know if I could think of
a
that
lot
as
of people talking about
ultimate. Yeah, I think we're getting more into
as a note.
normal abilities. Yeah. So we can start just
I'm trying to keep
taking
it with...
while we watch John here. We can just start moving in some other abilities into the dock.
Which could either damage or shield.
Lots of discussion for bloodlust or bloodthirst, which I think the rage mechanic kind of does a good job. Could we think of a different way to do that?
There's
Every
the
time a god dies, she gains power. That's Odin's passive.
Sun Wukong kind of has it where, like, if he's really low, he gets that burst to continue trying to fight. That's kind of similar to that.
Mhm.
I'm wondering if we can make it even more explicit. Like, not
Pele
only
has
do you
that
have
too.
to have taken damage, but you have to have dealt enough damage to get the effect. Like, those two effects kind of build together.
Oh, okay. So a passive that's more of a very specific combat achievement you have to attain, and when you do, you get like a very strong buff. Something related with the massacre of humanity in her lore. That sounds a bit harsh.
Yeah.
Potentially
Is that a
something
bonus
about
against
alcohol
minions?
to chill her down. Is there? I guess I did read there was a mention of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, but I don't remember reading alcohol with her.
They like throw a
Would it be
an
worth
annual
to
feast
slow
to
mode
placate her.
chat so like people can only
Yeah,
send one
that
message
might
every
be-
60 seconds?
I think so.
I've just
I'll have to make sure to turn
enabled
it
the
off.
scrolling or whatever mode, where Pawn, you can attempt to do that if you want. I'm just scrolling through the comments right now, just kind of reading them at my own pace. A single target ability that gives an ally a heal plus boost to their healing and lifesteal.
Everyone's getting like their one message in like right now. It's even faster for a second.
Yep.
Hurls the snake at enemy gods that poisons them. After X auto, she creates a sandstorm. We kind of did sand with Set, so I don't think we would do that on Sekhmet.
Yeah,
There's
I
also
think,
no mention of
I
it.
think one thing, I'll add a note for it on basic, but there's also like kind of like just the idea of like desert heat as a whole, like that kind of like to me that conjures images of like seeing the sand with like the kind of like red sky, and you see like the mirage images kind of floating above it, and there's like wind. I think there's some stuff there that you might be able to evoke that's not quite sandstorm.
Yeah, I think it's about, though, for, at least for the beginning of the kit, trying to focus on things that are more specific to Sekhmet as opposed to things that are just generally ancient Egyptian tropes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Clumsy, you seen anything that you're especially interested in?
I saw Kilgoon talking about sandstorm, so got caught up on that one, trying to think of different things there, or sand clones. But we want to be careful not to be too close to Set.
Yeah,
but some
but
version of
all
like
the ones
having
I've
that
seen
like
like
sand mirage and stuff, and sand clones could be something interesting there.
Can we get a god where they
Yeah,
hit
if
a
you-
skill shot and they swap positions with the target they hit? That's been a really, really, really old suggestion we've been getting forever and ever. Do you feel like that makes any sense on this god?
I don't know if it makes sense too much on this one, but I'll write it down for now just so we have the ideas listed.
Mm-hmm.
That
It
probably
is
the
a
ultimate
popular
level.
suggestion.
Mm-hmm. Power based on allied units, prots based on allied gods neared. So
Yeah. Passive, all debuffs only last half the amount of time on her.
A plague of scarabs around is an ultimate that just inflicts random debuffs to enemies nearby.
I really do like the ultimate of various plagues. Like, I don't know exactly what it would be yet, but I do really like that suggestion.
Yeah, between like prot shreds, attack speed, debuffs, slows. There's a lot of different low duration
that idea?
debuffs we could apply.
Oh,
That's just like a
reiterate
yeah.
what we already have on there.
It's kind of like the plague ultimate, but instead of just it just would be more of like an aura around you that just constantly afflicts enemies with random debuffs.
So they'd be things like minus 15% AS.
Yeah,
minus
movement
10%
speed,
prots,
prot shreds, slows. A lot of people saying blood instead of mana, so that's kind of like the rage thing, but using more of Thanatos-esque blood sacrifice.
I think rage would be a little bit more fitting to her than something new that's like literally blood themed. But maybe.
Yeah, so I guess trying to think of like what the difference between the two would be. Like rage to me is like you're getting frustrated or annoyed or angry, versus like bloodlust is like the thrill of battle is causing you to get stronger. And I guess I do kind of lean on the idea of like the bloodlust being more in theme.
Yeah. Yeah. But how would that take form in a game mechanic? Couldn't it work just like Cullen's rage?
Yeah, it probably works similarly. Maybe like Kakolan does build his in a very similar way because he builds it off successful hits. You hit more people, you get more. So we call it rage.
So even if we do a rage passive, we probably want to do it in something that's different than Kakolan. We don't just want to copy paste Kakolan's rage meter, right? We want to find something else to differentiate Sekhmet for how she gains it or how it works, right? So she has to attack living creatures to build her rage. So Kakolan gains it from allies around him getting damaged or him getting damaged. What if Sekhmet's was very specifically she has to deal damage to get it?
Yeah, it's the only way of getting
no
it.
other sources. Yeah.
It could also be of like a much quicker loop. Kakolan, it's kind of something that builds over time, and it's these longer loops of gameplay. Hers could just be something, like you build up quite quickly, you spend it, and you kind of build it up again quickly. Quick burns.
Yeah, like maybe like within the same fight, you're building and spending the whole thing. Whereas like Kakolan is often building it over the course of the fight, or having built it up way before the fight begins, so that he can engage.
Right,
with
exactly.
And he's extending in his berserker rage for a significant amount of time.
Okay, so she could still have mana as well as this passive.
Yeah, like I think maybe even it might even just be like she engages into a fight and like maybe she has like this like just say 100 just for the sake of having it, and you can build 50 really fast. Once you're above 50, your abilities do more, and then once you hit 100, you like overcharge. That meter just drains really fast to signify that you're gonna lose it in like 5 seconds, 6 seconds. But during that window, like maybe you're unstoppable. People can't knock back or push you or stun you, right? You have some level of CC immunity where you're like really unstoppable. Nothing can stop you from doing this, but it's a very short window, so you're just building up to that.
I like it. You're getting so many suggestions, it's hard to follow.
Multiple stances based off of that.
There's an idea of kind of like we do this a few times where we look at other.
Here's a question. Whoa! How fast was that serve? Are you taking an ECG here? And why are you checking your blood oxygen level? Oh, there's your answer.
Unsuccessful use of abilities.
Sekhmet is the god. I'm seeing some more people ask again.
Yeah, we definitely are still getting some themes of making sure that we have some sort of cleansing and healing, especially being the daughter of Ra, and the fact that she does have both the warrior side of things, but also the healing side of her lore.
Well, let's go ahead and move then to our next step, which would be like people have already been suggesting just more general abilities, right? So that's okay. We'll keep looking at these for ideas for the rest of the kit. We've got a passive that kind of requires her to be in combat and potentially empowers her. And in general, it seems like we're going to do more of a general power up from the passive as opposed to like changing the abilities individually in certain ways. It's going to be more of like a true stat bonus she gains, or like Pawn mentioned, a form of pseudo CC immunity, which we really like. So she's going to be very aggressive, very in your face, very unstoppable. I guess was a term that Pawn used that I really liked. So we'll keep that in mind going forward. I think some sort of like thing that fits with that theme I've been seeing a lot of people suggest in the chat is some sort of like self cleanse that potentially has some bonus to allies or bonus to enemies based on its success or timing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I wrote down some of the popular suggestions I saw kind of scrolling up. So we got like obviously the roar, the lion head kind of evokes that. Throwing the snake to poison, this is just a way of applying debuffs. We had fire breath was a pretty common suggestion, because she said to breathe fire.
We did say that in the lore that she can do that.
Healing.
Yeah, and you know,
So
fire
those are
breath,
some
you have that kind of
suggestions.
that cleansing fire kind of theme to it too, so you can technically incorporate both there. Inoculating
let's see.
fire.
I'm just reading chat for things that are close to this, right? You know, they want to design the god, not just us. Get still a lot of suggestions for very specific counters, like ability that destroy player-made walls or shields, and it's just like that's maybe too narrow. We generally try to design our abilities to have more wider applications, but every now and then we will look into something like that. I've seen this one suggested a few times from VGS spammer, exhaust type of effect, a new type of CC that causes enemies to double the self slow when they use basic attacks and be unable to avoid it through haste. So if you hit the enemy warrior with this, every time they would basic attack, they would really slow themselves to like a near halt, which that's pretty cool. I've never really heard anything quite like that.
Yeah, so you get to
It's
run away at
effectively
full
just,
speed, but you choose to fight, you're weak.
Yeah, it's effectively just applying a slow to an enemy every time they basic attack. A stacking slow.
So try to also, if you guys are reading the chat, try to throw out some usernames of the suggestions as you see to, so we can give people credit for their work.
I'm reading one ability here. I'm trying to parse it.
We've also got a lot of themes on bleeds as a lioness.
Yeah, we have a lot of that on Bastet though, and that's very assassiny. I don't really
Yeah.
like that as much for her as a warrior.
We have
So here's an interesting
kind of a movement ability.
Okay, go ahead.
It's like
We
a
always
sand
need those.
Charge. So the idea is that charge forward, leaving behind burning sand. About 3-second dash. Hit an enemy, stun. So just a pretty standard warrior engage.
Okay.
I want to
I
try
have
and
one
get
here
some
from
more fleshed out abilities on here.
It's okay. Yeah, I have one here from Eldegank where imagine if she had a marking effect that then you had to successfully hit that enemy with an ability, so kind of like Morrigan's mark. If you hit that ability, Sekhmet gets cleansed and healed. So it's effectively, we talked about her being able to like self-cleanse or self-heal a little bit, but you have to do it through combat. You can't just like get stunned by Agni at range and then just hit this in reaction, right? You have to already be fighting. Although it's a little hard to cleanse something
Yeah, I
and
imagine you want
hit
small
someone
duration.
with something. Yeah, short duration on the mark too. And I feel like for this to fit well with the kit, she would need like another ability, potentially one that has some travel time or some persistent hit time, so she could potentially cleanse herself out of being stunned with this. Because if she's stunned, she can't act, so the ability has to already be deployed, right?
Yeah. We've talked about this a few times, but we haven't ever really done it, where like you could have an ability that is usable during CC. Like specifically that ability has that functionality of you can use it during CC, such that you could then try and trigger your mark on someone.
That's very neat. In traditional Pon style, that's neat. What type of ability would make sense to use while CC'd though? That doesn't cleanse.
You would need
it
some
has to do its own
external thing,
right? Yeah.
You'd need some external thing, like you'd need like Erlang Shen's dog or Zhongqui's book to like be the thing that does the thing while you're stunned. I'm not sure if she has like, I guess, a companion.
Don't think so. The plagues, which are also described.
Oh yeah,
as
we
her
should definitely get a
servants or
plague
messengers.
ability.
Well, so sort of like her cleansing
Yeah.
Ankh is like kind of a, an enhancement and an artifact rather than a pet.
What if even when she was stunned, we built in the animations to have like her weapons still be like moving around her and be ready to fight, even if she can't? Or what if she could still? We talked about breathing fire too. I feel like it'd be cooler for her to have like a fireball projectile as opposed to like dragon fire, like cone.
Or I guess even
Armor
just
as
more
a
like
companion.
direct control. Like I guess like the there's like a difference between like fire breathing versus like kind of like pulling fire together and then sending it forth. Like it
It
feels
could
a
be
bit more
something-
magical in that sense, but if you keep it like bursty and explodey, I think that'll feel sufficiently physical.
Yeah, I'm also thinking of just like this kind of pestilence style fireball that is infused with the debuffs in it. Maybe as you rank it up, you could add another debuff that afflicts the enemy inside that fireball.
Our own Kilgoon at work said when she gets CC'd, that's when she pulses out an AoE plague around her.
So tie those
That
two
could
quite literally
be
together. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be a
That would be
passive,
like
or I
a
guess it could be
passive.
part of an
That'd
Or
be-
it could
that'd
be an
be a really
active
decent
that
passive. Yeah.
it would probably be too good as well, would you want it to be a passive with a long internal cooldown, or be like a self stim with its own cooldown that like you have to activate that, and that is when it's more dangerous to CC? Or I could see it working either way.
It'd be kind of
It could
hard to
be-
predict sometimes. It'd be almost like the classic parry idea. If it's a
I
soft
also
enough
saw-
plagues, it could be okay.
Yeah, I also saw a plague idea of like, because we've been talking about CC, but there's also like the idea of like it deals damage regarding like max HP, right? So it could be more of able to shred other tanks and other frontliners more effectively.
Always a good
Add that
thing
as
for
a
an
note.
aggressive warrior.
We're talking about sand and fire and being the daughter of Ra. What if she has a placeable blind?
Are
A
we getting the
blind
pocket sand idea?
location.
Yeah.
I love a King of the Hill reference, but we would have to do a different theme than that. We wouldn't do, we'd have to make it more magical, more fantastical.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what she would potentially do, like, because she's very much related to Ra, and I think she can embark some of, or like take some of Ra's like powers. So like Ra literally does have the blind. If she could take a spin on it, that harkens back to Ra in some way.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's an interesting one from Light and Flame 56. If a passive was every unique hard CC that afflicts Sekhmet applies a different curse to the opponent who afflicted it. So if you get stunned, whoever stunned you gets like attack speed debuffed, and if you get feared, whoever feared you gets like power debuffed or something like that. Like that's pretty crazy. We'd have to pick a set of things for each one though.
Have to make sure that if we ever add CC type effects, we come back to that one.
That one's neat though, because that way like players can kind of learn what their matchup is like against the character.
Mm-hmm.
These types of reactive like punishment mechanics though, which punish you for hitting her, those are very dangerous in design, right? So those have to either have long internal cooldowns or potentially have to have be built into ability stims. Like only when she activates a stim does that effect occur, so players can play around it, right?
Yeah, to me,
I kind of like
this
the
is
idea
more
of
like
a really unique stim.
I do like the plague bringer. Like maybe that is like the unique stim. And when she pops this, she has like people around her taking more damage, applying these debuffs to her, and the first person to hard CC her during that to try and get like peel off, they are then hit with that extra punishing curse, whatever the CC type was. And so they can end this effect to stop the plagues from spreading, but they have to take the punishment themselves.
They suffer all the punishment. Right?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I'll move this down because it sounds like, yeah, for the reasons you said, AJ, this probably wouldn't be a good passive because you'd have to have some cooldown limiting in it. But if it was part of a stim, you could probably justify a lot of its strength being there.
Yeah. And it fits really well for a warrior where it's something you'd activate before diving in, and it could have some additional, bonus basic attack damage or something else. So, cat themed
I'm
ability
so behind
from
on
Fortism.
Yeah.
It's okay. Me and Clumsy are trying to read it. I'm
Yeah.
reading about a cat themed ability here. How do we feel about cat themed abilities? I feel like we wore ourselves out trying to do best stat designs. After 2 reworks, I'm like, no more cat ideas, please.
I guess one thing that'd be good is to make sure that she is specifically lion. I don't know if there's
Not
anything
cat.
that's very specific
Lions
to
are just
lion
big
that isn't
cats.
cat. Yeah.
You've seen the zoo. They get in cardboard boxes. They bat around, fuzzballs hanging from ropes. They do the same thing cats do.
Yeah, it really feels like the roar is probably the most unique thing that like cats don't really do. They just meow.
But lionesses are less known for their roar than lions.
Right.
Right. A lioness, I don't know. It feels more like a roar ability does feel kind of strange to me for her still. I think we'd want more elegance, more agility, and more like, straight up combat. Like she would rather use tooth, claw, blade than roar at you, yell at you, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if she were to do like a roar, it'd be more like a battle cry, like charging in versus like an intimidation factor or something.
All right, we talked about the blind. How about this one potentially? Arc 931 says she's the daughter of Ra. So what if as she attacks, she gets brighter, and as she deals enough damage, she then could blind people around her? Kind of like more like Ra's blind, but she can't just activate it. She has to hit multiple attacks on someone.
It's like Ra's blind combined with Osiris passive in a way.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
She glows brighter until eventually.
Bringing back the clean a deafen mechanic, but with the roar.
Yeah, a lot of suggestions for the roar, which I guess we should throw the roar on there, Pawn, just so we don't forget about it. We can definitely.
Yeah, I do have the
nice
roar
because
here.
it's flexible. Oh, okay, cool. I'm sorry, I haven't been checking the notes because I've been looking at chat.
And the general ideas around that I've seen are like damage in an area, buff, or stim. I haven't been able to see lines that are like more like, I guess, more unique ways of doing the roar, what the roar could do. So that might be something good for chat to focus on.
Tyler 2K suggested the roar is a silence at a distance and stun at close range.
Ooh,
so it would be like a circle cone combo with different CC depending on the distance.
Erica's maybe mentioning that like instead of the stim where she has her weapons, maybe she can use her like elongated claws for attacks, like an attack stim where she changes that attack animation posture. So instead of she sheets the Kopeshes and goes claws out.
Then we have to do she can't be disarmed.
Visceral. Sure.
She can't be disarmed. If she gets disarmed, she just drops her weapons and gets even stronger and slashes at you.
Nice. So some people asking in chat, just to refresh people who might be coming in, this is Sekhmet. She is a warrior. And we kind of focus more on aggressive, fighting, kind of diving warrior. Give her an execute.
Put it
Does
on.
She
there.
have an execute.
A few other
She just
things
devours
that I'm
the
seeing
enemy hole.
a few other things I'm seeing kind of repeated. Ability where she uses the Eye of Ra to summon a beam, some sort of light, laser beam for damage or burning.
I mean, the Eye of Ra could also be the thing that blinds at a location.
Anti-heal, giving her ability to provide anti-heal, especially through one of the plagues from CTAC. That's a good suggestion. Can she walk like Hera? That's it.
I saw
so
that
like
a few
more like
times. I think it's from the
regal
same
and
person.
upright and floating, kind of floaty. I wouldn't imagine her being very floaty. I want to see those lion claws dig into the dirt, when she slashes at people. Very visceral, to use an overused game dev term that nobody likes.
Visceral, kinetic,
fun. Just bad words.
What about punch?
It's got to have that punch.
Punchy. Maybe a little kick to it.
Little kick.
All right, that's enough of us metagaming
like
ourselves.
bartending
So someone offered a movement type, which I guess this could be either cool or treading on too close to boss step, but kind of like a double move.
Okay.
The idea there was double leap to kind of showcase agility. But I'm thinking maybe it could be more... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, from Q and air, a leap ability that leaps into the air and kind of lingers there like Huyi and emits a blind from the air through a sunlight, collecting sunlight, and then lands, blinding enemies hit.
Interesting.
So let's get some more movement abilities in the chat, because we want her to be agile and aggressive. I think it's okay for us to do that. So we had like one earlier that we talked about, sand and agility. I like the kind of blind plus leap is just really interesting because that gives you really powerful engage potential.
Larry David the Rogue saying
Because
maybe
imagine if
dropping on
someone's
all
running
fours like a
away,
lion.
that would not be as good. Running on all fours. Animation teams over there going.
Yeah, gonna be pretty terrifying.
No, it's
though.
okay. There is a lot of imagery of her being somewhat floaty in general. Interesting. Okay, thanks for sharing that, Flowers. Give her a gun, please. That's for skins, not for a base skin.
True.
Hexaline says, give her
What?
glowing, burning, yellow-red eyes.
Burning eyes could be pretty cool. Or if we're playing up with
Yeah.
the rage mechanic, right? You could use that as an indicator. Well, one indicator maybe. Maybe you'd want multiple. But the higher rage she has, the more her eyes burn with fury. That could be kind of cool.
Yeah, and
I
so
feel like
for
that could be,
lobby
even if it's
presentation,
not
she'd
built
always
into
have
the
them on.
kit. Yeah, even if it's not built into the kit, that's just a really cool thing to have.
Yeah, exactly.
An execute. Oh, this is interesting from Chris XBW. Could you have an execute with the alt that is also connected to the plague ability? Because a lot of our executes are very physical, you know? What about if like poison was the execute or plague?
Mm.
That's really different, you know? That's really, really unique visual. It feels difficult to execute, but it's really cool.
Minotaur
trying to figure
mentioning
out
a
what it
leap
would
that has a
look
pin
like.
mechanic to lock down enemies. That's kind of lioness.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Pin. Okay. Yeah, put that one on there. Leaps like an
Yeah, I'm
on
thinking
an
you might
enemy
even
and
be able to
scratches their
do.
eyes out.
You might be able to be like, you know, like Erlong Shen pin, where like literally that's
Yeah.
the target that you're aiming, and if you hit the sweet spot, you do like an offender brutalized while they're stunned for like a second. So it's like kind of a
Right,
lock-on follow-up
exactly.
if you were successful in hitting that sweet spot.
That feels very Bastet plus Fenrir plus Erlang type of discussion. I'm seeing that. A shoulder charge? How about a shoulder charge? Make her if we didn't ever really go back and make her like discuss making her too brute force style. John buffed up her arms a bit, but she doesn't feel like Hercules, you know, but a Catwoman. Would a shoulder charge make sense, or that is she still kind of being more agile than that, we think?
I think
I kind of like playing up on the agility a little bit, just because she is that part lion. Like shoulder charge, if we could use that on a lot of other different humanoid kind of warriors.
Yeah, I think if we were to like bulk up her arms and like to let that shoulder check work, you could still get the agility from the fact that she has cat legs. And so like the cat legs could be doing a lot of like those types of agility things, but if it starts to be like I have to start vaulting over things, or I have to start using my like arms to push off a wall to get more height, then I think it starts getting a little bit weird. But if you're doing just movement abilities, leaps, charges, dashes, that makes sense still. So possibly. Oh no, what'd you see?
Mala mentioning just a slash attack where she jumps from wall to wall, damaging enemies. That'd be pretty good in like Conquest and Jungle, but you need to like create a localized area, almost like a Gilgamesh wall field, just smaller, and then have her jump in between and just kind of slash, be like a localized Omni slash area.
Mm-hmm.
Could be an execute too.
Oh, Mana
Bounce off
Steal.
walls,
I saw the words.
Yeah, I've been avoiding some of those mana drain.
Don't make
I've
me.
noticed that by quite a few people. I feel like that's
Don't
nothing
make
to
me
do
do
with
it.
Sekhmet, and that's just the I want to pitch mana drain again.
Could we take a list of the most requested community mechanics that we generally don't like to do and let them have a poll, and they can have one. We can have one of them.
It's
for this kit, not even
mana...
for the game. Just
for this hypothetical kit
what
that we're
are
not
they?
even making. Sure, they can have it.
It's mostly mana drain. We've done a lot of the other ones, at least in some capacity.
That's true. The switcheroo is another one.
Switch
Which
The-
I'm not
the 1v1
that really
arena.
opposed to that one.
Yep, 1v1
The 1v1
duel in a
arena.
different
Okay.
area.
We shouldn't have even ever said
Mordekaiser
that.
ult.
Now people are just going to spam it at us forever.
We got so
Throw
many
in a
ideas. We're
cart.
good. We're good.
Okay.
TLDR, we can't do 1v1 arena.
There's got to be a way. We've tried to design that on 2-3 different gods, and it's never worked out.
Wall running's interesting. I'm trying to think of like how would
Yeah,
you
I
make
saw
that
that
work in like
too.
an arena though.
A a leap
Yeah.
that she could also leap onto like and
mean,
like
unless,
grip
like-
onto a wall or
Unless like
piece of
you you
geometry.
choose a wall, right? Kind of like Giannis, and if you're not actually choosing a wall, it creates like a sand wall for you, right? So therefore you always kind of have your own pocket wall.
Oh yeah, you know what you
Ooh.
could do? You could do kind of like the most intense version of this I can think of is you do a charge forward and you like kind of like lunge forward with like the legs kick you off, and then you have like your co-pitches forward and like kind of like that cross pattern. And if you hit someone, you push them into a wall, either the first wall you collide with or that sand wall. And then afterwards, you can like pounce off in a direction, dealing some extra damage to that target that you hit. And if you missed, you just hit that wall and you get to jump back into the fight.
What if you could
That's pretty
paint
cool.
the wall like AMC Honey Targeter? You're creating like a sand wall that you then run across. You can pounce off that.
It just sounds harder to fire. You want to be able to quick fire movement abilities, you know?
Mm-hmm. Or you could do the someone put the suggestion for like if you want to get the multiple leaps, you could have them be a success condition. Like you just don't
Right.
get double leap by default. You only get double leap if you used it aggressively, successfully.
Okay,
That
pivoting
helps
back
with,
to something else completely different from Mr. Meowgly. What about with that crazy stim we talked about? What about a stim that applies inverse of anything she gets hit by? So if she gets slowed, she actually gets sped up. If she gets anti-healed, she actually gets bonus life
The
steal.
healing
If
increase.
she
Oh
gets
my
debuffed,
gosh.
she gets buffed instead. If any of her stats would
I'm
be
gonna cause
reduced while
plague
this effect is
cleanse.
active, they are instead increased.
That would definitely have to be during an active and not a passive. That's for sure.
Yeah. She just
That would
stand in
be
Atlas
crazy
Assault and get
strong.
huge power bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you
We
had that
need a
specific
fast
list, you might be
mana
able to
burn
flip them.
ability. It'd be hard to implement, but we don't have to worry about that because this is all theoretical. Usually we do have an engineer in these sessions to help discuss to the community about what type of abilities are more
The
realistic and what are
restrictions.
less realistic. Yeah.
But we don't
Yeah, like
have
this
that
this
today,
plague
Jay.
cleanse
We
one,
have
like
no restrictions.
the way like we apply attack speed can vary from god to god depending on how they're implemented and what decisions are made and like what rules need to be followed. So probably even just something as simple as if they have attack speed slow, you get attack speed stim. Probably has a whole bunch of engineering concerns.
Yeah.
Just because every ability is a little bit different.
I suppose we can detect for certain stats though. If a certain stat is affected to instead do something like that would be reasonable. But Smite doesn't have categorized debuffs and things like that, which can make some of these types of ideas harder to implement.
The bouncing
All right,
off
let's
of
get
walls,
back.
double pounds, or creating your own one. I'm seeing that repeated a lot now, so that could be pretty interesting.
Someone bringing back the idea of the plague being the ultimate and the execute, kind of like a combination like Circuit idea. If someone's plagued, they take enough damage, they get executed, and the plague spreads.
I mean, if that's a stim like ulti, anyways, it could make sense to add all those, cleanse reversing effects on that longer duration, anyways.
Well, I feel like we have like two different ideas here for the plague. One is that more stim based, and one is more alt based. I don't think we can do both.
No, yeah.
So we'll have to come back. We'll have to collect ideas for a few more minutes. Then we'll have to go back and kind of like clean up through things and try to start putting things together.
Yeah, I do think one thing that would be probably good is right now the only ultimate ideas we have, like obviously a lot of these base abilities could be kind of amped up to ult level, but the only ult ideas we have listed here that I was able to get written down are Plague Ultimate in regards to like summoning for the whole bunch of them, or a kind of more like execute-y Plague or swap position. So if we
more
could go
ultimates.
back and look at some of these abilities or more ultimates.
Let's see if anyone else in the chat has new ultimate abilities. I'm scrolling down my chat, so I'm caught up again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys. There's a lot to go through, so I probably missed some.
Let's see. Cursed
Poppy
Fire.
suggesting a Morgan style ult where you build the ults with debuffs with the radial menu. That could be a lot.
I mean,
of
that's
work.
cool. I like the idea of the multi-plague ultimate, but we're trying to come up with new ultimates. That's one we've already kind of had brainstormed a bit.
Her ult call forth raw. Just summon Ra.
Just
How many
spawn a
times have I
Ra.
pitched it?
That'd be hilarious.
I've pitched this idea to Pawn and Clumsy a few times where a god ultimate, I think my first place I really pitched it was for Heimdall, where he would blow his horn and he would summon like ethereal forms of other Norse gods that would then like do
Yep.
cool stuff, and it would be like a giant team attack ultimate.
Yeah, with Heimdall, we had to have like a whole bunch of backups planned because the shooting someone into the sky into a whole other play space was scary.
Yeah.
True.
We started working on that a lot earlier.
I feel like so there's someone saying a like Nocturne alt, but we actually have that with Chernobog. Oh, they're talking about the blind. That's okay. That's kind of just Xbalanque alt though. Makes teams unable to see their allies unless in very close range and lose in wards. It's too much like X-Ball, I think. More plague alts. Here's a different one. A circle from Call Me Ding. A circle AoE alt where snakes and locusts release from Sekhmet and crawl on enemy gods, applying debuffs and dots. So like a point blank AoE like tick damage. An alt that targets an ally or enemy, and Sekhmet can dash to them Fenrir style, and potentially even resets on kill. Ajax looking cute. Thank you for that comment.
Hell yeah.
The resetting execute mechanic, that's very Achilles, and I'm trying to think if there's a way to like kind of spin that to be a bit more specific to Sekhmet.
What if it wasn't execute? What if this was an ultimate, like very much like this idea where it was a long distance targeted leap on someone, almost like a teleport, to someone, and then you don't have to kill them, but you have to deal enough damage, and then you could potentially get another fire. So you don't have to kill a god, you just have to do enough damage, and then you can fire it again, and so you could use it that way to like really get into the enemy team's backline. And get multiple.
Yeah, depending on if we have that
killing people.
I'm wondering if like depending on how we do the passive, maybe that could also be tied into that too. But you could make it so that you do that long distance leap and then they're marked and then you damage them and you see the mark filling when it succeeds. They get another burst of damage applied to them or some other heavy debuff, and you get like either huge cooldown back or you just get to use it again.
Is the enemy?
There has to be probably some protection against the same target. Imagine they could fight back.
Yeah, otherwise...
It's more just a way for you to engage.
If you ever just 1v1 someone, you're always getting that timer off.
Right.
Although you could make it a... you could make it a quick time event, as I've heard people say. Just, you get their pinned, they can't fight back. They have to succeed a quick time event to get you off faster.
That was one of my pitches for Daji alt. She was going to put you in like a Bayonetta style like contraption that you would have to quick time your way out of. The problem is having unique animations for putting the enemy gods in those places.
I'm wondering if there's a way to do like
to make a choice between 3 plagues. Okay, we talked about that.
I'm wondering if there's like a way to do like I'm trying to figure out like what the ultimate level of swap position would be, because I feel like just swapping means that it like has to like basically be guaranteed and confirmable, because that on its own isn't really powerful enough for an ult. Like it's obviously really good, but I don't know if it's powerful enough. But if you give it more power, you'd probably want it to be able to like be missable where people could juke it.
Yeah, and I've seen that mechanic in several different MOBAs, and all of those, it's almost with a ranged character, because with a melee character, you swap places and then you just run back towards them, right? It'd only be useful in a team fight scenario.
Oh, Graham Cracker did bring something up, which we didn't discuss, which just is a fun note to have, is the kind of like general stats of a character that we generally kind of gloss over here, but attack chains. He proposed an attack chain pattern of 1-1, 0.75, 1.5. And so the idea is that maybe like that 0.75 is like just a quick circle spin to damage AoE. I don't know if we've had like a full circle attack AoE. I think we've had...
I see, bigger. Like a true whirlwind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Sure.
Usually it's the first one I noticed messages, so I wanted to call it out.
Well, I think they on the swap ability, I think that could work as long as she has one ranged ability in the kit that you can follow up with. But then she's a warrior, so she'd be, obviously they would end up in the solo lane. You would just swap places with someone and then end up meeting in the middle. Maybe they would take a tower hit or something, or maybe they'd be in a bad position for their minions. But you would end up just changing places. It would be
Right.
really good in team fights, and it could kind of make sense with the plagues because you've got kind of like some dark magic type of feels with the plague, so it could kind of make sense. Like the disorienting plague causes people to change places, but I don't know. It feels like a reach. I'm doing my best here.
You could
Yeah.
you could do something kind of Ao Kwang like, where you like charge forward and you hit them, and maybe you start mauling them, but they have like a second to beads or so, but if they fail to beads, they go up in the air, and Sekhmet like takes them up into the air like with the weapon, and then they go back to wherever she chooses. She can choose a leap location, kind of like Hu Yi, and take them. But the way to avoid it is to beads before you actually go up in the air.
Yeah,
Or
I mean, even just hearing that, it
Juke it.
sounds like a melee Bastel ult in a way.
True.
Well, let's move to the stage where we start kind of cleaning up the kit and start slotting things into different abilities. And we can potentially, if we have a couple different things we like, we could potentially use a poll to pick between, passive A, B, or C, or
Yeah.
something like that. So if we see that opportunity. So looking at the passive here, what's your favorite one, Clumsy?
Let me pull back up. Well, I think, we talked about Stand Strange a little bit, but I don't know if we ever fleshed out ideas for that. We had the Rage idea, which I think was, quite liked by a lot of people. And then it for me really just came down to whether we wanted to lean in on the Rage or go for the like the resilience and the debuffs to buffs and lean that on the passive. Or if we wanted to use that as an active ability.
I think we want that as an active. So we're going to have a stim somewhere in the kit.
Yeah, I think I like this kind of Bloodlust really quick loop. It came up a lot, and I think the idea of like that kind of resilient passive plague thing makes more sense as a stim ability. And those would be the two that competed in my mind for passive slot.
Then we just need to make sure we have like an adequate reward for, what are we doing when the bloodlust or that rage is high? Is it just going to be pure stats, or is it going to be an additional mechanic on our abilities?
Stats, I think.
I mean, we talked
Stats
about
and maybe
the uncontrollable, right? Like if she gets it all the way up, then she maintains that uncontrollable. Or was that the term you used?
It was unstoppable.
Unstoppable. Uncontrollable.
So like
and
you were,
unstoppable.
yeah. So you were immune to most effects that were like pushes and stuns. Maybe some effects are still allowed to go through. Like maybe silence is still allowed to go through.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe disarm's
So
still allowed
that
to go
sounds pretty
through.
strong there.
Well,
so it sounds like
I like it. Let's start moving it into a new section and start cleaning up the key effects a little bit.
So, cleaned up kit. Start with passive, and we'll call this Bloodlust for now. Might come back for a better name, because I think Bloodlust is Kali.
Is it?
She might have that ability name.
Yeah.
Or maybe like one of her old abilities.
Let's see it.
Might actually be good with Bloodlust.
Yeah, I don't see it in the Smite wiki. Just for quick reference, I don't have the game database pulled up. So we have the Bloodlust passive. We have Plague alt, most likely. We've got some crazy weird stim that we'll still have to figure out how to make that work.
Is it Bloodlust or is it Heroism?
And then we have a movement ability and a ranged ability that
Bloodlust,
we have
definitely.
to pick from.
Bit of a wow joke for this in chat.
Hey, that idea was what inspired Fafnir's ability, Coerce. So just another quick recap for people who came in late. We are designing this god purely for fun, for exercise. This is not something that we're planning to put in the game. This is just a fun thing to do with the community and to show you just kind of how we think and how we work on God. So this is Sekhmet, but it is just a exercise, not a real God design.
Unless I'm joking, yeah.
It's possible we might come back around to it, but not something that's going to be revealed or anything anytime soon.
Right. So there's the passive. I kind of wrote it up in a way that I think covers most of the things with it. So you're empowered by combat. We would define what that rate gain would be. As she fights, she gains bloodlust, increasing her power and protections by a certain percentage for every 10 bloodlust. And then when she hits 100, she becomes unstoppable for 4 seconds, which is immune to stuns, knockbacks, and roots. And just to make sure that it doesn't feel too bad for losing the bloodlust because it's going to reset, you retain the full bloodlust protections and power for an additional 4 seconds after it fades. So you get to play with that a little bit more. This would probably be something that we iterate on quite a bit. But I think that roughly gets the rules right for what we were talking about.
Yeah, that sounds great.
That makes a lot of sense.
Cool.
So, ability.
I guess another big question just came down to: did we want that plague stim to be on an ability or an ultimate?
Well, we had kind of, I think, now that we have the unstoppable in the passive, and then we have the plagues still feel like the most popular ultimate. So actually, maybe we don't do that weird stim.
Sure. So we just do the plague ultimate instead. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. That's looking cool.
I think so.
Yeah, that's sick.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Putting,
got the glowing eyes.
Effects on the weapons and stuff that could potentially be tied into the stim. It could be like fire to go with her fire breathing, or it could be like blood red smoky stuff, or even like green pestilence.
Mm-hmm. I guess kind of just a question, just to kind of hear your thought process on it. While we were talking about all this stuff and trying to field things, what like really kind of like stuck out as like what was kind of like defining for Sekhmet that you felt like you wanted to like really highlight here? Because I feel like there's a lot of really cool things. I'm just curious if like anything specific from that conversation stood out and got added. Because I know like obviously the eyes and the fiery effects and the snakes from that.
Yeah,
I see those.
I think a lot of it comes down to like tone and like the personality of the character. Like, do you want her to feel like evil and aggressive, or just like ferocious and aggressive? Is she like intelligent or elegant or just really brutal? And I think she's pushing, like, from what I'm getting, like Bastet's a little bit more like sly and coy, kind of like nimble. And while Sekhmet is still agile with her cat legs, she's a lot like sturdier and maybe like colder, more down to business type character. So I was trying to get a bit more like bulky warrior, less like decoration outside of maybe like the helmet and stuff, things like that. So a lot of it just like coming down to personality, and obviously specific design cues like the weapons and the snakes and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's probably something we want to keep in mind then for when we kind of write down these kits, because like the flavor of the kit, of like the ability, you can have like a charge that pushes someone into a wall, but how they push them, what the action is, for example, could really dictate that personality. So it's she's not really evil aggressive, she's kind of like just ferocious aggressive, down to business, wants to get the fighting started and done with.
Agreed.
She wants a good combat.
Yes.
She enjoys the fight, though.
I guess
thrill of battle.
No, thank you so much for this, John. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so amazing. Like I'll just see concept artists like I'll see concept artists start with like kind of blob shapes, and then just over course time, like they'll add like a single line here or there, and all of a sudden like what they're going for starts getting more defined. It's basically magic to me. So it's very cool.
Progress we made in an hour.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Lots of practice and skills can come together in such an amazing way here. It's really beautiful.
I love that.
How are we doing on time? Are we going to be able to clean up the rest of these abilities before we run out of time?
So I think we have like what, 15-20 minutes?
Yeah,
I think we can.
Okay.
So we obviously probably want like a movement ability. We generally want probably like a clear ability. I think we talked about like something that let her brawl more directly, so maybe like a stim or a more close range ability. And then the ultimate was the plague ability. So we should probably start defining those. So
Well, the plague ability was the one that seemed most locked in.
So
for all the other
ultimate.
abilities, we had a lot of different stuff.
So I think Roar was a popular suggestion. So Roar could
yeah,
be that
with
close
a
range,
Roar.
that silent stun hit area.
With this, that one actually, because I would consider it maybe mid-range, right? Because you can silence and damage from a little bit of range, but then stun people who are really close range. And then think of it more like a narrow, long, like almost like a line cone, as opposed to like a really wide one. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah,
of.
so much more
Does that
directional.
make sense? Yeah.
Did you want to combine that kind of an attack with the fire? So it's like the fire aesthetic at the close range, and then kind of the Roar wavy lines to the far range, or did you want to have those two separate abilities? Being a warrior, you would obviously want to make sure she doesn't feel too magical.
I think putting fire as like an accent on this ability makes perfect sense, but I don't think it needs to be like a core feature of it, right?
Right,
Like
exactly.
if she's fire-breathing lioness goddess who's like roaring at you, you're gonna see some fire. Like instead of just relying on kind of like the sound distortion, we would put some fire in there to kind of convey the damage and stuff. But I don't really think
you might
this
be
would
able
be
to
like
use
a
that.
fire ability.
Maybe we'll use it as like accent for the, because if it's going to be kind of a sweet
the
spot
close
area,
range, right? Yeah, exactly.
That's what like the fire only ever really ends, like always ends towards the end of the stun area.
Yep.
Right.
That way we didn't have just like two projectile feeling kind of abilities. Magical, long range.
I'm gonna look up thesaurus, the trusty reference.
The game designer's most used tool. Okay.
Honestly, yeah.
20 minutes, team.
Like me.
And then we have to find we got to put a blind somewhere.
We have to get
I
that
still
eye
like
of,
the leap.
eye of Ra.
I still like the leap plus blind idea.
So that was what? She leaps into the air and creates like a blinding enchantment that falls down to the ground?
She leaps into the air and then she like becomes the sun and like flashes. Like she hovers in the air, flashes, and then anyone who looks at her gets blinded, and then she can choose a landing point, kind of like Hui, where you can continue choosing where you want to let. You don't have to leap right away. It's like a two-step
What if you have
fire.
a restricted camera pitch on?
I mean, you could play Hui with restricted camera pitch. It's not a
50.
problem.
No, for the enemies in case they can't see the blind. Then you just don't get blinded less.
Well, she wouldn't be that high off the ground. She would just
Okay,
be
so
like,
just like a
you know,
mid-range.
a little
Yeah.
bit. She'd be Hui height. Like it's not super high. So if you're looking in her general direction, you'd get blinded still. You don't have to actually tilt your camera up.
Yeah. No.
Smite has no
Just
Z
feels
axis. You know this.
Unless.
So there's ability 1, Maiming Roar.
New thing.
That's her ultimate.
Segment roars in a cone in
Z-axis.
front of her, causing enemies who hear it to become slowed and silenced. Enemies who are too close become stunned instead. A narrow cone, 50 degrees is very narrow for Smite. Most are closer to 90. Range of 50, that should get you melees and range pretty regularly. It's a little bit less than a basic attack. And then we just use distortion and sound waves to kind of define the hit area with fire coming from the mouth to engulf and add accent to the stun hit area specifically.
I like it.
That seems like the first ability. Ability 2.
Cool.
I'll just add notes for ability 3 as well. I heard a lot of conversation while I was writing that.
Yeah, ability 2 is like, I don't know, but ability 3, I was going back to the leap plus blind. So ability 3 would be you
leap
press the
brawl.
button. Yeah. Leap Ra. Ra's flight.
Oh yeah.
Where it's a single fire where you rise up into the air. Then she, like a ball of light forms around her and releases a flash, blinding any enemies that are looking toward it. And then she can choose a landing point to crash down and deal damage at.
Rising Sun. That's cool.
I
That's
like Rising
Japanese.
Sun.
Yeah, I know it is Japanese. It was a cool name.
Well, yeah, like
Tiger.
Rising. Yeah. We'll keep with Ra's.
Khepri's the Dawn
Dawn
Bringer.
of Ra. Yeah.
Impart the solar orb.
Oh, it is a
So
solar
she rises
orb.
in the air
Just
because
call it solar orb.
That's like an in-joke reference that no one gets, though.
Well, that's fine. We get some of the
This
jokes
is
that we
for
do
us,
on,
yeah.
on the stream are just for us. That's okay.
So she rises in the air, is engulfed in light. So like it's basically kind of like a Hui leap, and then there's a circle area underneath her that gets damaged for anyone who's in that blind. Or do we have anyone who's looking at it in a much larger radius gets blind?
Yeah, looking at it in a much larger radius gets blinded.
And we could probably
do,
scale
like,
the
80.
severity of the blind based on radius.
Yeah, maybe that'd be cool. So it's like partially semi-transparent if you're really far away. But the control scheme could essentially be exactly Hu Yi's for the sake of, ease of discussion for right now. I think in real practice we would probably adjust the, the timings and the ranges and stuff like that to on the feel there. But for the sake of discussion, it makes sense to just kind of think of it just like that.
I assume the leap down probably damages enemies when on landing.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the only damaging part of the ability.
Right. And so we'd probably be looking like leap range just to get a number there. 45 to 55 we'll do 50. That's generally about leap range. Shorter means less likely to go over walls, mostly. Should line of sight? I imagine line of sight would break this too.
The blind
It's like if you were line of sight. And LS. Cool. So we got Maiming Roar, we got Solo Orb. And we'll make this a little bit shorter, like 1.25, because that's probably a better reaction time for people.
This is her raw reference, which you need.
Yeah.
So we don't need to do that anymore.
Now we just need like a close range warrior style ability that just, we've got her mid to long range, we've got her movement ability, we've got the LT stim. We need something that just kind of like, whether it's a claw attack, something that you just pull out, whether it's a stim. Something more brawling.
The passive can give her bonus power as well as the partial CC immunity. So potentially we could think about only doing one of those on the passive and do one of those on the two. But if we look at the doc, maybe there's some other abilities that we like from the two. So there was like the mark / cleanse that could be interesting. There is the heavy debuff, CC exhaust. I think we want to save anything plaguey and poisony for the alt.
Well, I have an idea for the mark one. That might work.
The idea
so
from the
you could
community
do
was the mark could help her cleanse herself if did enough damage to the mark, but we can obviously expand upon that. But
yeah, if she's gonna be dual wielding the Kopesh, one thing you could do is do the cross swipe. So you do that as like a cone area in front of her. But we actually make that like a 270 degree, so that it actually hits behind as well. So you actually get a little bit of coverage there, and that way you can have like a pretty big defined area. You can use some fire and some plague effects to fill that area. And anyone hit in that giant area that's around her gets marked, and then she can follow up and do all the mark effects. That could be a way for her also to potentially quickly generate a lot of her passive.
it fits pretty well to the kit. It's not as closest to the community suggestions, though.
Yeah, it's mostly a way to apply the mark, because I think the mark, you need some damage on it, or some close range effect with it, because I think if you were just to mark it and then fail the condition, she kind of lacks a lot of immediate impact. A lot of her stuff becomes delayed. Maybe her ult fixes that.
How about ability 2 from Elegant Excalibur, Protector of Pharaohs. Sekhmet prepares herself for an incoming blow on herself or a nearby ally, and if she blocks the attack, she cleanses herself and reflects damage. We did say she
Oof,
was a
that could be good.
protector of pharaohs. It's like a bodyguard ability, which is like kind of like some of those counter abilities we talked about in the past, where you almost want to activate it and then intentionally get hit by something. Like, try to think about how that would work in the solo lane, though. You know, that's my only problem with that. What would it do
Yeah.
in the solo lane? Maybe let's flesh out the ultimate and then come back to ability 2.
Okay. So the key points I got for the ultimate were execute, many debuffs. A lot of people like the idea of like the plague ultimate applying a whole bunch of debuffs to targets. Those debuffs could be really powerful, and then some condition of actually killing someone if they maybe like failed being hit by too many plagues, or like Sekhmet followed up why they were plagued and did enough things.
So let's just go through the basic features first. So is this a line, a circle? Is it persistent, or is it a skill shot? Like, what do we think?
I thought this sounded like a pulsing aura around her that just like spawned more and more plagues as this ability continued, persisting.
Yeah, I like the synergy with the passive also of it being around her as well.
And that way you just get this cool swirling feeling of like larger and larger amounts of plagues and sand even.
Persistent
yeah, so
AoE.
I'm thinking like, just to avoid it feeling too stim, like some immediate impact on use, so that it feels, if you just get next to someone and you use it, you've already gotten like halfway there.
I see. It's kind of Osiris-y. Well, it could have an instant AoE
it's almost,
burst that applies plague, and then you could get bonuses for like staying nearby plagued people. Yeah, it is very Zhonghui. But I think you definitely want that big burst on fire.
Yeah. You can apply like half the plagues on someone immediately.
We also talked about the ability to change the effects it gives. How would we do that? And do we need to keep the execute, or were we just memeing?
I don't know if we need to, but people really they kept suggesting it. I think if we can make this feel impactful enough without execute, that's probably a good goal.
I mean, you could refire this ability, because I know we love refires. If someone's hit with all plagues and they're below 30% health, you can end this effect early to just have the plague devour one person.
And how would you hit someone with multiple different types of plague? Is it just like staying near them for a long period of time, and she like cycles through like plague 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and if you stay near the whole 4?
Yeah, I think it'd probably have to be like the stacks are independent for each person. So if one enemy is there from the very beginning, they're going to start with 1, but if someone comes in later on, it's still going to be applying from the first, the second to the third. So as soon as if someone's in there for the full whatever duration might be for the 5 plagues, obviously the duration of the ultimate would need to last long enough so that someone coming in later will still be able to get to 5 plagues. That's why you can have that burst at the start as well, maybe applying 2 to 3 of them out of the 5 or 6. And then if someone gets to 5 or 6, you can end it early to refire and consume that one person with a plague, executing them, devouring them whole.
As you all can see in the chat, getting the abilities from very like rough brainstormed ideas into like final ability ideas is a really lengthy process. So we're doing our best to get these all together. We're almost through it. I think we have the good general concept of the alt. Maybe we just fudge it a little bit about what's going on here, but it's definitely a point blank AoE that applies new damage and new debuffs to targets that stay near Sekhmet for too long.
Yeah, and so I'm thinking kind of going with Clumsy's approach, the idea of it like kind of cycling through these and applying it. I like the idea of like at the end, maybe on a refire, or maybe just at the end, anyone who's still nearby is penalized based off how many plagues are on them. So like,
wait, AoE execute
after the
can you imagine
plague, enemies who are still nearby take damage based on how many plagues are on them.
Nice.
So the idea here, is you want to basically pop this on everyone. You stay near as many targets as you can. You use your unstoppable. You use your leap to make sure that you're staying near targets. You're maiming roar to make sure they can't get away or that they're stunned next to you. And you just apply these plagues until finally, when it ends, you're next to that one person. Really punish them.
Sounds good. We've only got 5 more minutes. We've just been told by the master Jithens himself. The
The Mad
production
Master, I like it.
Yeah, he's just he's our production leader today. So don't want to be upsetting him. We've got to come up with this last ability. I feel like the melee strike plus mark were very popular suggestions early on, and something that Pawn had a pretty strong idea for. So I think we just go with that.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
go for it.
I'll write it down. What do you want to call it?
Pawn, you just write it out. I don't know what type of word for sever or slice have we not used yet. No.
We'll do mark of Sekhmet.
Slash. Name it slash.
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 Severing
again.
slash.
And Pawn is gonna write this out, and Pawn, you just focus on that, get it so we can get it done by the time. And me and Clumsy and we'll do a little closing out. Do we have any additional updates from John to show the players before we wrap it up here today?
There we go.
Yeah, I'm just noodling away a little bit. I thought it could be cool.
Oh, I see some details on the arms and the belt.
It could be cool with her connection to Ra. I liked the fire effects on the swords, but trying to think of something that would give her more like when you see her from across the lane, it's her. So since she's so tied to Ra, what if she had like little suns in the back of her swords?
I like
kind
that
of, like,
a lot.
Swooshed and trailed.
Yeah.
And they could
we could also use
grow
that for the
as she
leap
gets her
ability.
stim or whatever.
Yeah, we could use it as the source for that blinding ability. That's really cool.
Yeah, she can like put them Kopeshes together and the suns kind of collide. Oh, I like it.
That'd be cool. Like a crossed blades while she's flying in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Really cool. Thank you so much, John, for participating with us and show us this amazing art, this amazing skill that you have.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fun challenge.
Well, we're almost out of time. Thank you, Pawn and Clumsy, for working with me on this. Pawn as our scribe and writer. That's the toughest job in the whole room, I would say. So thank you for doing that. Again, thank you to everyone. Chat was super active. Thank you so much. We had a lot of people in here, a lot of people
awesome.
suggesting ideas. It was really great to have so much participation. And
do you have time to run through the kit once?
Yeah.
But we have really cool stuff coming up after this. And yeah, we totally should just take a look at the kit.
One last run through.
If we can just get it all on screen, or maybe like zoom out a little bit in the dock if we can, to get it all in like one shot so people can take a look at it. No, that's not possible. Okay. Well, we will of course we'll copy and paste it and we type it out. We usually put it on Reddit for y'all to reference and take a look at. So we can do that. And also keep in mind that really big announcements coming up after this segment. There's maybe a few more things that we're going through, but later today, the showcase and the patch notes are today for the new season. So you're going to see a lot of big stuff after this. So check that out.
Hi-Rez presents. It's going to be very exciting.
Cool. So really quickly running through the kit, we focused on making a warrior who's really good at kind of diving into the thick of the fight. So we have the general. I added the hit chain suggestion with the 0.75 AoE whirlwind because we haven't had like that full circle attack. We have the passive bloodlust. So Sekhmet is empowered through combat, and as she fights, she gains bloodlust really, really quickly, gaining protection and power for every 10 bloodlust she gets. But when she's at 100, she actually gets complete immunity from stuns, knockback, and roots for 4 seconds. So she can pop this and then stay and fight, and it's really hard to peel her off. Maiming Roar is her first ability. She roars in a cone, causing enemies who hear it to become slowed and silenced, or if they're too close to become stunned instead. A much more narrow cone, longer range, just to make sure that it has kind of differentiating factors from Achilles in regards to how that ability works. But we can also use the fire from the breath to also kind of make sure that feels very Sekhmet. We have ability to slash, all caps. Sekhmet pulls both Kopesh in front of her before unleashing a cross strike, damaging enemies in a 270-degree cone around her. Enemies hit are marked by Sekhmet, and if she's able to deal 20% of their health in the next 6 seconds, Sekhmet removes a random debuff from herself. If she has no debuff, she gains movement speed instead. And this has like a range of 16, so she has to be close to use this. We got Solar Orb. Sekhmet rises into the air as her form becomes engulfed in light. After 1.25 seconds, enemies within 80 units, so pretty long, that are looking at Sekhmet, become blinded as she erupts in light. And when that happens, she gets to choose a landing location and damages target she lands onto, with a leap range of 50. And then finally, Ultimate Plague Bringing. Probably would come up with a different name. Sekhmet summons forth a plague around her, immediately damaging enemies around her and applying a plague to targets who are nearby. Every 1.25 seconds, a new plague appears, refreshing any existing plague and applying a new plague as well. After the 5th plague, enemies who are still nearby take damage based on how many plagues are on them. So trying to apply these, we'd obviously come up with plague ideas for what exactly each plague does and the visuals of them, but that is where we're at. This would be a really good starting point for kind of really fleshing out the character and getting very specific.
Awesome job. I love it.
And if we could
Thank
see
you
the
to
artwork
the
one more
community.
time, that'd be really cool.
Yeah.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
Thank you.
Really nice.
Now I'm excited
Cool.
about it.
Cool, well, that was
It's
a fun
probably one of those
panel.
things.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of excited for segment now.
I thought 2 hours was going to actually be a little bit too long, but we still used up all the time.
It's tough. I mean, the usual, we were running around like crazy trying to hurry through it. So I think a little extra time felt really good. And we came up with a nice kit and beautiful art. And yeah, thanks everybody and have a good week with Hi-Rez Showcase and SWC.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Have a good one.
I'll let you go, just need some time. At your own pace, you need to find your way. I know now you'll never change your mind for something that matters to me. You do not know what I have in mind. I packed our bags, we'll be on our way. The night was long as I waited without a sign. 'Cause I know what matters to you. But what do you want? What's your biggest need? Every hour we spend together, then suddenly the chances are small, just like the lottery. It's been 72 weeks in this town. I still believe I'll see you again. No matter what, I got off the ground for something that matters to me. But what do you want? What's your biggest need? Every hour we spend together, then suddenly the chances are small, just like the lottery. I just hope we could stay together. We wait and see, but the chances are small, just like the lottery.
I heard you say you found the story all tucked away in the back of the room. Been lost for years, far away from the glory, in the midst of our day-to-day routine, in the corner of our minds. We're not in blue, we're not in mourning, to raise the truth. It takes more than will.
Hello and welcome everyone to one of my favorite parts of every year. We get to go to the cosplay contest now. Of course, you already saw just now in that intro video a ton of the fantastic costumes we've seen in the past, whether it was a very, very great Sobek. There was a Geb one year that looked phenomenal, and they just keep getting better. That's the thing that really blows my mind. We had phenomenal costumes the first year. I remember being a fan at the event and seeing all of that. And then every single year afterward, it seems like everyone just decided that they needed to one-up the year before. And since then, it's been nothing but insane costumes. Luckily for me, I don't have to do this alone, though. I will have, as I did last year and the years before that, Romanova and Cupcake with me. And I'm excited because you two know way more about what you're talking about than I do. So that'll make things a lot easier. Cupcake, how have you been?
I've been great. I'm really excited for the new year, for
Well, we
HRS
don't have your audio
this
just
year.
yet, so I'll come back to you in a second. We'll see, Romanova. Maybe we have you online. Oh, okay. I can't hear you. That's all me. Never mind. So, Cupcake, sorry I interrupted.
Oh, you're good. I was just saying I'm excited for the new year, excited for HRS, and excited for the cosplay contest once again. But thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, again, I'm always excited to have you both here just because of what you've been able to do in the past. Romanova, how have you been? I love the hat.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm always repping my best girl Tyra, so I had to do a little casual Red Winter Tyra for today. Again, best girl. No debating it. But yeah, I've been great. I actually just got to cosplay a little bit in the month of December myself, so really just I think some of the inspiration might have came from judging some of these cosplays that we are going to see today. It's just, getting back into the excitement of creation and just seeing, the love for both Smite and Paladins.
It's always fun to see, especially because some of these costumes, like I said, they get absolutely, ridiculously good, scary good to me. And
yeah,
I know, a lot of people, I've been stuck at home for a while. Typically, that's going to do either boosting your creativity or it's going to maybe make it suffer a little bit, depending. But I know a lot of these people just absolutely knock it out of the park. So we can actually go ahead and look at the first costume that we're going to be bringing into this. And again, absolutely fantastic work. And we get Pumpkin Spice Discordia, and the wings are phenomenal.
I love how this came together. She actually was posting her progress over the course of the last several months on Twitter, so I kind of got to follow along that way, and it was really fun to see the whole costume come together, and also the personality that goes along with it as well.
Yeah, the video was adorable.
And if I remember correctly, last year, I remember we freaked out because someone had made I think it was Artemis's hat, and it looked very similar here, someone crafting a hat, and that's just, you shouldn't just be able to do that to me.
Right, and hats are a crazy thing to try to create because you also have to think about as it sits on your head, are you going to be able to move around, look around without it falling over or just not making it look realistic? She did an amazing job of bringing it together.
Well, it was
Witch
a fantastic.
hats are.
Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, witch hats of any kind are really hard to make. I made my first one this Halloween. So just seeing that kind of stay on and balance, kind of like Cupcake said, excellent job. You already won just making your cosplay by having that stability.
And as we just saw, it looks fantastic, and I'm excited to see because, again, we have the fact that there's more is always what blows my mind. We have another one that we can go ahead and take more of a peek into as we bring it forward. And again, just a beautiful, beautiful Vivian cosplay, which is not something that I thought I was going to get to see this year. But Romanova, I mean, this knocks it out of the park.
I know. So this is one of my favorite Vivian skins, probably next to her Vampire Huntress skin. But yeah, when we came out with this, I believe it was the beginning of last year, maybe? It feels like it wasn't that long ago, but it was. Student of Magic Vivian, she crushed it. The pattern, just everything was very spot on. It was very hard to spot any, you have to look very closely to see where the differences are from the actual skin in game and her cosplay. So yeah, this is Rusty actually, and last year she entered as Tyra, but she did not make the final, the top four, that ended up going in it. But she was one of our bandit Tyras last year, but there was only one that made it to the top three. But yeah, she has made it clearly to our top three this year. So,
and you've got to be happy. First off, the consistency is there, right? I mean, if you already competed last year and are someone that is memorable, that's always a good sign for you. And of course, I think that's something that is always. I think we had like. I can't remember who it was, but they made like a tier costume. They had a Hu Yi costume. Like we've got their props here, like after they made them, and that's the kind of thing
Oh,
that I'm
yeah.
used to seeing for a lot of it.
Yeah, I love seeing the cosplayers come back year after year, continuing to compete, and then watching their skills just continue to develop and grow over time.
Yes.
Like they always start fantastic, and then they just keep pushing the bar. It's incredible.
It's absolutely insane. And again, this is just the thing that I think I look forward to every year. We can even continue looking at some of these costumes as we move forward to the next contestant who is able to apply. And we get a nice Morgan Le Fay. And now this is one that you didn't have a whole lot of time to get together.
No, her
Yeah,
release,
she
what?
launched
It was
earlier
like not
this
too long ago.
But watching this come together was really incredible, and seeing, you know, our newer characters be brought to life in our community to really attach themselves and find inspiration in our new characters that come out, you know, very consistently. It was fun to see her bring Morgan Le Fay to life.
And again, you know, like every time I see when we look at Paladins cosplays as well as we just saw, you know, 2 contestants go, the guns are always something that's really amazing. But like the sword that you have to make for something like Morgan Le Fay like that is like ridiculously detailed and well done on top of that. And Cupcake, it just feels like it fits.
Yeah.
It brings like the nuance out of it.
It really does. I think cosplay is all about, you know, embodying that character, but that doesn't just stop at the costumes. It really goes down to the weapons, how they wield those weapons, the personality that goes into it. So when all those things come together, it is purely magical. I love it.
And Romanova, I know, like, you know, we've seen a lot of these, but like these props, like even the small details, I go back to that Vivian skin just because it's now popping into my head, but like the little vials of potions that you'll have, like all of these things aren't like the easiest one to put together, but 2 to even notice when you're looking at the skin sometimes.
No, and also too, I just want to say for like judging and everything, from a crafter perspective too, there is certain areas that there can be some forgiveness because of depending on what level you entered as well. Like these ones that we're seeing right now, they're journeymen, so they're not going to be quite the level of masters yet because they don't have those years of experience. But you still see their growth. Like the Morgan Le Fay cosplayer we just saw. I believe this is her first time entering, or this is my first time seeing her. But then the Vivian that we just saw, seeing that prop this year compared, like the gun was great for the Tyra, Bandit Tyra they did last year, but they, again, did not make the top 4 last year. But this year, making the top 4, you know, it's so great to see the improvement because that Vivian gun was just so clean. And the sword, but also for the Morgan Le Fay, since that was who we just saw, the sword was, I think, my favorite part of that cosplay.
It will never cease to amaze me that I almost forgot that it was like journeyman and masters category, because like even the journeyman seems like so far like just out of place from where I could make something. Like if you sat me down in a room with the exact same materials and gave me like 3 years, I might be able to come up with something resembling slightly like that sword. Nothing of the rest of it. I could never make a costume. So it's always impressive to me. But we do still have one more person to show off in this category. We can go ahead and check out one more costume. And of course, we get to bring in a nice Merrymaker Maeve, which is perfect for the time of year. And this is a skin, I mean, this one's been in the game for a little bit, Romanova, but like it feels like it's got a lot more detail than even like base Maeve skin does.
Oh, absolutely. And this was one, you know, that obviously like just the personality kind of shines in it, like the fun kind of energetic, you know, cat-like character Maeve is, you know, and I think that's something that's always really important when we showcase these.
And it doesn't highlight the fact that Maeve still has what I would argue is one of the creepiest line deliveries. Like her good night whenever she throws up the darkness is like, it is genuinely frightening. And then you see that skin, and they seem to be at odds, at least in my head. Either way, absolutely fantastic, fantastic work from them. And Cupcake, I mean, that one was another one that, again, it's just a lot of intricate detail, specifically in like the dress as well as in like the gloves.
Yep.
All sorts of things that really stand out.
I remember when we were interviewing the cosplayer, she was telling us about how she had used wire in her skirt to give it that kind of stand outness and kind of keep it from just being flat and laying down. And so just the idea that she thought of like, okay, I want it to look a certain way. I want it to sit a certain way. What can I do to make that happen? And I mean, she executed perfectly. It looks phenomenal. And I think that all of our, I mean, journeyman just means that you've had less time cosplaying, but the skill level is still there. Our cosplayers are fantastic.
Especially, I mean, as you just highlight, you know, you're making the model for in-game, right? You can give a certain piece of fabric a rigidity or lack thereof that it wouldn't normally have because it's a game. It's kind of like magic to make it work that way. Doing that in real life is absolutely ridiculous to be able to then enable that. Yeah, so that's phenomenal work. But we can look now to see who the winners were. Of course, your first, second, your third, and all things like that. And it is the Merrymaker Maeve that stands out on top. Of course, Pumpkin Spice Discordia there in third place, and second was that Vivian skin. So from what you had mentioned before, going from not quite making it into the top 3 now to being second place, as you've seen from year to year, but then also being able to stand out front with beautiful detail in that Merrymaker Maeve dress and just costume from top to bottom. In fact, we even got to hear from Erica, and we can go ahead and listen to that now.
Hi, I'm Sarah, and I cosplay as Merrymaker Maeve. I would like to thank Hirez so much for the opportunity, and I'm so grateful for winning. Last year, I started crafting this cosplay, starting from the study of the model and dividing what I wanted to create into various steps. Based on the in-game models and some fan art, I tried to recreate as much details as possible, such as the cute pose on the gloves. For all the insight, you can also find my video tutorial on my YouTube channel. I loved making this cosplay so much. It was so fun and cute. Again, thank you so much for the winning. And you can find me on social media like Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube as Arika or arika.cosplay.
I mean, that's fantastic. I think, first off, absolutely not just her, but follow all of them on any social media that you can find them on, because it is phenomenal work to see. But I'm mostly intrigued because she had mentioned that there was a video of like a how-to of how that was made. So I think I know what I'm going to do when I get some downtime a little bit later. But, I mean, you were saying this, and Romanova, you can maybe speak to it as well, but like, that level of detail getting put in, despite the fact that it's, you know, not, you know, what is their separation? However many years of work, right? Where it's just like, okay, you haven't had as much experience under your belt. You're already doing things like that. That's already impressive.
Yeah, and I think that it also comes. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go for it.
Okay, I was just gonna say the years of experience show, but this one was, I think, a harder decision standout wise than our masters wise, because the Vivian was so hard for us to really choose between those two. It came down to just little tiny things and just certain details, like such as like the Maeve's tail. Like, it wasn't just a tail attached. Like, it had shape. It had, like, it bounced as she moved. It had that movement. And there, each cosplayer also had additional time to submit additional pictures and videos that were chosen for the top 4 as well. So, you know, those two were really hard to decide between, because they're both like spot on to each character. But
we had many meetings between us being like, let's figure this out. First and second, how are we going to do this?
I can imagine the arguments over like the details. Like, it's like, well, we have to look at X, Y, and Z. It was like, yeah, but think about ABC.
Well,
like, hold on.
Exactly.
Well, we think those are all phenomenal. Again, congratulations over there. What a beautiful Merrymaker Maeve cosplay. But now we can get into, I think, even higher breakdown. We get to move to the Masters for the cosplayers this year. And again, this is all going to be years of separation, so how long they've been working on it, and of course what we can expect out of them. I'm going to go ahead and take a peek-see at the first one that we have available for you. And already it should blow your mind. We've got a Chernobog, and I know Semui-san was in the cosplay contest last year, if I'm right, Cupcake.
You are correct, but they also won last year with their Rama cosplay. I don't know if y'all remember seeing the light up bow, the light up everything, the bodysuit that went into it, but this is the same cosplayer bringing back a new cosplay this year.
And Romanova, I gotta ask this because like this stands out to me immediately, but like working with lights like that cannot be easy. Like, they're everywhere on his body.
No, and this cosplayer too does all the work for that themselves too. It's not just buying like LED lights, like they're hooking up every little bit of the wires and every LED in there, casting it into resin for some of them. And additionally too, one of the things that was most impressive too was the wings. Those wings, there are attachments that he is able to not only like have them closed, but they spread out as well.
Well, I mean, that, first off, somebody who just won last year and looks phenomenal in the Chernobog here. And that's just the first of many that we have to look at. We can go ahead and actually look at the next contestant here and their submission. And of course, it is going to be a Crimson Queen Hera here for Keller.
There's nothing else to say. Like, I mean, there's a lot to say, but elegant is literally the first thing that I think of as soon as she appears in this video.
Oh yeah, totally regal. And so many details put in, again, to her props and her weapon, but also her dress and her wig is beautiful, and it's got the headpiece that sits amazingly. She did fantastic.
It's one of those things, like, sometimes, you know, I'll use the Chernobog as an example, right? The lights, it seems very, like, out there. It's a difficult costume to pull off. And then you look at the Hera, and, like, there's certain things that don't immediately catch your eye. But then you look a little closer, and you're like, wait a minute. You've got this gem piece that I didn't even realize she has on her skin right there. Like, you've got these details in the staff that I never would have noticed otherwise. Things like that really do kind of separate it and kind of showcase, I think, where the skill can always fall between the cosplayers. And again, part of the reason I love doing this so much every single year is because they open my eyes to everything we have. That's going to be 2 of the contestants. We can go ahead and move forward and see the third of the list here in the Masters category. It's going to be Choo Choo Geek Art as the Mulan skin, the Aesir Mulan skin nonetheless. And Cupcake, this one, it feels like it's even more complicated because it's Norse on top of that.
Yeah, we were, you know, when we have these cross pantheon skins, seeing that come to life and seeing how she adapted, bringing multiple cultures together. Also, can we just talk about that wig? Incredible wigmanship. Really
Wig was
beautiful job.
Like, the wig was definitely what first stood out to me. And I believe she was saying as well when we interviewed her that was her first time doing that much wig work before for a cosplay, and she crushed it.
I mean, yeah, absolutely fantastic. Wigs, like, I've seen, my wife has done work with wigs before and also sworn to not do any more work with wigs before. It is definitely something that takes a next level commitment in order to lock down. But that's only 3. We've got 1 more to show you before we can reveal the winners here. So we'll go ahead and take a look at that one as well. And again, another fantastic cosplay. Not just one that I love, but Plaguebearer Izanami. So you get even the Plague Doctor here. And this one has so much detail in it from top to bottom. I mean, Romanova, you've got feathers, you've got the mask, it's got everything.
Oh my gosh, so I might be a little biased here. Izanami is my main in Smite, but I absolutely love this skin and the detail. And you're talking about the feathers. One of the coolest parts of interviewing this cosplayer was getting, like, these are things that you wouldn't know just from pictures, is while we were interviewing her, she showed us that each of those feathers that were handcrafted, they're individually stitched onto that skirt so that as she moves, they move. So she can sit down and it's completely comfortable. So I really love that level of versatility and just comfort with a cosplay, especially something that's armored
so
like that.
And then also she had the feathers on her armor as well, and those were identical but made out of a completely different material. So just having that kind of standardization of your craft, beautiful work.
So having multiple types of feathers, although all still resembling each other, but also comfort in the cosplay might be like the next level strategy. That's definitely one that's difficult to attain most of the time. Well, we can find out who exactly the winners were, and then I'll pick your brains about who it was who won. Of course, Keller, we saw that beautiful skin a couple of minutes ago. There, the Crimson Queen Hera is 3rd. 2nd place goes to the Plaguebearer Izanami that we just saw. But 1st place, once again, Samui-san, that Chernobog, just knocked it out of the park. What made them stand out above everybody else? Cupcake, we'll start with you and then go to Romanova.
So this was, like, obviously insanely difficult to try to figure out, okay, how do we rank these cosplays? But it really came down to having a very strong skill set in a very diverse range of craftsmanship. So when you talk about the bodysuit that was made, there's 2 bodysuits that are custom created to give that peeled flesh look. The LED lights coming through, the wings that span out, and then all of the little details that went through each and every part of that cosplay. That's what brought it to number 1 for me.
Romanova, is it the same for you?
Yeah, so I mean, it was stand out. The harder one to decide between was Keller and Kaiva, mainly because they're they're two different types of cosplays essentially. One is more armor based, one is more like with seams and just patterning as well. But overall, I think just by the movement and the detail that went into the Plaguebearer Izanami and the mask functioning as well, it just kind of was just a little bit ahead of it to get that second place spot. But we were so impressed, especially too with like the wig work, the detail, the hand patterning, with everything that Keller brought to the table. I mean, she's from Russia, and I swear it is something. There's something in the air. Russian cosplayers are just always on top of their game. Like if I see a good cosplay on Instagram and I look and I'm like, whoa, this is amazing. Most of the time it's somebody from Russia, I'm not gonna lie. They just are amazing cosplayers, and I was so impressed. Also, I would really love to see her cosplay Leon. I'm just putting that out there.
Oh, it's a bunch of fantastic cosplays. But of course, one winner here. We got a word from the winner after they were told their victory.
Hi everyone, I'm Samui-san. I just found out that I won. That's crazy, man. Thank you so much for this incredible opportunity to participate again this year. This contest showed me a lot of opportunity to explore myself and to be more creative. Chernobyl has a design so powerful that I could not resist to make a cosplay. The body is the part that I'm most proud because I don't work with latex or something materials like this, so I just have fabric, foam, EVA, hot glue. I need to be more creative. The spine, horns, so I want to something magical, something light, something with LED. So I create a vacuum box, and each spine, horn, I create with EVA, and I put on together in this vacuum box. I just put plastic moldable, I hit them, and voila! I have the all parts, or spine, horn, in plastic moldable. Once again, thank you so much, Taylor, Romanova, and Hirez Cupcake, and all team to Hirez Showcase. Thank you so much.
Well, congratulations again on the win, but also not just them. Make sure you go follow every single cosplayer you saw today. They all did phenomenal work. Of course, a couple being able to now stand tall and proud as the victors. But of course, you also want to make sure you follow, and like I'm thankful for this, follow Cupcake, who's been doing a lot. I know specifically, I want to say a lot of cosplay, but realistically, I've seen a lot more of your music lately, playing a lot of guitar and singing and things like that. So you always want to follow Cupcake. And of course, you want to follow Romanova, who had just mentioned that she was doing a cosplay there in December, along with all of the other fantastic things that you two both provide for the community. And of course, follow all of these cosplayers. Make sure that you are tuned into it, or if you want to, figure out now what you want to do, and next year try to get involved in the cosplay contest. It's always really fun. But thank you two for joining me on this, and of course doing the hard part and actually choosing the winners, which I'm glad I didn't have to be a part of. You did a fantastic job, as well as all these cosplayers. So thanks so much for joining me. But for now, we've got a montage of all of the cosplayers that we saw, and then shortly after that, you're going to be in the Hi-Rez Presents portion of the broadcast. So a lot that's still coming up, and a lot of fun to still be had. So make sure you stay tuned, and we'll see you later.
Thanks, Gore. Bye.
Dime si tú quieres algo más. Dime si tú necesitas algo dulce para calmar esta noche. Va a ser loca. Esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Dime si te quieres acostar. Dime si tú quieres que yo haga algo con tu madre esta noche. Te doy un anillo. Por eso va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Esta noche, esta noche, esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Esta noche, esta noche, esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Tú quieres mis horas. 1, 2, 3, 4. Porque ya tienes todas las 3 de mi corazón. Esta noche va a ser loca. Esta noche será la primera de nuestra vida. Esta noche, esta noche, esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Esta noche, esta noche, esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Esta noche, esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Esta noche, esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Esta noche, va a ser la mejor de tu vida.
Better get about my way. This is start of a new day. Feel fresher than toothpaste. Singing out, this be the new thing. New swing set. I'ma go for the loop, man. I'm a fruit gone loopy. That's the Sammy the toucan. Screaming out, who cares? My soul bare. I'm done with the cold stare. My heart hang off the tip of my shoestring. Stay untied, that's usual. I'm not put together. Do better than you do. That's magic. I'm voodoo. You a doll playing dress up. But your getup is poo-poo. Okay, I'll fess up, I'm messed up, but that's true for you too. We stare at our messages, hoping for contact, like somebody please take us out of this nonsense. The world end after every broadcast, and to save it seemed a tall task with no cape and no cash and a broke out, with no breaks and no stakes involved in the state of the world state. It's all lost, so we counting our birthdays. We party hard, get turned on a Thursday, and like we got it all, while we act in the first place. You raised by a screen that get up in your nerve ends. You Looney Tune babies better know that you perfect. Nobody can tell you one thing. Get your crazy, throw it all on the surface. Make yo something from nothing. Take a shot at your purpose. Post a talk for a man who probably needs his own service, cause he's scared.
Alright guys, Hi-Rez presents checklist time. New soundstage built? Check. New announcements? Check. A slate of eclectic developers to humanize the games we make? Check. Love it. Alright everyone, let's make this the best Hi-Rez presents we've ever made. Alright, let's open with a big sweeping crane shot in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Rogues from around the world. Welcome to the 2022 Hi-Rez Presents Rogue Company keynote presentation. My name is Alex Cantatori, VP of Brand here at Hi-Rez Studios, and I'm so excited to share with you, along with some of my fellow coworkers.
Our test audiences say that coworkers feels too impersonal. Let's say friends.
Along with my friends, to take a look ahead at what's coming in Rogue Company Year 2. Today, we'll take a first look at the new rogues, maps, and features coming both in our next update as well as later in 2022. But first, let's take a look, or should I say glimpse, at the final rogue of Rogue Company Year 1. That'll make sense in just a second. Just stay with it.
Can we do one of those fancy world premiere lines?
Make it bassy and velvety. Ooh, like I wanted to tuck me into bed.
Hit with it.
World premiere.
There are greater things at stake than glory or vanity.
there is purpose.
You're right. He's gone. You're safe now.
No, he got the data. Now no one is safe.
Introducing Glimpse, our final rogue of year one. Supporting a play style that sports stealth, Glimpse is the result of 10 years of genetic engineering with one goal in mind, to become the perfect weapon. Now, she devotes her life to stopping those that made her.
With camouflage that hides her from view and heightened senses to locate nearby enemies, Glimpse is built for stealth and to get the drop on her opponents.
Okay, let's add a light joke to the mix that's not actually funny, but shows that our brand has a public-facing soft side.
Now that we've revealed Glimpse, let's take a glimpse.
That's lame as hell. I love it.
At a new initiative we here at First Watch Games will also be introducing in our Season 4 Glimpse update and continuing throughout Year 2. Moving ahead in 2022, we're doubling down on quality improvements with the introduction of Project Saint.
Throughout 2021, we were focused heavily on introducing new content into the game. New rogues, maps, cosmetics, limited time modes. Closing out year one of Rogue Company, we've seen the community's feedback for stronger focus on quality of life improvements. And we agree.
That's why 2022 is about slowing things down on Rogue character releases and focusing on quality of life improvements and new play experiences.
This is a multi-month concentrated effort to add new quality of life features. Features like larger maps, new perks, and gadgets.
Picks and bans and ranked, revisions to your favorite modes and rogues such as Vi finally getting a new passive, and of course, fixing bugs and glitches.
You've seen the first steps of this in our Umbra update, with the introduction of an all-new matchmaker for better quality games and the release of the Battlezone game mode, two of the biggest requests from our community.
Battlezone in particular, which was a new game type introduced in the Umbra update, is emblematic of the type of big gameplay mix-ups we want to introduce with Project Saint.
In addition to further work on Battlezone, our goal with Project Saint is to iterate our core game modes, not to mention working on all new game modes. We want every moment of Rogue Company to be even better and more memorable.
One of the systems we'll be introducing as a part of Project Saint will be human backfill, and it works just as the community's requested. If a teammate leaves, a new player will take their spot. The only bodies you'll need to fill are the enemies, full of lead.
Whoa, bail out. That got dark.
We have more features planned for Project Saint on our dev calendar, including a rework of how interactions work. No more repairing when you want to revive or ziplining when you want to defuse the bomb. We're working closely with our community team to make sure we are listening to your feedback and prioritizing your requests.
Project Saint is only one component of Rogue Company Year 2. Now, we'd like to give you a look at the first map coming to Rogue Company next year.
World premiere.
Rogues. In the heart of the Arctic tundra lies volcanic destruction. This is Meltdown. A geothermal energy plant, this top-secret AI research facility sits atop a dormant volcano. Or so we thought. Jackal has attacked this facility and has sent it to self-destruct, which our source at the base tells us would cause a chain reaction of catastrophic volcanic eruptions all around the world. That's where we come in. As you make your way through this facility, you'll battle both the enemy and the elements. Nestled in the icy tundra, Meltdown's multi-level compound provides ample vantage point to get the drop on your foes. Just hold on tight to those zip lines. The floor is locked. Well, you know. Available across King of the Hill, Team Deathmatch, Demolition, and Strikeout. Get ready to dive into Meltdown with a Year 2 Season 1 update in Rogue Company.
Welcome to Meltdown. Living up to its name, the two sides of the map are split between the facility's location near a volcano's core and the icy tundra that surrounds the area.
Verticality is a big feature of this map, so you can aim to get the drop on the enemy team. Just be sure to watch out for the nearby lava.
But we're not stopping there. Meltdown is only our first new map of 2022. The best part is, they're free for all Rogue Company players. We'll have more to announce on these maps in the coming months.
Now, we're excited to bring you the first look at the first Battle Pass for Year 2 of Rogue Company. Let's take a look.
Introducing the Neochrome Battle Pass. In this Battle Pass, we wanted to explore the themes of cyberpunk and sci-fi, with new outfits for Switchblade, Vi, Chalk, and the Fixer.
And that's just the first Battle Pass of Year 2. As our programmers are focusing on improving the game with Project Saint, our artists are dedicated to creating even more great content throughout the year, alongside our normal balance and quality of life updates.
Now let's cut to employees around the world.
They only have webcams. Is that okay?
It's more than okay. It's authentic.
Now that you've had a look ahead into Season 4, we want to give you a little glimpse into Year 2 of Rogue Company.
But we can't do it alone. Like the Rogues of Rogue Company, the First Watch team is all over the world. So let's get some help from our coworkers.
Friends.
Friends from around the globe to give you a taste of what's to come.
Did we mention? Glimpse may be our last rogue for Year 1, but we're not stopping there. We have some exciting plans for our rogues in 2022, so stay tuned for more details on how the world of Rogue Company will evolve over the coming months.
Oh hey, and one other thing. Since Rogue Company's launch, we've introduced the Dr. Disrespect and 100 Thieves crossovers. In 2022, we'll have even more crossovers to introduce. Wait, we can't say what they are yet? Well, hold on a minute. The viewers are just going to be mad at me.
That wraps up your first look at Rogue Company Year 2. From all of us here at First Watch Games, thank you so much for joining us in Rogue Company as we've introduced it to the world this year. We're so excited about what we have in store for Year 2. We can't wait for you to join us on this journey. Now, I think it's about time for me to hand it over to my coworkers.
Friends!
Friends at Evil Mojo Games to give you a first look at what's coming to Paladins in 2022.
Champions from around the world, welcome to the Hi-Rez Presents Paladins 2022 keynote. My name's Evelyn, and I'm the executive producer for Paladins here at Evil Mojo. 2021. What a year. Oh, I'm sorry. That's 2021. What? A year? I don't know why we'd have grammar jokes in a spoken presentation, but here we are.
All right. Who's the creative writing major who snuck in a grammar joke?
Sorry. And now, in 2022, we're so excited to give you a first look at Paladins Season 5 and some of the updates we have planned for this year. At the start of Season 4, Yagharoth emerged to consume the realm. Now, will the champions band together, or will distrust consume the realm once again?
World premiere.
The realm united against Yagharoth the Devourer, and Azan's intervention sealed her once again. Grand Magister Karn, realizing his failures, entrusted House Ico and a group of heroes with leadership of the Magistrate. This news was met with cheers of adulation. For many, promises of peace brought hope. But for others, the same injustices simply masquerade under a new banner. A new resistance rises. The peace will be short-lived. And in their bid for power, where will our champions fall?
Welcome to Paladins Season 5, Schism. Last year, we introduced 6 new champions to Paladins, our most since 2017. We introduced Yagharoth, the Devourer, Octavia, the Indomitable, Vatu, Sati, and Azan. And of course, our 50th champion, Ray, Scholar of House Ico. But now, in a moment of temporary calm in the realm, an executioner emerges, the left hand of the Outer Tribunal. But maybe it'd be better to just show you. 1, 2, 3,
4,
5,
6. Oh, what the
7.
World premiere.
And the executioner of the Outer Tribunal. I am your final sentence. This is the savior of the realm. Try and save yourself.
Introducing Seven, the newest champion of the realm. Seven is an executioner, the left hand of the Outer Tribunal, and he is all about ambushing his opponents. His kit allows him to grapple onto walls, using the terrain to his advantage to get the drop on enemies. Seven's weapon can be changed on the fly, swapping between regular fire, burst fire, and unloading his entire mag at once. We'll have a deep dive into Seven's kit later today during the Season 5 update show during Hi-Rez Showcase, along with a first look at 7 skins that will launch alongside his release. 7 skins? 7 skins? 7 skins. Got it. We cannot wait for you to check out 7, because in a world of chaos, the Outer Tribunal's left hand will right the realm's wrongs.
So if 7 is the left hand of the law, and Lex is the right, what does that make Androxus?
Androdextrious.
Now that you've had your first look at 7, let's talk about maps.
So in 2021, the Evil Mojo Environment team is hard at work reimagining and reworking legacy maps like Timber Mill, Stonekeep, and Jaguar Falls.
Now, in 2022, we'll be reworking 2 additional maps with full visual overhauls. Warder's Gate will be seeing a visual rework with updates focused on polishing the Warder's Gate cityscape, expanding the forest and natural environment, and enhancing textures and materials throughout.
Trade District will also receive a visual rework, with improved materials and all new surroundings to flesh out the world around the map. Along with our previous Stonekeep and Magistrate's Archives reworks, the updates to Trade District will firmly plant the map in Magistrate territory.
But that's not all. After 2 years, and from the support and suggestions of the Paladins community, we'll be releasing an all-new map in Season 5. This will be our first new map since 2019, and while we don't have too many details to share with you today, we'd like to give you a first look of this new map that you'll be able to play for free later in 2022.
A new map? Joe, they got your letters!
Last year, we introduced event passes to Paladins, a new system built from the ground up based on player feedback from our previous battle passes.
Feedback that included faster progression, less filler, and more passes throughout the year. You know, the good shit. Now, in Season 5, our event passes will continue, with even more amazing skins and themes coming your way.
And we're so excited to show you our first event pass for 2022, Abyss Hunter Academy.
World premiere.
Like a phoenix, I am flying, rising from the ashes as many times as it takes. In a world so dark, I'll be the flame. Thought I had to fight this world on my own, but you came along, banished that lie. We will stand, we will rise above the rest. Like a fire in my soul, yeah, let's go and show the world what happens when you put us to the test.
Introducing the Abyss Hunter Academy Event Pass, our first event pass of 2022. Whether they're crushing classes or destroying demons, Ray and Maeve are ready to teach their foes a lesson.
And that's not all. We're so excited to be collaborating with Amelie, who provided the music for our event pass trailer, as well as additional music in-game. Be sure to catch our event pass dropping with Season 5 later this month. And I know what some of you are going to ask. While we don't have any new crossovers to announce just yet,
You heard them. Cancel the video.
Yeah.
we'll have more details very soon.
Did we have a backup of that?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Hey, while we're on the subject of new updates, Romanova and I have a couple of quick announcements for you. First off, we'll be introducing a new mode called Siege Beyond. Throughout the year, we'll be adding new augmentations to this mode to mix things up, but classic Siege fans, don't worry. You will still have a separate queue for Siege Core anytime you want to play it.
And last year's Season Pass included new content for every new champion in Paladins that came in 2021, including Soulstealer Furia's limited skin, along with the Golden Griffin mount.
This year, the Season Pass returns with the new limited Jurassic Ying skin and new limited Dino Dash mount. As always, you'll get new content for each 2022 champion, 1,500 crystals, and 10% extra crystals on every crystal purchase you make throughout the year.
But that's not the only announcement that we have. We are excited to announce our ranked reward for 2022.
We know it's been a while since this champion's last skin.
We're so excited to finally reveal her.
That's right, we are pleased to announce that Mech Willow, her first new skin since 2018, is your Season 5 ranked reward.
2021 was an amazing year for Paladins. and we have so much more in store for 2022. Everyone here at Evil Mojo is so honored to be working on Paladins, now 5 years strong, and we're just getting started. And while we've shown some amazing Paladins updates here, we do have one more surprise in store. And though it's our last announcement of the night, it's the only one that'll make you say,
First Blood. World premiere.
Live for nothing, or die for something. Your call.
that's right, Rambo, John Rambo, from Rambo, is coming to Paladins. Best of all, this new crossover skin for Victor will be available for free for all Prime Gaming members when it launches in February 2022. Thanks to everyone for tuning in to the Hi-Rez Presents Paladins 2022 keynote. Now we'll throw it over to our friends at Titanforge with a look ahead at SMITE Season 9.
Speaking of action heroes, Isaiah isn't gonna pop out and kill a bunch of people, is he?
Nah, he's presenting later. Plus, telling the same jokes gets old. Shh, it started.
Gods and goddesses from all around the world, welcome to the SMITE Hi-Rez Presents 2022 keynote presentation. My name is Travis Brown. I am the executive producer for SMITE at Titanforge Games. You know, normally this is the part of the keynote where I recap all of the amazing things we did in 2021. Things like our evolving Conquest map with 4 updates throughout the year, our amazing crossovers with Monster Cat, Stranger Things, and Transformers, our 6 god releases including Tiamat, Morgan Le Fay, Kleena, Charybdis, and 2 of our most requested gods, Gilgamesh and Atlas. And while 2021 has been one of my favorite years in SMITE's history, 2022 is going to blow you away. And what kind of a person would I be to make you wait any longer to see what's coming in Season 9?
An asshole?
An asshole.
Very good.
So let's get right to it. The first god of 2022 is one of the most requested gods in SMITE's history. And we couldn't think of a better god to introduce alongside SMITE Season 9. Let's take a look at this cinematic trailer.
World premiere.
Our journey has been arduous. Tiamat's reign has divided us, but no longer.
But Lady Bellona, have some faith, Merlin. They're gods. What if we're not ready?
Then we'll fall united.
My liege, be on your guard.
The child and the daggers are no match for our gods!
This is not the end. For there is no end. Death, life, destruction, creation, threads of the same fabric. No matter who you worship, where you call home, we are all connected in this life. And in the face of destruction, you can despair alone or persevere together. This is not a world built in your image.
No. It is a better one.
Introducing Shiva, the Destroyer, the newest god coming to Smite and the first god of Season 9.
This might come as a surprise to a lot of our diehard fans. For years, we had announced publicly that we were stepping away from the Hindu pantheon due to the difficulties with promoting their releases.
But we heard you. You wanted a new Hindu god, and we are so happy to introduce Shiva to the world of Smite. Working side by side with a consultant, we wanted to ensure we were as respectful and lore accurate as possible with his kit and design. We hope you all love the care that went into our first Hindu god since Ganesha came out in April 2017.
Known as the Destroyer, the title belies the balance of Shiva's true nature. As he ends the universe, he also creates it anew. This aspect of destruction and bliss was a central thematic point throughout Shiva's design and gameplay.
Shiva's the first Hindu god since Ganesh. Haven't seen him in a minute.
What are you talking about? Ganesh is on Hey Zeus all the time.
Let me address the elephant in the room. We wanted Shiva as the guest.
Shiva balances these two states of being, hindering his enemies or, alternatively, blessing his allies on the battlefield. Also known as the Lord of Dance, Shiva reveals his world-ending performance within his ultimate ability.
We can't wait for you to try Shiva when he releases in February 2022. But Shiva isn't the only god coming out in Season 9.
That's right, Shiva is just the first of 6 gods we have planned for 2022. And with it being Hi-Rez Presents, we have to give you a sneak peek. Let's take a look at the upcoming gods for Smite Season 9.
World premiere.
Travelers, worshippers, gods and goddesses, gaze into the night sky and to the stars within. Destruction, creation, beats of the same rhythm and all connected to Shiva, the Destroyer. The flowers let loose their petals, carried on heaven-bound winds. Beyond the cerulean sky and among the clouds rests a majestic palace, and within, a throne of jade. For those of renown, for those that seek nothing before honor, for those that swear the oath, the knights await, alongside a seat at the round table. A volley of arrows rain down from the heavens, arrows without oaths to keep, nor fates to weave, but for the battleground. Yet, like all things, war passes like the tides. The sun sets between sea and sky in a place of wave and isle. The sun will again rise, and so too will a hero. The end, much like our beginning, is a celebration. The journey in between calls for revelry, for it is what unites us. The stars, with tales as endless as the night sky, what tales will they hold for you?
We hope you enjoyed your first look over Season 9's new gods. Now, let's talk about maps and game modes. Last year, for the first time, we introduced 4 seasonal updates of the Conquest map.
From the thunderous skies of the Rising Storm update to the snow flurries in the Winter Deadwood, we introduced changes to Conquest that not only changed the map's visuals, but also introduced gameplay elements to create new experiences to the Conquest mode.
In Season 9, we'll be releasing 3 additional updates to the Conquest map in 2022. Each of these updates will come with their own new visuals and gameplay experiences.
Today we're going to take a look at the first of 3 new maps coming in 2022. Here's your first look at the new map design for Season 9.
World premiere.
As Tiamat's reign fades from memory, so too do the tributes in her honor. Yet, as old gods fall, a new era rises. An era of destruction. An era of creation. An era of Shiva.
Introducing Season 9 Conquest, the Dharmic Era.
As Shiva seeks balance on the battleground, his influence has wide-reaching effects on the Conquest map. On the Order side, his presence has changed the environment to evoke elements of the Hindu pantheon. On the Chaos side, Tiamat's castle is now overgrown as her rule subsides.
The biggest feature of Season 9 Conquest is the brand new obelisk objective. The goal of the obelisk is to bank away offerings found during a match or at new marked camps.
When a team completely fills the obelisk with offerings, both teams will receive XP and gold based on their offerings. The team that completely fills their obelisk will receive a powerful reward, Indra's Scepter. The Scepter has 2 awesome modes. When enemies are nearby, it will attack up to 5 enemies simultaneously. If no enemies are nearby, the Scepter will heal all nearby allies and structures.
We're also introducing a new NPC, the Naga. Taking down this NPC will drop a bounty of tokens that you can use to fill your obelisk.
This is just the first of 3 Conquest updates on the works for Season 9, and we'll have even more on Conquest during the update show later today at Hi-Rez Showcase. But it's not the only mode we wanted to talk about today. Now, let's check out an announcement for a returning feature coming to SMITE.
In 2017, we introduced a couple of new game modes called Adventures. These modes included game modes you wouldn't expect in SMITE. Anime-inspired horde modes, PvE dungeon crawlers, and SMITE cars. Now, 5 years later, SMITE Adventures are returning, and while you won't be seeing cards or dungeons, the 2 adventures we're releasing this year will be brand new experiences, free for all players.
I can't believe SMITE Adventures are back! SMITE car!
SMITE car is not happening.
I left something in my car. I'm gonna be right back.
And while not every member of Titan Forge could be at the studio today, we still have a few more announcements that the team can't wait to show you.
She nailed it.
Yo, I fucking nailed that shit.
Cut to the people at home for a fast-paced announcement supercut.
Cue the montage.
This year, we're introducing a new component to our item system that we are calling glyphs. 5 chosen items will now have a glyph slot available, which will allow you to add additional passive effects to the items in your build. Like Calamitous Rod of Tahuti's glyph, which calls down a meteor when you successfully hit an enemy god. That's not all. We're also giving the relic system a major overhaul, with all relics getting 2 new Tier 3 upgrades. One, which is more in line with the relic's identity, and another one that adds something fresh.
Last year, we released some of our biggest battle passes yet, and in Season 9, we're starting the year out with all new skins for Daji, Nike, Poseidon, and Thanatos. We'll have more info on this battle pass during our Season 9 update show later today during Hi-Rez Showcase.
And hey, we can't forget about this year's ranked reward, introducing your Season 9 ranked reward, Grave Golem Geb.
We also have a number of quality of life improvements planned for the year, including updates to our custom match options. We'll be introducing QOL features throughout the year, so watch the official SMITE blog on SMITEgame.com for more updates.
And finally, this year saw some of SMITE's biggest crossovers so far, and we'll have more amazing ones in 2022. We don't have anything ready to announce just yet, but instead, please accept Odin as a hot dog. I assure you, this is real.
Well, well, well. Look who's back. With a vengeance.
Isaiah? Where have you been?
I had a B-plot that was cut for time. Classic.
You're up next, dude. Get on stage. Time to go hard or...
Die hard.
Lame as hell. Love it.
Earlier in the show, we were able to show off our newest Conquest map, plus some of our plans for the return of SMITE Adventures. But we still have one final game mode we wanted to show you today. In last year's Hi-Rez Presents keynote, we showed off early concept art of a new game mode the Titan Forge team has been cooking up. Now, we're excited to show you all what we've been working on.
World premiere.
introducing the newest SMITE game mode, Cleage.
Slash!
Oh, that's way better. Introducing the newest SMITE game mode, Slash. This mode incorporates our favorite elements of Siege, like a summonable NPC and the 5v5 teams of Clash on an all-new map inspired by the Maya and Egyptian pantheons. This map is designed to allow for more team fights with more meaningful objectives and lanes spread across the map. And the best part is, every SMITE player can queue up and play Slash for free when it launches with SMITE Season 9 this January. We'll have Slash available to play on PTS later today on PC, following the Season 9 update show. And for our PS4 and Xbox players, we'll have it available later this weekend on console PTS. Fingers crossed.
Clash and Siege shipping together? My Slash fiction has become a Slash reality.
And that wraps up our SMITE announcements and our Hi-Rez Presents 2022 keynote presentation. Sincerely, thank you to our fans around the world for joining us. Today, we focused on our existing games, SMITE, Paladins, and Rogue Company. But we wanted to talk about one more project in the works. Our first UK-based studio, Redbeard Games, has been hard at work on a new title for PC and consoles. And while we're not quite ready to show it off to the world just yet, we wanted to give you, Hi-Rez's biggest fans, the first chance to play our new game. Starting today, you can sign up to be a part of our upcoming closed alpha and be one of the first to get an early look at our next game. Head over to hirezstudios.com/alpha test to sign up. We can't wait to see what you think of Redbeard Games' new project and to build this game alongside our closed alpha community. And now we're really wrapping up. Thank you so much to everyone for tuning in today. We couldn't do any of this without you. Yes, you being along for the ride. That's a wrap for Hi-Rez Presents 2022. We'll see you next time.
Wow, that kind of went off without a hitch.
Yeah,
Actually really love that movie.
a little too well. Almost as if it was planned. Almost as if it was written by someone. As if it was some grand design. Almost as if it was part of
our Graham design. And as Hi-Rez Presents ended, so too ends another year of SMITE. And though this tale was one of strife, it was truly a tale of the friends we made along the way. Another successful SMITE script, and another successful SMITE year. And now on to write 2022 with my good hand.
I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm sharp, 7 days a week, I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night. I'm a spend. I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm a shark, 7 days a week, I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night. My life's dope. I wear fancy clothes. I'm a hell of work. I got hell of shows. As I'm earning dough, I'ma bring the show. Anywhere I go, live a life to the maximum. All day and night. All day and night. All day and night. Live a life to the maximum. All day and night. All day and night. All day and night. I'll be up all night. Let me be your king, yes I could be your captain. Live a life of dreams and live a life of fashion. I'ma lift you up before I throw you out. Cause you can live your life sitting down. I'm a king, I'm a boss. I'ma spend, let it cost. Let me live my life blitz in the fast lane. I'ma be on top of the world, watch it happen. I'm a best man, I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm a shark, 7 days a week, I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night. All day and night, all day and night, all day and night. Live a life to the maximum. All day and night, all day and night, all day and night. I'll be up all night. Live a life to the maximum. Put it up on my tab, listen up, here I am. Money talks, I got fans, spend it hard, spend it fast. What you need, I got cash, make a wish, I'll make plans. I'm a pig in a suit, I don't give if I'm rude. Let me live my life, blitz in the fast lane. I'ma be on top of the world, watch it happen. My life's dope, I wear fancy clothes. Living life to the maximum. All day and night. All day and night. All day and night. Living life to the maximum. All day and night. All day and night. All day and night. I be up all night. Living life to the maximum. You better start moving and feel the music. Get your groove on and let it use you. When you feel the fire and you know it's right, pure desire, just hold on tight. Get up, down, move around, get down on the ground, get high and touch the sky. You know the reasons why. Just dance. Come on, just dance. Just dance. Come on, just dance. When the heat gets too hard to handle, and you know you're about to get it, and you can reach much higher now, you better believe it. You can look at the clouds fly by. Come on and let yourself enjoy the ride and fly a little higher, a little higher, a little higher, a little higher. It's time to let go of your inhibitions. Feel the music, it's your new addiction. Yeah, better tell your feet to do some dancing. Don't have to be all that fancy. Ow! Get up, down, move around, get down on the ground, get high and touch the sky. You know the feeling.
What's up, Smite fans? Welcome to the Season 9 9.1 update show. That is right, this is our first update show for Season 9, and I could not be more excited. We have so many awesome things to go over, and an awesome crew with me. Welcome, guys. How are y'all doing?
Really well. New year. Pretty fun.
New season, always exciting.
Couldn't agree more. So today we have a ton of stuff to go over. We have community news, obviously we have balance, and a whole bunch of new stuff to talk about. New events, new battle pass. There's so many things to talk about that I think it's time to dive right into it by talking about our new Conquest map.
Yeah, so this season we are changing Conquest again. This one is going to have a lot of changes, both visual and gameplay. We have the Hindu-themed Conquest map coming up for 9.1, which is very exciting to call out to Smite's next god, which will be arriving the patch after.
True that. Let's get a little preview of the map here with this video.
As Tiamat's reign fades from memory, so too do the tributes in her honor. Yet, as old gods fall, a new era rises. An era of destruction. An era of creation. An era of Shiva.
It looks so good.
An era of Shiva. I know. So excited. So let's talk about it a little bit. There are a lot of things that kind of were showed off in that video, but AJ, how about you hop in by just talking about some of the new things that we saw there? What can people look forward to with this map?
So the first thing you're going to notice is art changes. The lighting has been changed to a more daylight lighting, which is something very different from what we were just used to. We were experiencing actually one of the darkest, dreariest themes in Conquest history with the winter theme. Now we're going back to broad daylight. This is even very different than the Season 8 sunset lighting. And this is really strong conveyance of Shiva and the era of peace that he's going to be bringing to the Smite universe. So on the order side, we see a temple to Shiva that's been built alongside Mount Olympus to show that these two powers are ruling together side by side equally with each other, not one above one another. And you're also going to see the chaos side has become overgrown as Tiamat has abandoned her intimidating temple that was kind of looming over the Olympians and is now being overgrown by nature, or even being recovered or rebuilt or stripped for parts by the mortals that have moved into the area.
That is super cool. It also looked like there was some kind of pillar there. What's that about?
All right, so we have
the obelisk.
Exactly. And we have some really big gameplay mechanics coming with our new objective called the obelisks. So obelisks are a new map objective that works in a loop that kind of overlaps the rest of the Conquest gameplay. So each team has an obelisk on their side of the jungle. These obelisks are reservoirs of power that the team can power up by collecting offerings. So what will happen is that the obelisk will become active. When that happens, a lot of things on the map will change. There will be different indicators and things to let you know what is spawning and what is worth offerings. And players who go and slay the proper camps will be able to pick up these offerings. You won't have to carry them back to the obelisk. Just pick them up anywhere to score a point for your team. And at the end of the cycle, whichever team has completely filled their obelisk will get a bonus new jungle buff. And there will also be experience in gold rewarded on how much you fill it. And Pawn is very excited about. There's also some very interesting reactions with jungle camps and the obelisks. Because they will actually respawn at different times along with the obelisks. So you can do some really interesting jungle optimization and jungle clearing type mechanics in Season 9.
That's super awesome. Super exciting, too. I'm really excited to see all of that in the map and live in the game. Pawn, what are you most excited about for this new map?
I mean, for the new map, obviously the art style, but also the reward for the obelisk, the scepter. I think that's the thing that's going to be really, really cool for people to play with.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see that in game. So next up, we're going to be talking about some of the new features that we're bringing to the Battleground beyond just the new map changes. And the next new features are going to actually be an upgrade to our relic system that involves a bunch of awesome new relics. And I have some new team members here to talk with me about that. So let's get right into it. The new relic system is going to involve some really cool new branching trees for all of the relics. Tier 3s for pretty much everything that exists, and just so many changes. So let's get right into it. I now have Clumsy here with me and AJ. Clumsy, how are you?
I'm doing well. Really excited to get into Season 9.
Awesome. Super excited for it. So let's start talking about this new relic system. What's going on? What's going to happen with it?
So you're still going to have the first relic at level 1. You're still going to have your second relic at level 12. But like you said, you're going to have a third relic now. That's going to be an upgrade from your previous ones. You'll have your tier 1, which is still going to be free. You're going to have your tier 2, which is now going to be a reduced cost of 300 gold. And then your tier 3 options, which are going to be 800 gold. They are not going to be level restricted to be able to purchase and upgrade through them. You'll be able to upgrade from tier 1 to tier 3 just based on that cost.
That's
tier 3 relic
awesome.
Upgrades.
It's crazy. And I've heard that some of them are pretty wild. I've heard that the way it works is there's some that maybe fall more in line with the base relic itself, and some that kind of spice it up a little more. So are there any of them that you want to talk about?
Yeah, absolutely. We can spoil, I mean, the patch notes are going to be out. We might as well get through a few more of these. So we talked about, we had a little spoiler online of temporal beads is coming back to an extent. So we've got one of the upgrades for bee purification beads is going to be, you are obviously going to get the CC cleanse, but you're now going to be reducing your active cooldowns by 3 seconds on use. So that's coming back into the game. It's really exciting.
Very exciting.
Another one. So actually, there is one change coming with the relic, is that there's one relic that's going to be removed from the list, and that's going to be Phantom. And instead, we're going to be bringing the Phantom effect into Magic Shell's upgrades. So we're going to have Phantom Shell, which basically is kind of what you'd assume. You'd be able to use the magic shell effect, and you'd also be gaining the 50% reduced damage from basic attacks, as well as allowing you and your allies to phase through player and player-made walls during that time.
So along with
Super
all of
handy,
these
tons of
new
utility.
relics, we have like some big changes like Phantom Shell. We have some relics that are being cut, a lot of balance changes, a lot of adjustments, and then also just having 2 completely new upgrades for every relic in the game. It's quite a lot to learn. There's a long list of them to go over. So we're not going to go over everyone in real specific detail here on the show, but we encourage you all to go read the patch notes, look at the specifics for each relic, and start planning, which ones you're going to be building on which characters.
Oh yeah, definitely do that. All of that's listed in the patch notes that y'all can check out right now, and it's so much. I mean, there's the amount of items there. It's going to be a read. You're going to have so many new gameplay styles you can take on, so many ways to counter your enemies late game, so many new paths you can build. It's so exciting. I'm super excited. I heard we get to go in game for one too. Let's check it out.
Yeah, we have one more teaser, and we're going to show that off.
All right, so which one are we looking at here?
So we're going to be looking at Drowned Ankh. So you can see something immediately different happen there. So obviously, Ankh, you're still going to be having the healing reduction effects, but you're also going to be having this pool of miasma. So when a god is healed by those abilities, they're also going to be dropping that miasma pool that deals a % health on a per tick basis. And everything that you see here is still a little bit of a temp state, so the numbers might be a little bit high, and we have some balance going on, and we're going to be using PTS too. But yeah, that's the third variation that we're showing off today.
So if you get hit by Drowned Ankh and then heal, you're actually going to be dropping damaging areas that are scattered within your own team's areas that you're going to have to watch out for and dodge if you get hit by that relic.
That also refreshes the Ankh debuff itself. So
yeah,
that's awesome. I'm going to be picking that up in Assault.
Some powerful effects. That's just a taste. There's many more relics on those patch notes that have all sorts of interesting and powerful effects. Here's a full look of all of the new relic icons. We also updated all of the relic art for the tier 1 and tier 2 relics. Is that correct, Clumsy?
Yeah, you can see also that there's a couple completely new ones, like meditation. We have a completely new artwork there. Belt of Frenzy too. We went through a lot of effort to make sure that we bring these relic upgrades into tier 3s, and we kind of bring everything to a new level for season 9.
Yeah, it's truly exciting, and you'll be able to again read about all of these in the update notes, what they do, and how you can best use them to start getting in and winning these games in exciting new ways. So I'm super excited to be able to share all of these with y'all, as well as another new addition that we're adding to the game coming with 9.1, and that's going to be a system that we are calling glyphs. Glyphs are going to be another new addition to the base items in the game, and now we have Lermy here to help us talk about these glyphs. How are you, Lermy? All right, that was excellent and very quiet as well. No, but so while we're working on this, are you good? Lermy. Well, here, how about Clumsy? How about we go ahead and talk about these glyphs? So it's apparently a tier 4 for certain regular items. How's that working?
Yeah, that's exactly true. So we have kind of like relic upgrades. We've got branching tier 4 alternatives now for 5 specific items that we're going to be bringing forwards into the game. And so the big difference between glyphs and just what tier 4 items are is that the glyphs will not be bringing increased stats to these items. It's really just going to be an additional passive effect. And we're going to be seeing 2 different ways that we're going to be utilizing that in Season 9.
Ooh, that's super exciting. So, let's get into some of these, right? Because I assume that this is going to be a way, again, to help diversify these late game builds, to help you decide on how you can counter the enemy team based on what their build is looking like. And again, as you get late game, sometimes you're like, all right, well, I already have my full build. How can I counter what I'm facing? How can I turn this around? And I assume this is going to help people with being able to add those additional effects and select those to either help bridge the gap in a game that you might be behind in, or maybe further your lead in the game you're dominating in. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. So like I said, there's going to be the tier 3 to tier 4 options. The glyphed items will not have any different stats, but adding additional passive will help you kind of cater your builds exactly like you were saying, towards what the enemy might be doing. And, that's going to mean some of these glyphs, some of these items, and some of these characters that are going to be using them will have a slightly, larger power spike, but we want to really see how this goes. And like I said, we can, go off into, just like we did with the relic upgrades, we can be talking about one or two of these, and we might be able to see one in game as well. So starting off, I think we're going to talk about malicious Deathbringer. So this is one of the variants that we're talking about with glyphs, where actually we're going to be, calling the item pool for some of these items, and one of these is going to be Malice, an item that a lot of people, kind of liked using in very specific circumstances. But with this new glyph system, we're actually going to be removing it from the game and adding its passive effect back onto Deathbringer as a glyph. So this is just one way we're going to be using the glyph system. So malicious Deathbringer, it's going to have its standard increase on the critical strike multiplier, but you're also going to be getting that cooldown reduction by critical strikes, just like you would have gone from Malice. You'll have both of those effects.
That's really handy too, because I feel like, especially for items that have passives that you're in love with, but maybe aren't the deciding factor you feel like for the game, it allows you to pick up those passives and utilize them with the build that you're happier with or you think is more effective, without costing you that item that you would have gotten instead anyway. So by taking some of these more, I hate to say fringe passive effects, but effects that again you pick up, when you're like, I think I want this, maybe it allows you to get that on top of the build that you already are in love with. So that's awesome. I heard there's also one for Rod of Tahuti. What's that look like?
Yeah, that's right. So we're going to be bringing Calamitous Rod of Tahuti into the game. And this is unlike the other thing. It's unlike Malicious Deathbringer. We're going to be bringing a whole new passive effect into the game. And that's what most of the glyphs we're going to be looking at will be actually for Season 9. Or at least for the start of Season 9, because who knows going later on. But Calamitous Rod of Tahuti, whenever you successfully hit an enemy god with an ability, so obviously this is going to be for the magic users being off of Rod of Tahuti, it'll actually call down a meteor that lands after a short delay, dealing extra damage in a small radius. Obviously, that effect can only happen once with an internal cooldown.
Of course, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's really exciting, too. Oh, hey, we're joined by AJ now. Welcome, AJ. Glad to have you here.
Lermies, Mike.
Yeah, issues like that happen all the time. So, but yeah, we were just talking about Calamitous Rod of Tahuti and how apparently when you damage an enemy god, it sends a meteor after them. So, that's pretty exciting. What are your thoughts on that there, Ajax?
Yeah, it's a interesting way to do new damage type addition onto a on-hit of abilities, right? So this one has some bit of platforming and movement requirement to it. So you get hit with this, but then it's a delayed meteor, so you actually have some time to clear out of the area, right, Clumsy?
Yeah, you're gonna have to be a little bit fast, man. Also, the other thing is the enemies or your allies, if you're getting the meteor called down upon you, will have some time to react as well.
Right.
That's super exciting. I'm looking forward to big plays with this. I want to see like a cross map snipe where it doesn't kill, but then the meteor flies across the map and gets that finishing. Exactly. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's going to be so cool. So I heard that we have one last item we're going to get to look at called the Amulet of Silence, and that we actually get to see it in game. Am I right?
Yeah, I think so.
Right. This one upgrades from Heartwood Amulet.
All right. So what do we got here?
So, Amulet of Silence, going off of our Heartward Amulet, like AJ said, well, you'll gain a stack every time an enemy that's nearby uses an ability. And at 5 stacks, your next basic attack against an enemy god will actually silence them for 1.5 seconds. So there you go. There's the silence. You're going to be gaining that benefit on an internal cooldown whenever you're in the thick of things. And yeah, a powerful effect on use.
Yeah, that's crazy too, especially for those big team fights, right? Because there'll be abilities flying all over the place. So, you'll be able to, if you can time that correctly, maybe shut down their mage for a couple seconds in the middle of a pivotal team fight. That's really exciting.
And this item is also going to be giving you that area of effect magical protection aura to your team at the same time.
That'll be great for a tank who engages. You're gonna dive right in. They're gonna throw abilities. You're gonna get this up, silence your target, and I mean, again, that could pivot an entire team fight if you use that correctly. That is super exciting, and just another item, another glyph, I guess, that I am just wildly excited to see in game. So excellent. That there are a lot more, or there are more glyphs where that came from. But again, if we talked about everything, the show would be 7 hours long. You can see all of these in the update notes that are out and available now. But now we're going to move on to item balance, and part of item balance is going to be some critical strike changes. So welcome back, Lermy, and welcome, Pawn.
Thanks.
And glad to have you. Glad to hear you, too. So let's get into critical strike changes. Lermy, you're here. You're talking. What's going on with crit?
So we are changing quite a lot about crit. We're changing the actual algorithm of how crits work itself. So instead of being fully random, now we're going to a sort of pseudo-random algorithm, which will allow us to have a little bit more consistency over when we crit and when we don't crit. And so to kind of accomplish that, the algorithm is changed internally, but also the actual crit damage multiplier is changed to make it just a little bit less good. Because overall, you will feel like the crit streaks happen a little bit, maybe less, but they're more consistent, right? So when you see them, you know exactly when it's going to happen, and when you're missing, you're not missing forever.
Yep. When you flip a coin 6 times and you get 6 heads in a row, it feels wrong, right? Even though when you flip a coin 100 times, you might get 6 in a row. That could be perfectly common. But you kind of expect that, like, when you flip a coin, you get heads, tails, heads, tails. So this will make crit feel more intuitive, less streaks. When you're very high, more consistent streaks because you are very high in crit chance. It should better match onto kind of like human intuition.
That's wild. I mean, I don't know what to say to that. You know, crit is one of those things where it can be hard to deal with. So being able to make it feel more intuitive is incredible, and I'm excited to see it. So from there, let's get into some patch stuff. We're starting off with some starters. We have Warrior's Axe getting a nerf to looks like the physical and magical power. What's going on there?
Yeah, so with Warrior's Axe, it's obviously very, very good. People are picking it up a ton. We're just going to take some of the edge off that item, reduce some of its power some, make it so the other starters can compete with it. We've been kind of doing this with all these starters over the course of Season 8. We're going to probably continue doing that into Season 9. But we're seeing a lot of good representation on a whole bunch of items in other roles. Solo lanes have kind of narrowed down still on Warrior's Axe, so we're just tweaking that to try and find a better balance.
Never a bad time to balance a starter. Awesome. Looks like the next one is Bluestone buff getting a gold decrease. What's going on? Why, Lermy?
Yeah, kind of the same idea. So for solo lane, we saw a lot of Warrior's Axe, and thankfully the past changes to Sigil have actually seen some play across the board, so we'd love to see that. But Bluestone is kind of the one item that seems to be a little bit further away in play count, so we wanted to just make it a little bit more accessible, but not too accessible that it gets more time in Hunter and even mid occasionally, so we want to just make sure that this is still solo lane oriented, but again, more accessible.
Awesome. Sounds good. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of that. Next up, Seer of the Jungle has a buff. Looks like a buff to protections, amount of damage to jungle monsters. What's going on, Pawn?
Yeah, so Seer of the Jungle has that unique ability to see wards kind of attached to it. And that's one that we were kind of actually really afraid of when we first put it in the game. But we've seen now that that's something that could, because of the game, and be pretty healthy. We're just going to make that upgrade compete better with all the other upgrade choices. So extra prots, more damage to jungle monsters, and 30 seconds to actually utilize that buff duration. It's going to be pretty impactful.
Yeah, sounds like it. I'm sure that jungle roamers are going to enjoy that, getting their ward clear. So we also have looks like protection of the jungle buff is getting an upgrade to the physical power. What's going on there, Lermy?
Yeah, so what we've been seeing a lot in the SPL is that people are picking up Eye of the Jungle, which it hasn't been like that for a while, so it's awesome to see a new jungle item take control. However, what isn't so great is seeing them sell Eye of the Jungle at the end of the game. So what we wanted to do is kind of give a little bit more power to both of the upgrades, a little bit more to Seer, because Seer, of course, basically never got picked up, but we still want them to upgrade Eye of the Jungle at the end of the game, so hopefully this gives a little more incentive to pick up this really awesome item.
Awesome. I'm sure it will. Nothing wrong with a little power bump. Next up, looks like Tainted Steel is getting a buff. Again, just a cost reduction. We're taking 50 coins off. Why are we doing that, Pawn?
Yeah, it's just a neutral starter item. It's kind of a counter matchup for especially healers, especially like in a solo lane matchup. We've seen some cheeky play elsewhere, but that's where it's mainly used. And so making it so that you have an extra potion when you start with it is going to be a pretty impactful buff to it.
Yeah, never bad to hit lane with more pots. So that does it for the starters. Looks like we're moving on to regular items now, starting with Mystical Mail, getting kind of a nerf. Looks like a decreased damage aura. And a little bit more. Lermy, what's going on?
Yeah, so Mystical Mail has been very prevalent as a really good option to help proc the Warrior's Axe. And since Warrior's Axe has been so dominant and this item helps you to clear a lot, we just don't want that to be as viable anymore as just like an item to freely clear the wave. So because of that, we're taking down that aura damage, so that little proc that you get every single time that Mystical Mail goes off. It's just getting the damage decreased a little bit because we want it to be a little bit less of a crutch when it comes to your lane clear, and we want it to be a little more give and take. If you want that extra damage, you're going to have to give up a little more for that now.
Well, I mean, I'm happy to see it. I'm kind of tired of getting run down and having Mystical Mail get that final tick. I'm like, oh, I made it away, and then just right out from under me. So next up, it looks like Pridwin also getting a nerf to the shielding. Looks like the percentage is going down a little bit. So why is that happening, Pon?
Yeah, Pridwin is just very effective. It gives you a lot of procs, gives you that cooldown reduction, gives you a powerful trigger effect on your ultimate usage, and that potency has seen it be commonly used. We're just going to take the edge off that shield, make it so that when players engage against you, you have a little bit more risk of dying. It's less protections.
Fair enough. Awesome, awesome. Next up is Bulwark of Hope getting a little bit of a nerf. Again, looks like a little bit of a decreased shield thing going on. So what's happening there, Lemmy?
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a common theme in these balance notes that we're trying to tone down the effectiveness of shields and shielding items. So this is just another one of those shielding items that we've been seeing getting picked up a little bit more frequently than we'd like. After Bulwark got its soft rework over the past couple of patches, we've been delighted with how it's been performing, but it's time to tone it down just a little bit.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So next up, looking like Telkine's Ring getting a nerf as well. Magical power dropping by 10. Why is that happening, Pom?
Lermy was actually a bit more involved in this change, so she would probably be better to ask for.
Alright, lay it on me, Lermy.
Yeah, so we're actually seeing a bit of a strange conundrum right now in Conquest where magical ADCs are kind of doing a lot of the work that mages are. So instead of really like true central mages, we're seeing a lot of magical ADCs, whether that be Freya, Sol, even a little bit of Kronos here and there. Olerin also is another character that gets a lot of play. But really, we have a couple of items that are coming up to make mages in general better. So we just want to make sure that those characters that are already strong in the magical ADCs are not too strong. So even though we are taking off power here, there's power in other items that will be making them feel a lot better as well.
Got it. All right. Well, I'm excited to see that. And next up, looks like Voidstone getting a little bit of a buff as well, adding some health and some magical protection aura. Pawn, what you got for me on that?
Yeah, so you'll actually see the few of these changes coming up are all kind of in the same theme. We have these kind of utility items that supports could be picking up, or players could be picking up to help their team. In this case, Voidstone bringing that magical protection reduction to your team. And they're just not quite as effective as they can be. So with Voidstone, we're going to be increasing its health, so it's a bit more tanky. You're bulkier when you pick this up, and you're going to be helping your mages out a bit more when you have that magic protection or a debuff from Voidstone.
Super handy. Great for those engaged tanks for sure. Making sure you get in there and get your mages being super hurtful, I guess. Next up, we have Emperor's Armor getting a buff as well. Increased health and increased tower attack speed buff.
So this is a fun one. I actually am really excited for this change because not only is Emperor's Armor getting a little bit of a stat buff, it is getting that extra bit of passive power as well from the defensive buff. We decided not to buff the offensive tower effect because, you know, tower diving is still pretty common in Smite. We feel like that this item kind of enables that a little bit more, and we feel like the better experience is to really win those tower defenses rather than to overwhelmingly stomp a tower siege. So this effect is going to make your tower Phoenix, whatever it might be, it's going to literally be shooting rapid fire. Okay, maybe not, but you know what I mean. It's going to be feeling significantly faster. And hopefully that defensive effect comes through and you get to feel it in your games.
Super exciting. Hey, love to have the tower be more of a teammate, so always happy to see that it wants to defend itself as much as I want to defend it. Next up, we have Jade Emperor's Crown, and it looks like we're getting some increased health and a little bit of increased physical power aura debuff. What's going on there, Pawn?
Yep, same as the other two. It's kind of this aura utility item you can pick up to help your team out. It wasn't quite as effective. It's getting that extra health to help you feel like a tank when you pick it up, and the extra power debuff is going to feel more impactful when you pick it up. So now if you're trying to defend your mages from like a backline diver, you can stay near them and really help them out and trying to survive.
Awesome. Blackthorn Hammer getting kind of a stat rework. Looks like we're switching it around a little bit. There's a couple different things here. Let me dive into it for me.
Yes, this one is actually super interesting, and I'm really excited to go into the details of how this works. But basically, we are moving Blackthorn Hammer off of the Shillelagh tree and sending it over to the Heavy Hammer side of things. And that allows us to kind of shift around the stats. And so you can see that it's still the same price, has a little bit less power, and now has protections on it, as well as a little bit less health. But the biggest key here is that this change to Blackthorn allows it to be the more defensive hammer. We see a lot of these hammers are really based around health, but this is the only one that's going to have prots on it. So not only is this item going to help you with that mana restore, but now it's more defensive as well.
Awesome, and it looks like we're getting something similar for a Runeforged Hammer. It looks like it's also having some switch ups. You wanna get into that one as well?
Yeah, so this one is going to be the more offensive side of things. It's going to have that little bit of extra power on top of it. It's still keeping the passive where you do more damage to CC'd enemies, but you're also getting a little bit of sustain in the HP5 and the MP5. So you're feeling pretty good now that you've got this extra offensive item that you can really use well on CC heavy solo laners.
Awesome. I'd be excited to have a hammer in either hand running down lane and screaming probably. Super cool. Next up, Hide of the Nemean Lion, also getting a buff to physical prots and the time to gain stacks. So what's going on with that, Pawn?
Yeah, so this one is obviously the kind of counter to basic attack item. It just hasn't quite seen good enough effectiveness here. So giving that extra 10 protections is going to help out just against all physical, but more specifically, decreasing the time to gain the block stack from 15 seconds to 10 seconds. In between fights, in between poke exchanges, you're going to be seeing more block stacks more.
That'll be handy, help, especially with those engages when you're trying to get that hunter out of the way, and you got to dive on top of all that damage. Next up, we have Berserker's Shield getting a buff as well. Physical protections are going up by 10. What's happening there, Lermy?
So we haven't seen a lot of basic attack hunters over the past year, and that's kind of a little sad. You know, we don't want to make sure that all of our warriors are getting played pretty equally across the board. So we wanted to kind of do Bologna, Vamana, Amaterasu a little bit of a favor and give them a little bit of extra power in this Berserker Shield. So if they try to go into it early to get that attack speed rolling, they'll feel a little bit better about it.
Awesome. I love solo laners, so I'm all about it. Next up, Staff of Mirrodin getting a buff as well. Magical power going up, and duration of the passive as well. So what's happening with that, Pawn?
And you'll see this with a similar theme for all the upcoming items. We're really looking at some of the mage items that are underutilized or underperforming and really giving them a little bit of extra power to help out. But for Staff of Mirrodin, we're going to not only give it some extra power to help it compete in terms of raw DPS, but we're going to extend the duration of the passive so you have more time to play with the cooldown that this item provides.
That's handy. And like you said, we're seeing similar next up, Celestial Legion Helm, also getting a magical power buff and decreased physical protection a little bit, though. So what's going on there, Lermy?
So yeah, this is a little bit of a shift on this item. Before it was pretty tanky and not so much in the power direction, but now we're kind of swapping it where we're removing a little bit of the protections, putting a little bit more of the power on it. And this is really going to be helpful to the mages in mid that want to build a little bit more tanky, whether that be your Zhang-Kuis, your Hadeses, any of those kind of characters that want to kind of get in the thick of things and fight right there. This is going to be really helpful for them because they're not giving up as much power to go into this defensive item.
Awesome. Love those tanky mid laners, so definitely a Hades fan. Warlock Staff also getting a buff. Looks like magical power is also going up, so I assume kind of the same thing, right, Pawn?
Yep, this one has kind of a fine balance point because it can also stack to be quite potent, as well as it has some other utility associated with it. And so making sure that this item feels like it's good to pick up more out the gate immediately when you pick it up. So a nice buff here should help it out.
And Pawn, is that the same for Charon's Coin, which is also getting a power buff?
It is the same for Charon's Coin, although that has a little bit more, because Charon's Coin and Obsidian are your more big pen items versus Warlock Staffs. And so we can kind of package them a little bit together. We're just looking to make sure that mages as a class overall feel like they really can bring the fight to whoever they're fighting. And so these items, making sure that the tank pen options are strong, make sure that we have that kind of covered. So you'll see Warlock Staff got that buff, Charon's Coin got that buff as well as Obsidian Shard will be getting a small cost reduction and power increase to make sure that mages feel like they can build into it without sacrificing too much of their overall economy towards it.
And that makes super sense too, and you gotta love those penetration builds. You know, you hate when you forget to build pin and a tank walks at you and you throw your strongest ability like a tennis ball at a brick wall. You know, you feel like you did good until it hits it and bounces right off. So cool. Next up, it looks like Rage is also getting some increased power, going from 30 to 35. So learn me why the Rage.
Yes, so this next set of buffs is going to be more catered towards hunters and general crit characters overall, and mostly this has to do with the adjustment to crit, and also the crit scaling itself from 2 to 1.75. So we're just kind of giving crit items a little bit of help, mostly because, again, that bonus damage that you're getting is going down, so you're going to be getting a little bit of that back in this 5 power buff to Rage.
Sounds good. Nothing. I mean, it's Rage. It's a good item. Little more Rage damage makes sense. Fail Not getting a cost decrease as well, going down a pretty penny or two. Why are we doing that, Pawn?
Yep, same story. It's one of those items that has crit as a component towards it. Since crit's getting adjusted so that the multiplier is lower, making sure that these items still feel like they pack the power that they need to. Cost reduction here makes a lot of sense for that.
Yeah, just make it more cost efficient. All about it. And learn me, Deathbringer looks like it's having a couple changes too. Some buffs, increased power, increased crit strike chance, and some cost drop.
Yeah, so this is actually a super exciting change overall, mostly because Deathbringer is one of those glyphed items, so you could upgrade this into malicious or poisoned, or envenom, sorry, Deathbringer. And so those two together are going to be really awesome combined with this buff. So we're going to be increasing the power on it, again, to kind of compensate for that multiplier difference. We're also going to be giving it a little bit more crit chance to kind of improve how that early crit, I guess, chart goes, because in the earlier games when you have less crit, you may be feeling like you're critting less, but really it's just that consistency coming through, so we really want to smooth out that curve as much as possible. So by giving you a higher chance, it will basically feel the same.
Got it. That's what balance is all about, you know, making things better, but not like, oh my gosh, it's so different. So Shadow Steel Shuriken next, getting some changes. Looks like the attack speed is going up a little bit, and the duration of the healing reduction debuff also going up a little bit. So what's that about, Pon?
Yep, so that extra 5% attack speed is going to help kind of offset the DPS change that the side is receiving from the crit changes, but also we want to make sure that its utility feels stand out. So increasing that duration from 6 seconds to 10 seconds, make sure that when you do apply the anti-heal to someone, it's going to really stick.
Yeah, makes sense. Gotta fight those healers, right? Nothing like throwing 100 abilities and then turning around and being like, wait, I thought I hurt you. So next up, it looks like Malice and Poison Star kind of both shared this update note. What's happened to those two items, Lermy?
Well, as we mentioned, Malicious Deathbringer and Envenom Deathbringer do exist, and so those two glyphs are actually taking the effects of both Poison Star and Malice, so we are removing these items from the game. They will no longer exist in their current state, and instead, they'll exist in glyphed items, so make sure you're checking those out if you miss these.
True, definitely make sure to check those patch notes. It's going to have all of this, and those glyphs, and there's so many things you have to look at. Next up, Atalanta's Bow, getting a stat rework. Lots of numbers here. What's with that, Pun?
Yeah, so with this one, Atalanta's Bow has kind of always hit this interesting spot of having a really good stat distribution, but not being quite good enough to compete, and when it is too good, it's always picked. So we're going to make it a bit more focused, and we're giving it kind of a new role that we're going to fit into. And so this one, we're actually going to be giving it critical strike chance. So you can see here, we got the 40 physical power, the 25% attack speed, 20% critical strike chance, and 10% lifesteal. Gives you a lot of the stats that you'd want as a hunter. It's really the only place where you can get, I think, this specific stat spread, but you're obviously not going to be getting some penetration to go along with it. So Atalanta's Bow here, getting that adjustment to make sure that it has its new identity, and also pairs well with the new crit changes. It gives you a bit more chance to get more consistent crits now that they're a bit more evenly distributed, as well as the overall damage of crit has been lowered.
Yeah, that's an especially important thing to point out, is that we did remove 2 crit items, so we wanted to make sure that you still felt like you had good options to choose for whichever crit item you wanted to go, so that's why we decided to cut the penetration, put on some crit, give you another option in terms of that crit tree, because there are a ton of pen options already. We wanted to make sure that both sides felt equally valued.
Yeah, and I like what Pon said with, that item now representing a line of stats that is relatively unique, so if you want all of those different stats, you kind of have a new item you can turn to. That's really awesome. Next up, Silver Branch getting kind of a shift. The cost is going up, but the physical pin is also going up. So what's the move there, Lermy?
So this is kind of to compensate for the changes happening to Atalantis. Atalantis is losing pen, Silver Branch is gaining pen. The difference being that Atalantis is kind of a fit-all item. You can really build Atalantas on most characters, but Silver Branch really is not super effective unless you're one of those characters that have the super high attack speed steroids or just have something in your kit that will give you a lot of attack speed. So this is kind of catering to those characters that haven't seen a whole lot of plays, like your Roms and your Chernobygs, and characters of that nature. So they'll have this little bit of extra help with that 20% penetration now, and it'll be a little bit easier to just kind of fit into your builds. You know, despite the cost going up, it is really worth it for that extra 10% pen.
Yeah, that's a huge bump. Awesome. Next up, Devourer's Gauntlet getting a buff. Looks like the stack count is going down to 50, and there's some more power per stack, though. So what's going on there, Pump?
Yeah, so historically we've kind of seen Devo's Gauntlet kind of come in and out of the meta on its own without much adjustment. But we've actually seen it kind of out of the meta for a while, and we think that's largely due to starter items existing. They kind of change how the early game feels, as well as if you want to actually rush Devo's Gauntlet, you really have to put yourself at a risk because you're starting without one. And so making sure that that actually feels rewarding enough, we're going to pretty greatly increase the speed that you get Devo's Gauntlet online at full strength, and we're actually going to bring up the top end of what that full strength is just a hair.
Yes, that's also the same thing for lifesteal, because you do gain lifesteal per stack, so that is also getting increased to be just a little bit more than it was before. So again, if you do pick this up and you fully stack it, you are getting even more reward for even less stacks. So it's pretty interesting change here.
Yeah, pretty positive for sure. Another buff coming down the line looks like Toxic Blade also getting a buff. Again, with the stacks and max healing reduction the item can provide. So what's going on there, Lerb?
Yeah, so this is just a very slight change. We're just allowing Toxic Blade to stack one more time, which does increase that max healing reduction from this item from 40 to 60. So if you hit those consecutive autos with this item, they're healing for even less, and you're feeling even better about it.
Sounds like a win-win-win. All you gotta do is, land those autos. So something that I'll never be able to see, 60%. Hydra's Lament also getting a shift. Increased cost a little bit, but it now has pen. What's going on, Paul?
Yep. That's a pretty exciting change for anyone who wants to utilize their basic attacks in between their abilities and they want that little extra pen. I can imagine a lot of assassins are like, oh man, that's going to be really good now.
Yeah, personally, I love playing the characters with the auto attack cancel, so now that this is like actually a viable item instead of just being really good against squishies, I am so excited to try it out.
Oh yeah, landing as Phantos and even do the auto cancel, it's going to be really good.
Oh yeah.
As if I needed to be more afraid of assassins ganking me, so cool. Looking forward to it. Golden Blade also getting a buff. Physical power and attack speed. Learn me, what's going on?
So we've been missing a couple of these auto attack assassins from the jungle. We did see a little bit more Merc. We've seen some Kali here and there, and the boy boxer is still kind of MIA, but hopefully these couple of changes coming up, we'll see a little bit of help for them. So a little bit more power, a little bit more attack speed. This item is kind of a crutch more or less to help you clear and help you kind of keep up with everyone else, because ability junglers tend to be a little bit better in the early game, whereas attack speed junglers are really, really solid in the late game if they get there. And that's the problem, right? So making it a little bit easier to kind of path from that early game to the late game with these extra little bit of stats will hopefully increase your chances of getting to a really solid spot with plenty of those auto attack assassins.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Mercury was one of the guys that got me into this game, so I'm excited to see those fists deal a little more damage. Next up, we have Soul Eater getting a buff as well. Looks like increased physical power going up by 5. What's going on there, Pom?
Yep, and this one's also paired with the Evolved getting a buff as well. The main goals here are Soul Eater brings a lot of sustain for anyone who's using a lot of abilities, but you have to trade off a lot of power for that. And so bringing up a little bit of power up front to make it a bit more easier to start building into and getting those stacks going, as well as just the top end reward of an extra 5 power at the top end to match that 5% increase from before, as well as an extra 5% ability lifesteal. So a little bit more powerful up front, a little bit more powerful at the top end, and even more sustained to kind of further push this item that has largely not seen too much.
Got it. Sounds super good. And last but not least for items, we have Bloodforge getting a buff as well. Looks like the cost is going down and the movement speed is going up. What's happening with Bloodforge?
Yeah, so this item has always been that end cap sort of, I am finishing this game here and now, and this is exactly how it's going to happen. But we're making it a little bit easier to buy into and giving it a little bit more value outside of that shield. Now you're able to zoom pretty quickly once you get that shield. Hopefully you get to chain some kills, get yourself that multi-kill, get yourself that pentakill, and use that movement speed to your advantage. And I'm really hoping that we get to see some more sick plays with this one's passive.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it as well. I think it's going to be really good. Well, that wraps it up for our item balance. Again, we went over so many things, lots of crazy balance changes, items getting removed to compensate for the new glyphs. All of this can be seen in the update notes. I super recommend you go and check those out. Because the update notes are going to tell you everything we just talked about for anything that you missed, but also give you, an update on those glyphs we talked about, the ones we weren't able to mention, as well as those new tier 3 relics, all of their awesome passives, and just everything we've talked about. Tons of information, but it's all there. So now we're moving into gods. Now it's time to talk about god balance. You can see that we have Clumsy back now. Super excited for that. And let's dive right into it. Clumsy, how about you lead us off by telling us about this big ol' Atlas buff that we're seeing here?
With Pawn back, I'm going to leave Atlas for him if he wants to go ahead and get started.
I can definitely get into it.
Do it, Pawn.
All good. Yeah, so Atlas, obviously he's come out. People have been playing around with him. We've seen some success, but he's overall struggling to really kind of have that impact that we really wanted him to have, both in support as well as people who have tried to do play him in solo lane especially. But we want to make sure that the abilities he has, regardless of where he ends up as well as his role, feel good to use, feel impactful, and that shouldn't come at the cost of trying to exclude him from a specific role. And so our goals here are to make these adjustments. This will probably help him out more in support in general than solo laners, and I still think he probably won't be that great in solo lane, but there's some things that we had removed from him to kind of overcompensate for that, and we're bringing those back and really helping him feel impactful. So general, we're just increasing his base movement speed, HP, and HP per level to make him more tanky just as a front overall. Right now he feels a little bit squishy. He feels like he can't frontline as effectively as he can be. The biggest change, the Astrolabe passive meter has been scaled down, so it won't take up so much of your screen. Unburden is now going to get a little bit more base damage, which will really help him clear and poke and harass targets, as well as getting a more powerful slow, so you're more likely to combo that with your gravity pull, you're more likely to slow targets and that get more basic attacks off. For gravity well, or gravity pull, Atlas is now knockback immune while firing this ability, which means that there's a lot, he's a lot stronger of a counter to a lot of characters, especially for how long this windup is, making sure that players do get pulled into it. So now Bacchus can't just belly flop you out of it. That kind of matchup stuff is really important, especially in solo or support. And so that will help him out a ton in actually being reliable and confirming this. And then finally, Connect Charge. This ability will damage minions it passes through. It was not there to make sure that he didn't have too much clear, but it just felt strange, especially in that same patch we had Medusa get that feature. So making sure that that feels more impactful and more just intuitive to what you'd expect that ability to do. And then also, this now will have a base slow no matter what. We had that so that you had to have a partner next to you to actually get that effect, and that was just too limiting, too restrictive. So now you can charge it at targets, apply that slow, and we've lowered the actual max stacks of how many allies can help you, so you can stack to the same 75% slow, so it's a bit easier to get to as well. So if you only have 2 people next to you, you can apply that max slow. So lots of all-around abilities to help Atlas out. He's got that extra tankiness, he's got the extra clear, he's got the extra utility on Connect Charge, and he has that better matchup tool with Gravity.
Sounds super awesome. Honestly, I've loved Atlas since he dropped. Yeah, I know that there was some, when he dropped, there were some things that he didn't work with, but every time I saw myself in a Guardian position, it was hard for me not to choose Atlas. I have loved his kit, and I'm excited to see these buffs. Next up looks like Camazotz is getting a nerf. Looks like Devour and Bat Out of Hell are getting touched. So what's going on with that, Clumsy?
Yeah, a lot of the nerfs we have coming up are, still being catered off of the SWC and the qualifiers that we had previously played. We think with 9.1 coming up, this patch is going to be pretty crazy with a lot of things, but, these gods specifically might have been ones that needed extra love, or, well, in this case, maybe a little bit less extra love. So Camazotz, his sustain was obviously a little bit too high. We did the changes with his ulti previously, which increased the quality of life on that one. It was definitely, felt as a buff, so we're going to be decreasing, increasing the cooldown on that one, decreasing the damage to make it a little bit less painful when he does get it off successfully.
Awesome. Oh, not awesome because I love Camazotz, but awesome for people who don't like Camazotz. So, cool beans. Next up, Soul getting a nerf as well. Looks like Radiance and disapparate. I can never say that one right. Bon, I'll leave that to you.
Disapparate. Yep. So we have Soul just being pretty powerful, just a potent mage ADC, kind of hybrid mage. And the things that she brings are, she has that kind of on-demand ability to bring a lot of damage with Radiance's passive heat generation. So we're just going to be taking the edge off that, so it's not so free. You have to manage that a bit more directly. As well as with Disapparate, that move is very, very safe if you can get it off. It can immune a whole bunch of damage and give you that movement speed burst to really kind of get away from a fight. We're going to be increasing the cooldown so that happens a bit less often, as well as we're decreasing the movement speed so you're not able to move as freely with that ability.
Sounds good to me. Securing kills on Soul has always been hard, so maybe I'll be able to do it now. Bastet coming up next, also getting a nerf to Razor Whip and Huntress of Bast. What's happening with that, Clumsy?
So we obviously had the Bastet ultimate ability and passive rework, and she released very, very strong. But, you know, notes to that as well is that Bastet pre-change was also actually a pretty strong god with a lot of damage, and that's kind of the thing. With the ulti rework, we didn't want to just nerf other parts of her kit immediately, but now is about that time. So decreasing the damage off of Razor Whip just made sense because it actually just does a whole lot of damage. And then increasing the cooldown, we already did that once for the ultimate, but, you know, we're definitely seeing people get affected by it quite a lot, and we're going to be increasing it once again, but scaling down to that same 90 seconds at max rank.
Awesome, awesome. It sounds like we're talking about nerfing the cat. I feel like I hear a cat complaining now, so we should probably move on before we cause too much trouble. Yeah. So next up, Odin also getting a nerf. Looks like Lunge is getting a bit of a revert, as well as Raven Shout. So what's going on with that, Pon?
Yeah, Odin just, he's been a very popular pick. He brings a lot of utility to his team, and just kind of consistent damage, safety, frontline capability, as well as that ultimate that can really punish certain team compositions. He's been kind of on a fine bouncing point of us having to softly revert a few things that we've done over the last year and a half or so, right? That's about when we reworked him. Time flies. It's actually really hard to like, timeline put it. But yeah, this is just one of those things that we had given him to really help him out. You know, thinks he's a bit too potent what he's doing, so we're going to take away that by reverting the cooldown change we had. So now it's going to take him a second longer to lunge in or get a shield up, which matters over the long course of a whole game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Those 1 seconds definitely do build up. So next up, Nike getting a nerf as well. Sentinel of Zeus getting touched. What's going on there, Clumsy?
As we spoke about a little bit earlier with the item changes, gods as well, you know, shields is something that are quite prevalent, and we're going to be touching that with these next two characters. Nike shield, we're going to be decreasing it across the board, just making her a little bit less potent. We're seeing her picked up quite a lot. It almost felt like out of nowhere, but with the SWC, she's one of those characters that are extremely highly valued. So hitting that ultimate across all ranks.
Awesome. Sounds good. Gab also getting a nerf. Stone Shield, kind of getting knocked off a little bit. What's going on with that, Pawn?
Yep, a very similar story here. We were looking at shields as a whole, and we're just going to be decreasing the overall scaling of that, as well as the duration, to make sure that you have to be a bit more tactical when you use it. You have to make sure that you're using it when your targets are going to be taking damage, as well as just bringing down the top end of it.
Yeah, makes sense. Definitely, that's one of those. It's super great utility item. It makes sense to kind of make sure that you're using it appropriately instead of a blanket for all problems. So Arachne up next, getting a buff. Looks like Web is getting a decreased cooldown. So what's going on there, Clumsy?
Yeah, so now that we're out of like the god nerf section, we're into the fun buffs, right? What's more fun than an Arachne buff? So yeah, a lot of these next characters are going to be things that, you know, you may not see these gods as much, or if they are there, you know, maybe they're sleeper, and we'll get into that a little bit further. But Arachne is one of those gods who, you know, when you do see her played, maybe she's played in the hands of someone who's really, really good with her, but across the board, Arachne is really not that easy to play. So Web, 16 seconds is actually quite long, so we're going to be bringing that down to 14.
Fair enough. I mean, Spider likes making webs. It only makes sense. Amaterasu coming up next on the buff train. Heavenly Reflection getting a revert in the positive direction. So what's going on there, Pon?
Yeah, so just Amaterasu as a whole brings a lot of interesting utility to your team, but hasn't really seen much success or play. And one thing that we had done was we lowered the damage that Heavenly Reflection did at a base as well as fully charged, and we're just going to bring that back. We're going to make sure that this feels impactful when you just quick fire it, as well as if you do get the full charge off, it's going to really, really chunk your opponents.
Awesome. No, AJ is going to love that one. So Jormungandr up next, kind of a buff as well. Got a couple things to his general play style, immovable and venomous haze. So let's get into it, Clumsy.
Yeah, Jormungandr was very, very strong during his release time, and ever since then, you know, he's been hit with a lot of nerfs, and there was a time where he was just, you know, like I said, he's played quite a bit. And after all those nerfs, we've been struggling to find a really good spot with him to bring him back. You know, obviously we had the times where Guardians were in the solo lane a lot. Jormungandr, other than the arrow strat, wasn't quite seen. So we're gonna be hitting him in a couple of different places to make sure that we can bring him back, but we don't want him to be in his release state. I think that is, you know, the main fear with this large snack. So we're gonna be hitting his movement speed, giving him a little bit more of that. Also doing that kind of on his passive as well. So if you're getting hit by those hard crowd controls, you're gonna be the self slow and the damage decrease is going to be, or increase is actually going to be lowered by a little bit more. And Venomous Haze, one of those abilities that people kind of take for granted a little bit. Obviously, before you could use it to take the totem a little bit. Now you're not even seeing that being the case. We're going to increase the potency on the damage and the slow for that one.
Awesome. Always happy to see Sneck come back in glorious fashion. So tier buff coming up next. Tier's on the block with Lawbringer being getting a little more positive love. How about that, Pawn?
Yeah, Lawbringer, just as an ultimate, does provide a lot of utility for him to really engage and be effective with, like to actually fight someone. But in regards to the damage it brings, like a warrior, it's actually just very low. And so when you engage with it, if he didn't actually pick someone, he didn't really contribute too much to the team. And so making sure that feels impactful, kind of like actual rewarding enough for a warrior ultimate. So that extra damage is going to help out a lot. And then if he does follow up, he's going to be even more successful in picking a target and killing them.
Awesome. Nothing wrong with seeing Tyr come into the limelight a little more, although he does scare me. Baba Yaga up next, getting a buff as well. Baba's Brew and Home Sweet Home both getting touched on. So what's going on with Baba Yaga?
Baba Yaga, even with like the stacking items being a little bit stronger, you know, a few patches ago, especially with the Book of the Dead build coming up, you think we'd see a little bit more of Baba Yaga with Book of Thoth and everything being picked up. But you know, Baba's Brew is still one of those abilities that doesn't quite hit the wave as easily, or you know, as strongly as you think it would, or as easily. And it's because of that we think it's going to be restricting her playstyle in the mid a little bit. So we're going to be increasing that damage just a little bit, just 10 damage across all the ranks to make sure that, you know, we don't get her too strong. But also Home Sweet Home, the ultimate. Now this is going to be interesting. We're going to be removing the self root on fire, giving her a little bit more flexibility, so hopefully making her a little bit more safe when she goes into that too.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. That'll definitely be that'll help out with getting that ult off in those tighter situations, especially those team fight situations. So next up we got a buff for Cernunos. Looks like Shifter of Seasons and Bramble Blast getting a little bit of an up jump. What's going on with that, Pawn?
Yeah, so the main goal is just to make sure that Shifter Season does feel impactful enough when you're choosing to focus on it. You have a lot of things you can min-max optimize about the Shifter Seasons and applying debuffs and applying slows. Just making sure that when you do play with this, it does feel rewarding enough. As well as I think the biggest one here is Bramble Blast. That direct hit now applying Root and Cripple instead of just Root really means that when you do hit that skill shot, you're going to be really getting that extra like lockdown utility. Lets you follow up with your basic attacks really clearly. Just that extra thing that he can do to control the lane and really find a moment to really engage.
Awesome. So we're moving on to Chernobog now. Chernobog getting a buff. Looks like Heart of Cold and Crystallized Curses moving forward.
Yeah, so Chernobog is one of those gods where, you know he's doing well when we have Barracuda on him, but now Barracuda's not even playing him, so, you know, he might need a little bit of a buff. And that's going to be coming in the form of the passive and the Crystallized Curses. The passive going to be getting a little bit of a damage increase, but the big one's going to be the Crystallized Curses. Kind of one of the abilities that people, you know, try and use as effectively as they can, but really it's that projectile speed and the range that hold them back. And so by increasing the range a little bit and decreasing the projectile, or increase the projectile speed and making that a little bit faster to come out, you're going to be able to be a little bit more flexible with that ability.
Awesome. Nothing wrong with a little bit of changes to scary flying guy. Speaking of flying, Horus also getting some buffs. Looks like Updraft and Fracture getting touched as well. So let's talk about it, Pawn.
Yeah, so Horus is that kind of like warrior support solo laner, but he can't quite do enough utility to really bring out his support role. He can't really quite do enough damage to bring out a solo or more like kill lane potential. And so we're really just looking to adjust that. So Updraft will now have additional scaling, which will just help him if he wants to build more bruisery, more tanky like frontline damage. As well as the extra gust damage is going to help him clear the wave. And the cooldown reduction is going to be a big deal in regards to being able to consistently like block down opponents, get that extra wave clear off. And then finally, Fracture, increasing the cleave damage from 190 to 220 at the top rank, is going to really help him lock down a target and bring the extra damage that might result in a kill, especially early lane. Getting that extra damage off is going to be very impactful there.
Oh yeah, for sure. Gonna help with those early game picks to just start shifting the game right away. That's awesome.
Mhm.
Kronos coming up next, getting a buff to Time Lord. What's going on there, Clumsy?
So we talked about mage ADCs a little bit. We had Sol obviously getting nerfed. We had Talkine's Ring getting hit a little bit. Kronos is one of those gods that even, with those changes, he's still not really been in the limelight too much. He's one of the ones that's also really scary. And we were looking at his kid and we're like, you know what? The passive is kind of the only thing that we think that can really buff without feeling too bad about it. And that's really just because getting the maximized amount of power at 50 minutes in a game, especially when you might not only be playing Kronos and Conquest, is just a little bit crazy. So now we're going to be bringing that in line to scale to the same amount of power, but over the course of, I think, 37 and a half minutes. So, you may still not get there in some of your other shorter games, but it'll feel a lot more fair.
Awesome, yeah, especially on those really long games where you get to the point where it's like, all right, like anything can decide to win. I'm glad that I'm able to get to this stack power. Nox coming up next, also getting a buff. Looks like Shadowlock is getting a little love. What's going on with that, Vaughn?
Yeah, so we're just increasing the minion damage here to make sure that Nox has that extra utility to clear the wave. We've done this a few times in both giving this damage and buffing it before. Making sure that this feels impactful, that you can help clear the wave with. One of her pain points specifically in Conquest is her ability to clear the wave consistently against other mages. And so making this more potent is going to help out a ton. And then we've also fixed the description just to make sure it's very clear that this damage is applied to minions only.
Yeah, always good to make sure people read it and they're like, why is my damage? It's in the notes. It's right there.
Yep.
It's to minions. So, cool. And looks like the final buff getting going on here is Set getting a buff to a couple different things. Funeral Rites, Wing Gust, Spirit Ball, a whole array of stuff. So what's going on with that, Clumsy?
Yeah, it's definitely a quality of life changes for Set on Funeral Rites and Wing Gust. Mana cost and increase in the aura radius are things that we think could help her out. But we also, like I said, with some of these other characters, want to be very careful with how strong we bring them. Said was really strong after her rework, and we've seen some ways of bringing that back forwards. And Spirit Ball, even with the damage change, we're going to be going there. It's 20 damage at rank 5. It's not going to be too much. We're going to start with these and see where we can go from there.
Awesome.
Kitty agrees.
Well, super cool. It definitely sounds like it. Well, that covers it for our balance. That was gods, items, we had relics, we had glyphs, so many things, and some things are still shifting and changing. Some things are still in the works. So make sure you check out those update notes that are live right now to see what's locked in, and any changes are reflected there as well, because this is a ton of stuff. We're still learning how it's impacting the game, how it's going to edit some things. So just make sure you keep your eyes on those update notes for all of the best information, and to really learn about all of these for if you missed what we talked about today, or for the things that we just weren't able to get to today. So we have one more thing to talk about. We now have Lermy and Ajax back. Welcome back. Glad to have y'all.
Many more things to talk about still.
Well, one more thing in this section, but like a million great things to talk about. Yeah, don't let me get y'all steered off. So we have an exciting little visual rework we get to share. Not even little, exciting big visual rework to share. Apollo is getting some love. Look at the boy.
He's beautiful.
That's stylish.
He looks
so beautiful.
Real good.
I absolutely love it. Oh, that's awesome.
There we go. Yeah, so the visual rework for Apollo. We've done a few of these throughout Season 8. People have been really positive about them. We want to keep doing them. Apollo is the next god on the list. Really wanted to improve his visuals to feel like it fits with more modern Smite and meets your expectations for what you expect from this gloriously beautiful god of music. So you've got a completely new default model, recolor, and masteries. The classic model will still be available for players to purchase, and the voice pack is going to be remaining unchanged. Character's not having any other kit changes, no changes to his abilities or anything like that, but there are some other animation kind of tweaks and particle effects and audio tweaks to kind of just bring Apollo into the modern day of Smite.
And yeah, we're going to see some of that now in game, and it's just, what a beautiful character model. Like, absolutely love it.
And as Lermy can back us up, he's hot.
Oh yeah, he is. Yeah, can confirm. 10 out of 10. I'm here for it.
That was a major goal with the rework for Apollo.
Yeah. Make sure
he
that
got a totally new
when
chariot and horse as well, I believe.
And he looks good on it
did
too.
Some cool new treatments with his wrist weapons, and you're also getting an additional preview of the Season 9 Conquest map here. You look into the
Yeah.
distance, you can
There's
see
a
the
bunch of,
Shiva temple, and
There's a bunch
yeah,
of
it's
new
beautiful. I love
architecture
this.
scattered around the map as well. It looks so nice, and I mean, getting to see it as this amazing new Apollo model, I mean, I am just more than thrilled.
Too many good
We're
things
not
to
going to
look
be
at
doing
on
any
one screen.
spoilers on. We're not going to do any spoilers on who's next to be remodeled, but we are going to keep this as a priority throughout the year. Hopefully, to getting to at least one other god. Oh, there's the recolor.
Yeah, looking great. I love the hair.
Just the way that his like gaze is that bright, like vivid white yellow, like that is amazing. I love the way that
I
he's
love the
looking at
dazed
that minion and
minions. They're just like,
serenading him.
whoa.
Yeah. Whoa.
That's what happens when you see a god.
True. That's what happens when I'm going to see that in game. I'll be in arena and I'll be like, all right, can we just stop for a sec? I want to admire. Ooh, the mastery
little
as
horse
well.
cameo? That looks nice.
True.
That gives you a really good look at the new weapon and how it
Yeah.
like really has changed a lot.
Same idea, whole new execution. It's really cool.
Yeah, and it's just something I absolutely love about that. So y'all can look out for a brand new hot Apollo coming with 9.1. Super excited about it. But now let's move on to some community news. We have all kinds of things to talk about. As I mentioned previously, there's a ton of content. So let's get into it. First of all, I just want to thank everybody for the great HRS we've had today. It's been such an awesome day, but it's just the beginning. It really is. There are so many things for us to get into, and I couldn't be more excited for this to continue. Starting tomorrow with Throwback Thursday, make sure y'all are prepared for that. We have so many cool things prepared for y'all. It was a day that we really wanted to bring to life because there's just such a rich history with Smite, and we want to be able to share that. So tomorrow's Throwback Thursday is going to be great. And then here's kind of our calendared layout. We have all kinds of things happening between now and Sunday, with Sunday obviously having the grand finales for finals, but we have just 1.5 million things happening. So lock in, clear your calendar, and get excited because HRS and SWC, I mean, it's just so many things to look forward to. As I mentioned with SPL as well, SWC is happening right now. That's going on. The games are starting Friday, and we're going to be hitting the peak on Sunday with the finals, the grand finals. So be ready for that. We're super excited to see who comes out on top this year and see who conquers Season 8. And we also have some merch that we're excited to share. SWC has championship jerseys, joggers. We have mouse pads, water bottles. Pick them up. Make sure you grab them. Support your team, and let people know who your favorites are. Make sure to tweet if you get any of these. Make sure to tweet and ping your favorite team and let everybody know who you're rooting for because this is the hypest time of year. So we're excited to get into it. So that'll do it for our news for right now. Again, super excited for everything. So as y'all saw earlier, we're joined now by Hi-Rez Honey. So how are you?
Good. How are you? I'm so excited.
Yeah, so excited. I've been sleepless for like 2 weeks now. It's just so many things I've been looking forward to. This week is I'm going to sleep probably in this chair. So just to let y'all know, if I look like more disheveled as the week goes, it's because I have not been able to pull myself away from the screen. But let's get into some skins. We have all kinds of cool skins to talk about today. And the first one is going to be the Season 9 ranked reward, Grave Golem Geb.
He's so spooky. I love him.
Yeah, spooky boy. He's got like a skeletons like all throughout his arms. He just kind of popped right up out the ground.
Literally in him.
Yeah, I love how like the angel's head, like in his base, is like floated off and just become Geb's head now. That's so creepy.
That is. Oh, that's awesome. So yeah, this is going to be the Season 9 reward. So I mean, something to strive for. Let's hear the voice line.
Brought to life by a master we never knew, our body ancient sepulchres, our spirit wandering eternally. Let's lay the enemy to rest.
That is both spooky and kind of convenient because he wants to lay them to rest. He is the graveyard, so he can just be like, "Come on home, it's fine."
Very fitting.
Very fitting. Totally agree. Next up, we have the Colossus chest, bringing Atlas his first skin, Corroded Colossus Atlas.
Whoa.
And woo lad.
That card art is so sick. I love the angle that we're looking at him at. Just like he's slamming down the astrolabe straight in our face. Just like, here I am. Here is the sky that I've held up, and now you've got to carry it instead.
Yeah, your turn. Truly pondering the orb. Yeah, for sure. Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, I love the purples. The purple hue looks so awesome with this guy.
I totally agree. And like, I've been so in love with Atlas, and seeing this like fully armored, covered in metal aesthetic really works. That like giant iron knight man, just I don't know. I think it's an aesthetic that fits him perfectly. Let's hear what the voice sounds like.
My body has been forged to withstand entire armies. Come, puny gods, let us see if you can mar my form.
Epic. So epic.
So cool.
So epic. Literally chills right now. I am so excited to non-stop auto-luck Atlas. So next up, we have the Season Pass 2022 coming out with Space Scoundrel Danzaboro. And
no.
That's so great. Look at him. He is so cute. Oh my gosh. I love it. Does this gun have like little angry teeth things? They're like piranhas or something.
That is the coolest thing I have seen all day. Oh my goodness.
I absolutely love him. Oh, look at him.
Yeah! He's got like that
He's
bulldog face with the
Yeah,
I
like the big old
just
jaw.
can't. He's so cute.
I love he has a little fish tank gun too. That's so great. And his little jetpack. Oh, I'm so excited. So, Space Scoundrel Danzaboro is actually, again, part of our Season Pass 2022, but this isn't the only thing you'll be getting. Obviously, if you get the Season Pass, you're going to get the Space Scoundrel loading screen, the most wanted player title, and exclusive recolors for every newly released god in 2022, including the god itself if you don't own the god pack. So you'll not only get every new god in the coming season, Season 9, but you'll also get their exclusive recolors and all of the Space Scoundrel stuff. Let's hear the voice line.
Scavenging the outer solar system is just my side gig. Bounty hunting is what I was born to do.
That voice fits him so well. Absolutely love it. So that is super awesome. And again, part of the Season Pass 2022. Make sure that y'all are looking out for that. That'll be coming with Season 9, with Update 9.1. So, super excited. Next up, we have our new Battle Pass, but let's not forget the Battle Pass we're on right now.
Peace through tyranny.
Can't forget that Battle Pass, or that video, or Transformers. So make sure that y'all are finishing that Battle Pass up, because there's skins that you do not want to miss there, and it's gone with Season 9.1. But it will be replaced by something super awesome, the new Hellfire Syndicate Battle Pass. So super great aesthetic, you're gonna love it, and let's get right into it with Crimson Kraken Poseidon.
Oh my goodness. I love this aesthetic so much.
Yeah, it's kind of that I don't know, like demon mobster, demon gangster type thing. Absolutely love
you
it.
can see the Kraken poking through the window back there. Oh my goodness.
I didn't even notice that. Look at him. Look at his shoulders on fire. That's awesome.
Oh wow.
I love that his trident matched.
Yeah, that's on fire too. That's looking real nice.
Yeah, and the horns. Yeah, you're totally right. That's super awesome. I am super excited about this, and the Kraken though. Let's hear the voice line on this one.
Come on now. I'm not gonna let you have all the fun without me.
Ooh. Chills.
Ooh, he sounds kind of hot. You know, you can't see Poseidon without seeing the Kraken. Let's go in game and see the Kraken real quick. Let's do that.
Oh, so
Oh,
cool.
that's awesome. It's got all the fire and everything. It looks buff too.
Yeah, kind of the opposite of normal Kraken, right? Normally it's so watery, but now we got a big fiery boy.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Look at him.
So much fire. So much
And
fire.
like the hair. Oh, and like
wow,
the
that
skull head. Oh, that's absolutely
sick.
awesome.
Yeah, this is my new favorite Poseidon skin. Sorry, Poseidon, gotta sit down a sec here.
I feel like every time a Poseidon skin drops, that's what happens, right? You see this Kraken, and it pops out of the ground, and you're like, man, it's hard to have this many favorite Poseidon skins. Super awesome. So next up, we have Miss Misery Nike in the game.
Oh wow, look at her. Yes.
Look at her. Stunner. I love the like flamey skull too on her like upper, what's that, thigh? I can't think of muscles.
Her stockings?
Yeah, like with the flame, like the purple flaming skull. That's awesome. Oh yeah, look at him.
I just love how these two skins are the same theme, but they've taken such a different color direction. Like this one's really like reaching into the purples, whereas the last one is really red. I mean, it's just so cool that they're the same theme, but they can be so different.
Yeah, but I love the red jacket because like even though that is like the little bit of red, I feel like it contrasts with the purple focus so much.
Yeah,
so beautiful to look at. Let's hear the voice line.
Running this business makes me realize that nothing can come between me and my family.
It's all about the family. So it's that mobster vibe, you know? The mob is the family.
Mm-hmm.
That is super awesome. I love the wings too.
I do too.
Super awesome. So next up we have Devil Punk Daji along in this battle pass.
Oh wow.
I am so excited for this skin.
Wow.
Right? I love it.
So
I love the
scary,
claws.
but like in the best way.
So scary. I like the like teeth on the face mask too. That is horribly just horribly scary, like you said.
Sick, I would say. It just looks so
Yeah,
cool.
sick. And the like the skull with the vines on the pants there.
Oh wow. I mean, look at the color on that tail, the way it gradients down. That is awesome. And there's like even a little movement in there.
Yeah, it's kind of like fire, you know? It's the Hellfire Battle Pass. We brought the fire. That is super awesome. Absolutely love this skin. Absolutely am terrified for her to, you know, appear out of thin air and destroy me. So that'll be cool. And last but not least, we have the Angel of Death Thanatos skin. So let's check that one out. Oh.
Wow.
I love it. Got the kissing the ring. Obviously the boss.
Yeah, this guy is the big bad of the gang. I mean, he has to be, right? With a look like that.
Yeah. You don't have that great of a beard and not be the boss.
I guess that's the determinant now.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
I really love the detail in his wings.
I couldn't agree more. They're so dragon kind of like
fire.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell he's the boss. Look at the way he's looking down. Like he looks up to nobody. He looks down at people. That's boss vibes. Let's hear the voice line.
Nothing like a little jaunt around town to get the blood flowing.
Get the blood flowing indeed. You know, as with any skin that's this boss, you can't just look at it in the roundabout here. We gotta see it in game. So I have been told that the 1 is having some issues now. It will be fixed come patch, but just for now, it's been a little silly. But
Still looks insanely cool.
oh, it still looks so cool. The fire is just unbelievable to look at.
Yeah, look at that trail coming off the scythe. That's how you know he's hunting you.
Yeah, I love that it goes from like that kind of yellowish orange fire to the really dark red as it trails off. That's so cool looking.
Oh, and now it's time. Oh my goodness, the spin!
Oh, that's awesome, yeah.
Wow. Oh, and he points at you? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's
literally
crazy cool.
I'm coming for you. You're done. That spin is just, you're so right. That's awesome to look at. Absolutely great. I super love it. Awesome, awesome. So next up, we have a new event coming with 9-1 that we are calling the Dharmic Era event. So the Dharmic Era event is actually it's similar to Yulefest in a way, but it's to highlight oh my gosh, the name just the Hindu. It's to highlight the Hindu pantheon, how much we love them, and how much they are affecting the season 9, especially the beginning of season 9. So with this, it's going to start with every 2 weeks there'll be a new bundle release that has 4 exclusive items to this event, and on release the bundle is going to cost 900 gems. When the next bundle comes out, it'll be 1,200 gems. So, you know, we love starting things on a cheaper price because we want everybody to have this stuff. If you get 2 of the bundles, you're going to get an exclusive Rama skin, which we'll be seeing in a minute, of course. And if you get 4, you'll get an unlimited Loki skin that we'll also be seeing in a minute. And be excited because the Loki skin is amazing. This will also have a questing component to it as well. The questing component will be free to everybody, and it involves something really cool that involves discovering the Hindu codex, completing the codex of Hindu gods. And you can do this by seeing them in-game. So part of the missions for this are going to be trying to see all of the Hindu gods in-game, and this includes playing as them, against them, or with them on your team. So there will be stuff like that you'll be able to complete, and it should be super fun for everybody. We're super excited to be able to share that with y'all. But yeah, so look out for that event coming out, and look out for some of the skins like Honorable Hero Rama.
Ooh. Yes. That looks so classy with all the gold.
Yeah.
Honorable indeed.
So honorable.
Oh, and he's just taking down the Naga too. Like, wow, already in the midst of things.
Yeah, true. We caught him mid-action. That's super awesome. So absolutely love that. Just the look of confidence too. Unbelievable.
Oh wow, look at that bow. I love the details on it.
So ornate. I also love. I don't know. I just love the shoes. Like I just they're super awesome. I need to get myself a pair of those shoes. I don't know where you even get those, but I'm gonna be looking.
Or where you wear them, but you know what? They do be styled.
True, 100%. Yeah, let's hear the voice line.
Ravan and his army shall pay.
That they shall, and pay in style. Next up, we have, and this one's also exciting. Prototype 2.0 Charybdis. Charybdis's first skin.
Oh my goodness.
That's super awesome.
Oh, I can't wait to see the maw with the skin. You can kind of see it in the background there, but I mean, that's gonna look so sick.
It has to, and I love the knife too, the way that it's glowing like that, like the super cyber and modern. I guess futuristic, modern is a lie. And the eye color.
Yeah, right? She has 2 different colored eyes normally, so you get to see it just like super extreme in this case.
Yeah,
and
like neon colors really help. Oh, you're right.
So cool.
I love that the pattern on the cloak is also like on the maw as well.
I love him.
Looking.
Look at all his little eyes.
Yeah, his little cyber eyes, his cute little giant mechanical death jaw. Awesome. Let's hear the voice line.
M4W, are you ready? Good. So am I.
That is literally that is the season 9 vibe. That is exactly. I've been saying that all week. Like, this is a week of W's, and Cribus is obviously here for it. So I am super happy to see that. Next up, we got a kind of a spooky boy. We got Bone Wraith Kukulkan.
Oh, wow. This is so different from any other Kukulkan skin I have seen. Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. And also the giant skull face. What?
Yeah, this is
I
not your
absolutely
normal friendly dragon.
Yeah, true. I bet him and Grave Geb get along.
Oh, they probably do. Oh, wow.
That
He's
is
so
so
spooky.
horrifying. He is. The like skull face at the head of that and the arms all bound up is crazy.
Oh my gosh, and he has the arms too on his chest that are like bound there by chains. Like,
Yeah.
Kukulkan has skins with arms, but never like that. Whoa.
That is so both awesome and super spooky. Let's hear what the voice sounds like.
A fresh battlefield means fresh subjects. How shall I torment them all?
Look at that
All right.
go get 'em attitude.
Officially spooked. It's not Halloween
Yeah.
anymore, guys.
Yeah, but this spook never stops. It's always spook is in your heart.
gosh.
Next up, and I'm so excited about this one. We have Croaky Loki. Let's look at Croaky Loki.
Oh my gosh.
I love it.
Yes.
I'm madly in love.
Oh my goodness. Look at his little lizard friend. Oh,
Yeah.
buddy.
I love the blue too. He just looks so nice.
Oh my gosh, he's actually in the
Oh,
model.
look at
Oh
him.
my goodness.
That is so great.
So cute.
Look at his little
You know, for
tail.
someone who's gonna stab you in the back, he looks pretty happy.
I know, right? Like he'd stab me and I'd turn around and be like, ah, and I'd be like, oh, but you're so nice. Let's hear what he sounds like.
I'm afraid to leave the pond, but I know there is adventure to be had out there.
Oh,
wow.
I absolutely love it. He's just ready for adventure. And of course
Oh,
we get
look
to see
at
it
the
in game.
friend.
Little lizard buddy.
Look at the friend.
Just hanging out. Enjoying the ride.
Oh my goodness. I love it.
Absolutely. Yeah. This skin is so it's so
Wow.
mystical too.
Oh no, he's chained up. I know that's like what every Loki does, but set my little guy
But
free,
still,
man.
Sometimes the adventures take crazy turns, but he's there for it. It's so awesome. Again, I just love how mystical it is. Like all the poof effects and everything was so magical.
Yeah, right?
And your little buddy's
I
just hanging
love
out like, wow, this sure is. Yeah.
it. Wow, this sure is great that we're killing all these guys.
Yeah. Hey, wow,
Just
you
along
really
for the
stabbed that
ride.
guy. Good job. Oh, I absolutely love it. That is so good.
He's, oh my god, the head bob. I can't. This skin's too much, you guys.
I know. Him and Kiro Danzaburo, that's gonna be a matchup. Absolutely love it. So super exciting, and yeah, that's gonna be the final skin for the Dharmic Era event. So look out for that in 9-1. It's awesome. It highlights how amazing the Hindu pantheon is, and we're super excited to share that with you and for y'all to take part in that. I think you're gonna love the quests. I really do. So that does it for our new skins for 9-1. So many awesome things on the way. And we still have some awesome left in the show, though. We're not done yet. Next up, y'all get to see a little bit about Slash. But we'll get there in just a second. See y'all there. That's right, we have Slash on the way. Long awaited, super hyped, and well worth the wait. I am joined again by Ajax and Clumsy. Glad to have you all back.
Hello.
Awesome. So let's get into Slash. There's so many. It's a brand new map. It's a brand new game mode. There's so many things to go about. So let's start us off. Let's get into the stats. Talk about it.
Yeah, the first new permanent game mode that's been added to Smite in many years. The goal of Slash was to kind of find the best pieces of Siege and Clash and bring those together in one unique experience that stands out amongst the rest of Smite game modes, right? You've got Conquest, our core competitive mode. You have Arena, which is more about the fighting, right? And not having to focus on strategy as much. You've got Joust as 3v3. You've got your Assault as your ARAM mode. And then we kind of had a few other modes, right? Between Adventures, old days Domination, and Siege and Clash. So we're all kind of vying for the same space, which was something that was, somewhere in between Conquest and Arena. Something that focused a lot on combat, but still had some traditional strategic elements. And we really thought that is a great place for a game mode to be. I'm personally a big fan of Siege and Clash. I play those game modes all the time with my friends. It's really nice to have towers and lanes, but not to be so restricted to the roles and positions of the Conquest map. So finding something like that in that sweet spot was something really important to us. And Slash is our brand new, all new, very exciting game mode to fit that spot. So what you're going to be getting here is a 5v5 game mode where players are going to start at level 3 with 1,500 gold, kind of the standard rule set. There's no banned items, so none of those weird siege rules like where you can't buy wards and stuff like that. This game mode is going to be a true active game mode that's going to work for win of the days. You're going to be able to earn full XP and worshiper stats through this game mode. And Siege and Clash are going to be removed as queues at the time we will be implementing this, but they will be remaining as custom games. So as you can see, upon our driver flying around the mode, just showing you the map, it is Egyptian on one side, Maya on the other, and we have a brand new animated Titan model in the Quetzal bird that we just walked past.
It looks so good.
New Maya Titan.
So many beautiful colors on that new Titan. It's just like beautiful to stare at.
So there's just so many things around this map. I'll try to go through them quickly so we don't spend too much time just rambling, but all new environments. You got some inspiration here from the old Siege map with the ravines and waterfalls, but all brand new. We have completely new towers and the new Order Titan, which is the Quetzal bird. Lots of updates to jungle monsters across the map. We have the hyenas and baboons that were from the Clash map. Those have had texture model updates. We have a new twist on those monsters as well in the new jaguars, which are using the hyena base enemy set, but they're a new character. So you have now a speed buff holder. You have our favorite Clash Titan from the Chaos side. That is the Skull Sarcophagus Pharaoh. Still as the
we didn't want to lose him, right? He looks awesome.
Yeah, true.
He's really cool looking, yeah, honestly, and we did want to keep him. We also, of course, are keeping Apophis, everyone's second favorite giant snake after Jormungandr, of course, because Smite obviously needs more than one favorite giant snake. Apophis is the key jungle boss, and we have all new Siege Juggernauts. So these are completely new character assets. The old Siege Juggernaut that was, had these little minions mounted it, riding it, is no longer going to be part of this map. But Siege Juggernauts as a mechanic are still a very active part of this map. So really what you've got here are 2 lanes. You've got jungle buffs in a more traditional positions around the map. You've got Siege Juggernaut camps, which you can clear to spawn new Siege Juggernauts. You will not be able to spawn Siege Juggernauts through killing minions anymore. And you have a Apophis as a final boss, Fire Giant style boss, providing a Fire Giant style buff. Here are the new Siege Juggernauts. They're giant snake men related to Apophis. Killing one will
see
spawn
right as you
a
kill
Juggernaut.
them, right? Spawns one, yep.
Yeah.
Spawns a Juggernaut in your lane, and if a Juggernaut is in your lane, there will also be a portal opened up in your lane. We've made a few adjustments to the portal tech. There's now 2 different portals, so if you do have 2 different Juggernauts, you can choose which lane you want to go through. And the portal tech is no longer instant. So instead you will have a fast travel. That Ganesh was just ready to ult you on.
Ganesh was waiting for it. He saw the
the
ult
cheat, the hacks, though, the infinite damage hacks dispatched him quickly. So a lot of changes across this map in a lot of places. As Clumsy can speak to, you get a lot of fighting back and forth, a lot of rotation. This center area is very open, but not as quite as open as Clash, and it also doesn't have jungle fog vision, so you can really fight in this kind of mini arena in the center as you rotate back and forth between lanes, making your ganks and farming up XP.
Super awesome. I love, like, just seeing this, you know, the map is beautiful. I'm excited for the gameplay, and I kind of love that the Juggernaut is now a big point of, I guess, a pivotal part of the map, you know, instead of, like, when that objective comes up, you're going to see team fights around that objective to, you know, see who can claim the Juggernaut and who can get the advantage of having the Juggernaut pushing for their team. I think that's super cool, and I love how thematic it is with Apothos, you know. I'm so excited.
So there's a lot of other interesting features going on in this map regarding jungle camp spawning and the kind of order of operations, which are a little bit more complex than stuff we've usually used. You'll be able to read more about this in the patch notes, but I'll give the brief TLDR. So we have a few camps that kind of spawn in different locations, and they change locations as well as enhance. And really the reason we're doing that is we're not wanting to create something complicated that players have to keep track of, but we are kind of tactically moving the key objectives around the map to create new fights in different places and to spread things out and to split players up and kind of create new fights, new team fights at different stages in the map. So first thing you're going to see is, like Clash, the red buff in the center of the map is what spawns very first. Before the blue and yellow and the speed buffs, before lane minions, you get just a red buff 5v5, just dog pile of a fight at the beginning of the match. You can play this safe, or you can sometimes get double, triple kills. This is something that Clash players really liked. So as we were doing this merger, this is something we decided to keep. After that fight, you'll then see the blue buffs and the speed buffs and the lane minions spawn after that. In a short time later in the match, the Siege Juggernauts will spawn in the center of the map on the left and right. So you can see the one just spawned on the right first. The Siege Juggernauts spawn, they don't spawn at the same time. One will spawn on the right lane first, and then the other lane second. Maybe I'm, left and right is irrelevant depending on the side of the map you're on. But the single wall versus the double wall, they'll spawn one at a time. So your team has time to rotate, take them, then rotate, take the next one. Then Apophis will spawn. And then even later in the game, 2 more sources of Siege Juggernaut can spawn, which you'll see are deeper in each player's base. This is kind of an anti-snowball feature that allows you to have essentially a safe way to attain a Juggernaut in the late game. Even if you're lost some of your towers, you still have a way to attain a Juggernaut. Try to make that comeback push. So really like how the map kind of moves with the players and tracks as the game goes on. Really makes it feel dynamic and feel like there's slightly different phases to the mode, and gives you a chance to always have a comeback, always bring it back. One of the problems we've seen with Siege and Clash is the modes tend to either be extremely snowbally or to linger for a very long time, kind of stalemate. And I think a lot of the ways we've worked on these mechanics in Slash helps mitigate those problems.
That's super awesome to hear. You love a map that allows you that potential to, like the objectives are always changing and shifting position, so it's not just go stand wherever the minions are standing and wait for the next interesting thing to happen. There's always something you can go after, something your team can focus on, and always a way for a comeback. Like, who doesn't love a good comeback story or a comeback game? So, and I said this every time I've talked.
Yeah.
No, go for it.
We want to introduce things you can do that are just fun, right? So this mode, you can play this mode and just kind of push a lane and kill whatever's around you and do pretty well, right? And have a lot of fun and just fight. But then there are some additional spots for more tactics, right? And more metagaming and min-maxing, which we want this mode to be something that can live on for a long time. And that's an important feature of that. So we've done a lot of play tests. I mean, me and Clumsy have played in a lot. We've played with a lot of different skill tiers across the company, a lot of people from different backgrounds and different play styles. And I feel like everyone has found something in this map that they really enjoy, something that really resonates with them, something they feel like they can do really well and be really effective. You know, whether it's clumsy blowing up people at max range and getting huge mage abilities, or me kind of target calling and focusing on the siege juggernauts and which one's spawning next. You can always find something to do. Really appreciate the pawns driving around here and showing us some more of the environment. As you can see, there's some cool stuff on the outskirts of the map. We have some giant scarab beetles in the distance building this big pyramid behind the chaos map.
that.
There are camels, living camels. There's this cool sarcophagus section. We have these super giant jungle trees that are even taller than global ultimates. So, you know, we had this concern about, oh, when you global ultimate, you can't see through the trees. And we were like, what if we made trees so big that even when you were flying in the air, they weren't in your way? So we have these really giant trees, which give this map a completely new look. And give it that really strong jungle feel and really bring the Maya art set to life, which, you know, people have been asking for us to revamp that art set for many years. So environment team, level design, just did an absolutely fantastic job on this map and worked really hard on it. And I know we changed the release date on it a few times, but we used every minute to pour heart and soul and love into this map to make it the coolest new Smite map.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't emphasize how true that is. This is one of those maps that just, as it has gone through the process, because even I've only been slightly aware of some of the processes, because this map is just always changing and being worked on. Like, ever since, every minute of this map existing has been, what can we do better? What can we make prettier? What can we make more fun? How can we balance it? It's never just sat around for a week. Like, every time I hear somebody talk about Slash, it's like, hey, we just changed 53 things in the last week. So absolutely crazy. But yeah, y'all can look forward to that. I want all of y'all, when this map is out, when y'all are playing it, I want y'all to get in there and take pictures and like screenshots of your favorite parts of the map, because it's so beautiful to look at. So I hope to see Twitter flooded with those. But that's going to be the end of our of the update show. It's been a wild ride. There's so many new things coming out. Again, make sure to check the update notes, because I'm sure there's something you missed or things that we just didn't have time to talk about because we wanted to, go to bed by 2 a.m. So make sure y'all get in there and look at everything. It's super exciting. And we're going to have PTS coming out later this week. Y'all will hear more news on that as we get things ready. So just keep your eyes on Twitter for that. And make sure to stay tuned, because show's not over yet. We actually have a Slash dev match coming up on the Slash map. Yep. So if y'all want to see it live in action, oh yeah, just make sure you stick around, because it couldn't be more exciting. So thank y'all, everybody, for coming out. It's been awesome. It's going to be awesome between now and Sunday. Look forward for SWC, look forward for Throwback Thursday, and look forward for the video we're about to end with. Thank you, everybody.
Our journey has been arduous. Tiamat's reign has divided us, but no longer.
But Lady Bellona...
Have some faith, Merlin. They're gods.
What if we're not ready?
Then we'll fall united.
My liege, be on your guard.
The child and the daggers are no match for our gods!
This is not the end. For there is no end. Death, life, destruction, creation, threads of the same fabric. No matter whom you worship, where you call home, we are all connected in this life. And in the face of destruction, you can despair alone or persevere together. This is not a world built in your image.
No.
It is a better one.
I'm a spend. I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm a shark, you 7 days a week. I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night. I'm a spend. I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm a shark, you 7 days a week. I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night. My life's dope. I wear fancy clothes. I'm a hella woke. I got hella flow. As I learn to dope, I'ma bring the show. Anywhere I go, living life to the maximum. All day and night, all day and night, all day and night, living life to the maximum. All day and night, all day and night, all day and night, I'll be up all night. Let me be your king, yes I could be your captain. Live a life of dreams and live a life of passion. I'ma lift you up before I throw you out, cause you can live your life sitting down. I'm a king, I'm a boss, I'ma spend, let it cost. Let me live my life of bliss in the fast lane. I'ma be on top of the world, watch it happen. I'm a spend, I'm a baller, take a deep breath. I'm a shark, you 7 days a week. I'll be up all night, day and night, day and night. All day and night, all day and night, all day and night, living life to the maximum. All day and night, all day and night, all day and night, I'll be up all night. Living life to the maximum. Put it up on my tab, listen up, here I am. Money talks, I got fans, spend it hard, spend it fast. What you need, I got cash, make a wish, I'll make plans. I'm a pig in a suit, I don't give if I'm rude. Let me live my life of bliss in the fast lane. I'ma be on top of the world, watch it happen. My life's dope, I wear fancy clothes. I'm a hella woke, I got hella flow. As I learn to dope, I'ma bring the show.